Testing 1, 2, 3.
Morning and welcome to the Ageas Bowl for the start of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy and this opening clash between the Southern Vipers and the Sunrisers. I'm delighted to tell you that the sun is partially out, there's no rain on the radar. It's a little bit nippy, but it should be a glorious day. The news from the toss just a little while ago is that Sunrisers captain Kelly Castle won the toss and elected to bat first. We'll shortly run you through the two teams, but first introduce myself, Melissa Story. A little later you'll hear from Hersey Park Women's Cricket's manager, Phil Green. But for now I'm delighted to say that next to me is Southern Vipers player, 100 finalist winner, Test match special commentator, Emily Windsor.
You're making me blush, Mel. What a welcome that is. But yeah, no, very excited. First game of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and obviously gutted not to be out there with the girls, but yeah, looking forward to them putting on a show today and hopefully a big crowd in. There's a lot of children expected to be in today, so yeah, let's hope that we get off to a flyer at the Ageas Bowl.
You've already been doing a few meet and greets, which I'm sure we'll bully you about just in a short while. But first, we'll run you through those two teams, beginning with the Sunrisers, who, as I mentioned, won the toss, will be batting first. At the top of the order, it will be Grace Scrivens, the under-19 England captain, opening with Lizzie McLeod. Jodie Grucock in at 3, Maddie Villiers in at 4, Saskia Hawley, the Scottish international, on her debut at 5, Jo Gardner, Amara Carr, the wicketkeeper, Eva Gray, moved fresh from the South East Stars here to the Sunrisers, also on debut. Then captain Kelly Castle, Kate Kopak and Abtaha Maksud.
Yeah, and looking how the Southern Vipers look, we got Maya Bouchier open the batting, which is a new move for the Southern Vipers, and that'll be alongside Ella McCacken, the youngish now, opening batter. Georgia Elwes carded to come in at number 3, and interestingly Danny Wyatt at 4. We're used to seeing her at the top of the order, but obviously for England she tends to, in 50 over bat, it more in that middle order. Georgia Adams, the captain, down at 5. Charlie Dean at 6. Lindsay Smith, who's come back from the Northern Diamonds. It's not her debut today because she played in the KSL days, but left arm off spinner in at 7. Rihanna Selfbeat on debut will be taking the gloves for the Vipers today. Impressive pre-season with both the gloves and with the bat. Alice Monaghan as a seamer. Mary Taylor, a young academy graduate coming through in the side. And of course, Lauren Bell.
There she is, and there'll be plenty of eyes, you imagine, on this game today, with a big summer for the women with the Ashes coming up later in this year, and a lot of young players wanting to make a mark early on in the season. So first of all, as you mentioned, we'll get that out of the way. For anyone who's not been following your winter, do you want to explain to everyone why you're up here with us? Not that we're complaining, but not down there with the Vipers playing today.
Yeah, well, last summer I played through the summer with a hip injury, and then sort of 2 days after the season went under the knife, so I've had hip surgery, but all is good. I'm in a very good place, just slightly too early, so hopefully in a couple of weeks you'll be seeing me back on the pitch with the girls in that new fluorescent orange kit that we've got to talk about later as well. But yeah, all is going well. Obviously gutted not to be ready for the first game of the season, but she's got to tick all the boxes and do everything right, which is challenging and frustrating at times. I feel like I'm the physio and S&C's worst nightmare, but I'll be back.
Good news. And looking towards the game today, these sides have played each other 4 times. The Southern Vipers have come out triumphant in every one of those times, and if you look at the 2022 rankings, the Vipers made it to the final, lost just in the last hurdle against the Diamonds, the champions, and compare that to the Sunrisers. They were bottom of the table and in 3 years have not won a single Rachael Heyhoe Flint fixture. So on that basis, are the Vipers favourites here today, or should we not underestimate the Sunrisers?
Look, you look at the Vipers team on paper with those international stars in it, yes, they should be favourites, but we should not be underestimating the Sunrisers here. They've had a fantastic pre-season, probably the best pre-season of the whole domestic structure in terms of men and women, in terms of the volume of games they've got. So they've had 5 games, 1 or 5, and they've got players in form. Grace Scrivens, 300s back-to-back. Like, that's not to be underestimated by anyone, and she's going to be a key wicket that the Vipers are going to target today. But look, I don't think in this competition you can underestimate any team this year. There's been some movements, and I think whichever team, the old cliche, plays best on the day will win the game. I think 50 over cricket is slightly longer in the sense of the better teams tend to come on top because they can deliver skills for longer. But I look down at this Sunrisers side, and there's a lot of threatening options with both the bat and the ball. Eva Gray, I think, is a fantastic signing for them. Well, I think she's going to be imperative with the ball this year, and I think she'll bring a new energy, a fresh to the environment. So yeah, I look down at the sides on paper. Yes, probably Southern Vipers a favourite, but not to be underestimated at all today.
And you mentioned there's been a lot of movement in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, which there's actually been a fantastic comprehensive list put out on Twitter by the unofficial Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. So if anyone's on social media, go have a look at that one. But looking at the Vipers camp in particular, there was a few big losses for the Vipers, particularly in the names of Tara Norris and Paige Schofield, who were arguably, statistically, 2 of the better bowlers last year for the Vipers in this competition. How big of a loss are they going to be?
Yeah, look, they will be a loss with the ball. They did a fantastic job for the team, and we know that for sure. But what an opportunity this is for Alice Monaghan and Mary Taylor. Alice has been sat on the bench for what has been probably since the start of this competition. She's played an odd game, but probably not really in a role that she'd have liked. But she's worked really hard, I can assure you that, on her bowling and batting all winter, and actually she's one of her flaws have probably been the consistency with the ball, but how she's bowled in this pre-season, she has been more consistent, so I'm really excited to see how she goes out there. And Mary Taylor, look, she's young, she's exciting. She played 1 game last year in the the semi-final, if you like, of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and took it completely in her strides, took wickets, was threatening against the Stars, who were a very good lineup. So Yeah, absolutely excited for those two. I think it's a fantastic opportunity, and we'll see how they go today. And obviously to complement and be bowling alongside Lauren Bell, who's one of the best seamers in the country at the moment, it's only going to be nothing but exciting for them.
The two umpires, Sophie McClellan and Billy Taylor, are out in the middle, just arranging the stumps, making sure everything's up to scratch. And here comes the Southern Vipers. They've been guided onto the pitch by two mascots, almost waving about these two Southern Vipers flags. They've started sprinting on to a nice warm round of applause, you can say here. I think they said there's a lot of school children coming in today, basically almost, I think, all eligible, all women's club cricketers in Hampshire and around the area in the Southern Vipers domain have access to free tickets for today's game. So we're expecting this crowd to grow as the sun comes out. It gets a little bit warmer, and there's also all the Vipers faithful in here today as well. As you say, to watch the Vipers wield their brand new, very bright orange kit.
I'll tell you what, it looks great from up here. I think that I'm going to have to take a picture for the girls, but it really stands out, and I think the old Vipers scales are back on the front, which I'm sure some Vipers fans will be excited to see. But look, the girls look pumped up out there. Looks a bit nippy, a few hands in pockets, I'm sure, with hand warmers, but they're ready, and Lauren Bell's just wiping her hands in the floor and going to mark her run up and get ready to bowl here. It's a big playing surface at the Ageas Bowl, quite big boundaries today.
Yeah, especially the one to our left, which is on the leg side of the left-handed Grace Scrivens, who will be taking the first delivery. There's going to be plenty of room here for lots of running, quick ones and twos from the Sunrisers. And I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about the decision at the toss, but did speak to Georgia Adams, and she said it was a toss the Vipers were happy to lose. They wanted to bowl first, and they are a team who's traditionally opted to bowl first and put their opposition on the back foot early on.
And with the weather that we've had recently as well, the wicket's a little bit tacky, so expecting some early movement with the ball.
Here we go then, Lauren Bell to Grace Scrivens around the wicket, and that's movement away from the edge of Scrivens' bat behind to keeper Rihanna Southby. Two slips in place. So the Vipers expecting a bit of early movement, and if anyone's going to exert anything out of the pitch or the white ball, it certainly would be Lauren Bell.
Yeah, absolutely, and a great take for first up. Get straight in the game, take that first catch. I think it's fantastic.
Lauren Bell in again, arms pumping, bowls and beats the edge again of the bat, and nice applause again as the Vipers, they are a team, and Lauren Bell particularly is a player who can get you those early wickets very, very soon and put you in a good position. And you can just tell by this aggressive stance from the Vipers with those two slips. Georgia Adams in first slip. Who's going to be in second slip for us there? Is it?
Maya Bouchier.
There we go.
There's been auditions for that, don't you worry, Mel.
Bell past the umpire, bowl, slower ball driven uppishly just to the left of point. Danny White there in pursuit, chasing the ball down to the boundary, but the ball just trickles over. It looked like one of those ones where it was just going to slow up. Danny White was running full pelt, and it's to the shorter side and brings the first runs on the board for the Sunrisers, 4 without loss.
Yeah, Scrivens will be happy, but I don't think the Vipers will mind that. Obviously, they've got the two slips in place. They want her to drive. It was slightly uppish, so it wasn't convincing timing. They're going to want her to play those shots with that big gap at cover.
Bell in again. Comes around the wicket, bowls. Fuller defended by Scrivens to extra cover and pelted into Southby behind the stumps. Good attacking field placement as well. You tend to feel this with the Vipers. They're a very chatty team, and I think the colour does help them because now they're almost a bit of an eyesore to look at in some regards as well. I don't know whether that would help as a batter. You look up, you could get blinded physically by that t-shirt, and
especially
then be expected
when the sun's
to face
out.
the ball. Exactly. I think this is a good tactic from the Vipers when a lot of the other teams have opted for just black shirts like the Sunrisers. Bell bowls, and that just dips on Scrivens as she looks to work that round the corner. It takes a bit of pad, trickles to square leg, and umpire Sophie McClellan taps that right leg to indicate leg buys. 5 runs on the board, and Lizzie McLeod will face her first delivery. Right-handed batter, and Lauren Bell goes back to bowling over the wicket.
Do you know what? I was wondering who was going to get the backward point fielding position. We've got 3 of probably the best in the country fighting for it in Danny Wyatt, Charlie Dean and Lindsay Smith.
Bell in to McLeod, and that strikes her on the pads. Big appeal from Bell. Nothing from the umpire as the ball just trickles down to fine leg. Looked like it was going down there. We've of course got the live picture feed available on the Southern Vipers YouTube, where you can follow along with our commentary, and on that replay it certainly did look like it was swinging a bit too much for Lauren Bell. End of the first over, score for the Sunrisers 6 for none, and if you're just joining us, Sunrisers winning the toss and electing to bat first in this opening game for these two sides in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, 50 over competition in the women's domestic setup.
Yep, and who won the backward point? Of course, Danny Wyatt.
Yeah,
Is that seniority, do you think?
Maybe seniority. I'd like to know the kind of process going on behind the scenes here in the Vipers, because
I'm
you seem to have had a competition for the slip fielding. You're having a competition for the point fielders.
No competition for point fielders. I was unknown who would be out there today at point, and I was very intrigued. But we're opening the bowling with Georgia Adams.
Now this I'm looking forward to.
So 2 fielders out, a deep square and a deep cover, so 1 either side, and we're bowling to Lizzie McLeod. She bowls, and in defence on the back foot, back to her, will be no run. And the reasoning behind this is the success Georgia Adams has got against Grace Scrivens, so it's a bit of a match-up, not on strike at the moment. There's Adams in, bowls, shorter ball, and that's hit to mid-wicket. Lindsay Smith in the game. She fires it into self-beat.
She doesn't have the most glamorous action, Georgia Adams, but she gets the job done and she targets the stumps, which I think is so key early on. She's not wasting a delivery here.
And quickly through her overs as well. In, that's darted, and that's cut nicely by McLeod. Danny Wyatt's after it, who's very quick. Out to the boundaries again, but the ball has won. That's McLeod off the mark. She moves to 4, and the score 10 without loss.
It's quite funny how within under 2 overs now, we've already had 2 Vipers players almost putting in quite hopeless dives on the boundary, where the pitch is well, the outfield's a bit wet out there, and they've tried to slide along like a slip and slide, but it's kind of been like a dry dirt track, and they've just ground to a halt and ended up lying flat on their chest in the outfield.
Both of them were Danny Wyatt.
Oh, no.
Georgia Adams in again, bowls, this time driven down the ground, fielded by Mary Taylor, will be no run. 10 without loss. The Sunrisers, 9 balls into their innings. As Georgia Adams again starts at the umpire in, bowls, and in defence back to her, will be no run.
She certainly is not giving McLeod much time to think between these deliveries. Just gets the ball, dries it off, back to the top of her mark.
As she's in again, bowls, and this time pushed to mid-wicket. They think about a quick single mix-up. This could be McLeod Dawn, and she's gone. McLeod said yes, hit straight to mid-wicket. Scrivens said no. And that's the Southern Vipers' first wicket of the summer, run out by Lindsay Smith. Score 10 for 1.
And I mean, she looked back at Grace Scrivens there, almost quite frustrated, just going, come on, there was a single there. I don't think there was. It was a good fielder, Lindsay Smith there, getting the throw in. It was a rapid throw just over the stumps for Southby. And poor communication from the Sunrisers early on. We mentioned that the Vipers perhaps look stronger on paper, and the Sunrisers would really have to put in a good effort at the top of the order to get a defendable total on the board. And this is not the start they would have wanted, but it does bring in the new batter, who is
Jodie
Grucock, who's a promising young batter for the Sunrisers. But the perfect start for the Vipers, and you know, even though it's not a wicket necessarily because of the bowlers and how well they've done, but it's the pressure they've managed to build in these first 2 overs already.
Yeah, and look, for me, that was a bit silly from Lizzie McLeod. She didn't need to do that. I think they were 10 without loss after the first 2 overs. 50 overs is a long time.
Jitters maybe.
Just probably wanted to get up the other end, but the Vipers will be very happy out there. That's what they want. A nice clean take from Rihanna Southby as well, taking the gloves.
I don't blame her. I would also be absolutely terrified of facing Georgia Adams. want to get off the strike. Into the third over, Scrivens back on strike as Lauren Bell begins her second over. Blonde ponytail going behind her, and that one's driven on the up again, finds the gap on the offside, and it'll be another boundary for the Sunrisers. Scrivens playing away from her body, but with that away swing, which Lauren Bell gets to the left-hander, it's a pretty safe shot. There's a fielder at point, just probably in line with the stumps, and then the next fielder is over at extra cover. So she's found that gap well, and actually has beckoned, I think, a slight change of field here as Bouchier has now come in at a close catching position, almost 3 pitches away from where Scrivens has stood, because both of her shots now have been slightly aerial. She's not been in control, but it's a quick outfield. Bell in again, straighter, defended by Scrivens to mid-off. No run taken.
Yeah, I think that when you've got 300 back-to-back, Scrivens must be out there full of confidence and sort of, I guess, those pre-season nerves would, although this is the first proper league game, if you like, if you're in that much form, you're just going to be focusing on all the right things out there, not overthinking, which can be a massive thing when they were batting, but this is a key wicket for the Vipers.
Bell runs away from us, bowls, over-pitched and driven, but stopped by a diving fielder at extra cover.
Charlie Dean in there.
Dean. I mean, you say there was a potential options for all the point fielders, but the Vipers are full of a team of incredibly impressive fielders, and they really do back their bowlers up here. Lauren Bell, who's absolutely thrived in this setup at the Vipers, gone from strength to strength. She was in the Vipers Academy when I was originally in there, and now one of us plays for England, and it's not me. Here's Lauren Bell again, back of a length, cut past Danny Wyatt. This should be another 4. To the shorter boundary, quick outfield, which is just beginning to dry up with the sun peeking between the clouds. And the Sunrisers here, despite that quite messy, unnecessary wicket there, they're doing well. They've moved on to 18 for 1. Scrivens 12 off 9. And as you say, she's a woman in form, 300s in their warm-up games.
Yeah, just slightly too much width here from Bell to the left-hander.
She's in again over the wicket, full, driven hard and firm at mid-off by Scrivens. No run taken, and the ball returned to the keeper. Southby on a quite uncomfortable bounce there, not one the keepers look out for.
No, but I think that's a better line from Bell. Obviously, she's going to be shaping the ball away from the left-hander. She just needs to get tight into that off-stump, that 4th channel. Scrivens anything slightly wider, she's throwing her hands at it and cashing in at the moment.
Just the one slip in. Now as Bell bowls to Scrivens, and she drives, just beating Bouchier at that close catching extra cover, and it's another 4 through the covers. This over has been expensive for the Vipers. Sunrisers now 22 for 1 after 3. And Laura Bell, who's a bowler used to almost attacking the stumps, getting those LBW decisions, going her way to the right-handed batter, as you say, just hasn't seemed to have got her line quite right yet to the left-handed Scrivens. And with that shorter boundary, it's looking a bit vulnerable. But
yeah, look, I think as well with Lauren Bell, she's had some time off. She was obviously in the IPL, didn't play after the World Cup, and then she's come back, and rightly so, deserved a bit of a rest coming into this summer. So she's still on a build-up of overs, if you like. So not at her best for the first 2, but she'll come back stronger, that's for sure.
Now here's the matchup you were telling me about before the game. Is this the matchup, or is it one of the matchups?
No, this is the matchup. Scrivens, oh no, Grewcock's facing.
We'll get there.
We'll get there, don't worry.
I'm excited about this. I've heard all the statistical backing.
You imagine if she just stays up the non-striker's end this whole time. But Grewcock is off, so left-handed. Bouchier slips as Adams bowls, and that's cut. That's to a backward point, but Lindsay Smith stops it there. There's 2 points. Lindsay Smith and Danny Wyatt closing that gap, not letting that easy push through. A deep cover, a deep square leg. Everyone else in the ring, because of course it's the power play. Only 2 fielders allowed outside as Georgia Adams in bowls, and in defence by Grewcock. She's getting forward nicely there. Nothing beating that bat. Adams again, quickly back to her mark. Next to the umpire, in and bowls, and that's worked nicely into a vacant square leg for a single. Grucock's off the mark. 23 for 1, the Sunrisers, after 3.3 overs. And this is the matchup. Everyone, the matchup is happening.
I've got my popcorn ready. Basically, a suggestion that Grace Scrivens is vulnerable to the off-break bowler.
I can get you the exact stats that Georgia Adams has. I think she's bowled 3 deliveries at her, and she's got her out once, I want to say, in this 50-over competition. But I am going to have to scroll and find those stats exactly for you. But generally vulnerable to the right arm off break. Just strikes at 22.1 as Adams in bowls, and in defence by Scrivens, back that down to her.
So domestically in this competition, Grace Scrivens has been dismissed by off-break bowling 6 times, in comparison to, well, 3 times by the leg spinner as well.
Adams in bowls, and that's pushed past a diving Charlie Dean at extra cover for a single. She's off the mark. Against the off spin, Scrivens moves to 17, 24 for 1.
So Scrivens might be vulnerable against this, although of course the winter she's had, it's probably been something she's been working on, particularly with that under-19 England camp.
Adams in bowls, and that's in defence by Grucock. Lindsay Smith does the fielding at backward point. That's the end of the over. 4 overs gone. 24 for 1 at the Sunrisers, who will be very pleased with their start, I'd say. Going at a run rate of 6s, ticking over nicely. And I think the Vipers just need to try and build some dot ball pressure here. I think at the moment, both of these players are punishing the bad ball, which is allowing the scoreboard to tick over.
And Lauren Bell continuing, although it looks like she's going to be coming, will she be continuing around the wicket?
This is an interesting field. So just 2 fielders on the leg side, sort of a wide mid-on and a fine leg. And they've packed that offside, so they're going to try and get Scrivens to play across the line. They're going to say, okay, if you want to score some runs, you've got the whole half of the field to do that.
Already some interesting tactics in play. Bell starts the beginning of her 3rd over, bowls and beats the edge of Scrivens' bat again, who's, even though she's picking up those runs, she hasn't looked comfortable, and we say she's had a fantastic winter. She captained the England under-19 squad to the final in South Africa, where they unfortunately lost to India, unfortunately from an England perspective. But she's gained a lot of experience. A lot of people are already saying that should be expecting her England call-up pretty soon. It's a lot of pressure on a young player, but she certainly lives up to the hype. But there's a good battle between her and the Vipers bowlers now, as Bell runs into bowl, full driven on the bounce over the head of the short fielder, away for 4. And wow, it's an interesting tactic for the Vipers. I'm not sure I personally would have continued to just put one more fielder onto that side and kept bowling the same way. Scrivens has shown quite a passion for driving through the covers, and I think early on, when you've got that new ball, attack her stumps. You know, if she's vulnerable to off-break bowling and off-spin, then there shows an early vulnerability to almost, you know, playing and getting bowled through the gate. So when you have a bowler who can target the stumps like Bell, make the most of it, as she's in again, and this time drops it into the offside, bounces on the once to Danny Wyatt at point, and no run taken.
You know what though, for me this is very good batting. You could be a player out there that you've set a field like this and fall into the trap of trying to hit that leg side. She's like, okay, no, it doesn't matter that the fielders are there, I'm going to absolutely belt it through them.
5 fielders, no worries. And I think on that last one, maybe a bit fortunate with some of the bounce, which I think bounced on the wicket the Hampshire men's team played on a few weeks ago. As Bell's in again, and an appeal for caught behind here from Bell. Every Vipers player has run into the middle of the pitch, hands on heads as they're pleading with the umpire. To just say there was a bit of a tickle on that, it was wide, it was full. Grace Scrivens went for a big wafting drive, a booming drive, and
I want to see that replay again. It came up again, but I personally didn't hear anything, but my teammates were convinced. Here we go. Let's see if there's a deviation. She's either hit the floor or she's hit something there, is what I'm going to say.
It's the telltale sign to see where the batter looks afterwards. If there's a panic to look quickly to the keeper, which there was in this situation, then maybe that would indicate a certain thing, but it was given not out. And Bell's in again, bowls straighter, and Scrivens defends to mid-off. And I must say, I've seen a lot of, impassioned appeals in my time, but I think even the fielders who are on the boundary at deep third and fine leg were close to running into the middle. I thought one of them was going to have a heart attack. They were producing an incredible performance, and of course they've got to be a bit careful with how far you go with appealing. And
that was a passionate appeal, I can tell you that. And that ring of fielders on that offside were all in, almost cuddling Lauren Bell.
Bell bowls, driven to mid-off again. Same result, no run, even though Scrivens looks to just creep down the pitch a bit, looking for the single, and that completes the 5th over. The score for the Sunrisers, 28 for 1. Yeah, it was, there's not much you can do when the umpire says it goes that way. Just keep it civil. And of course in the men's county championship at the moment, the umpires are wearing body cams, which isn't for any kind of umpiring decisions or DRS or run-outs. It's purely to monitor player behaviour, which I think is a bit less of an issue sometimes in the women's game. But
we're too nice, Mel.
You've got to get a bit more.
We should be more like a man,
Wow, it's funny you've said that, because I remember listening to something over the winter.
Oh dear. Georgia Adams continues with the ball into Grewcock in defence. Will be no run.
It's not you, you're safe. But
Okay,
it is
I'm
one of our
safe.
dear friends, Georgia Elwis, who was kind of saying that, lovely, obviously we know her, she's the loveliest, cuddliest person on earth. Absolute delight to be around.
Adams in bowls, and then again in defence by Grewcock.
And she was staunchly defending her behaviour on the pitch. And I think it was she mentioned an incident back in the KSL days where she got into, I think it was a Stefani Taylor, she got into a bit of an incident with.
Adams in again, round the wicket, that's played to mid-wicket. Great diving stop by Georgia Hour. She throws into Ree Southby, but a comfortable single in the end from Grewcock. But the Vipers are setting the standards in the field so far. Nothing's getting past. Score 29 for 1.
Yeah, really good bit of fielding there. Georgia Adams just applying pressure in her overs. Unusual opening bowling combination for the Vipers, but it's working in this regard.
Adams in again, bowls in defence by Scrivens. Come on, tell me I need the climax of this.
Well,
Georgia with Stefani Taylor.
Our good friend who helps out a lot with women's statistics, Hypercourse on Twitter, managed to dig up the footage where Georgia Elwis had blamed it on Stefani Taylor.
Adams in bowls, and that's driven, that's beat extra cover, but mid-off comes round nicely, so a dot ball.
And I'm going to have to find it now, but I think the whole thing escalated because our very own Georgia Elwis gave Stefani Taylor a bit of a bump on the shoulder, a bit of a shove on the way back to the top of her mark. And I think it all escalated from there. So it can get nasty on the pitch.
Adams in, bowls, off the back foot by Scrivens, into the offside. Will be no run again. And that's the end of the over. 6 overs gone, 29 for 1, the Sunrisers. Scrivens there, 21 off 22 balls, continuing her form in pre-season. And Grewcock 2 off 7 deliveries. Lizzie McLeod is the batter. Back in the pavilion, run out off Smith for 4. You're listening on BBC Radio Solent and of course the Hampshire Live picture feeds.
I can't find the video now, I'm gutted, but it's certainly a bit of a... What's the worst thing you've done on the pitch? Have you ever got a bit angry?
Got an angry person, Mel.
You're not really, you're quite smiley.
No,
I
can be on the pitch, but I don't think I've done anything awfully bad. I was just trying to think. No, I feel like probably the worst thing I've done is maybe sledge like more misses than Henry VIII or something like that. I think that's pretty woeful behaviour.
Bell in, and the bowls a almost low full toss, which is driven to Wyatt at point for no run.
I'll tell you what, let's get our listeners involved. Can you give us the best sledging lines in cricket? There's plenty out there that I can think of. Get in touch with us on Twitter at @EmsWindsor, at Solent Sport. We want Kev to get them from Hampshire as well.
Yeah, let's.
And what's your handle?
At Melissa G Story.
At Melissa G Story. Get in touch. What's the best sledging that we've got?
Bell, arms pumping, bowls, and that one just deviates in a bit towards Grewcock, the left-handed batter. Both batters out there in the middle, left-handers at the moment. I did get told a good one once when on the way to a Bucks University game, I was meant to take a turning to a fast food place for breakfast, and I accidentally turned into a ditch. And I got told, watch out girls, this girl can't drive, when I was out there batting, which was a fair observation. Bell with his bright yellow soles of her trainers running away from us, bowls and defended by Grewcock into the offside for no run. And a much better line so far this over from Lauren Bell, 3 dots. You just, I don't know, maybe it's just almost that they've got that plan now, that almost, you know, there's a big gap on the leg side, come on, have a go. She's maybe a bit more fired up after being hit for those boundaries. I think that would be enough to fire anyone up, but
different style of player as well. Jodie Grewcock, young, wanting to make her mark.
That one's wide from Bell and swings left alone by Grewcock, and
so she's probably happy to just sit tight, build a bit of an innings. As you can see there, she's left 2 of the deliveries and playing well. Look, they're trying to pack out that offside again. So you've got a mid-off, an extra cover, a catching cover, a point, a third man on the boundary, and a slip.
Well, and they just had moved the fielder over from mid-wicket to pack up that offside for the final 2 balls of this over, just to say, come on, you've faced 4 dots, have a go. Bell's in, and that's short outside the off-stump, cut to one of those cover fielders, and doesn't manage to pierce the infield. She didn't quite go with it with the same power as we saw from Grace Scrivens in Lauren Bell's last over. It was more guided to the fielder, and as you say, she's a young player trying to make her mark on this team who historically haven't had the most success in this competition. They're yet to win a Rachael Heyhoe Flint game, the Sunrisers, and they'll be hoping that today changes that. Lauren Bell around the wicket, bowls straighter, worked in front of square on the onside and finds the only fielder in front of square on that side. So it's another dot ball, a maiden over from Lauren Bell. She'll be pleased with that. After the few boundaries in her last one, she's now bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs.
Yeah, I think that was a brilliant over from Lauren Bell. I think that's exactly what the Vipers need here. Just string some dot balls together, put them under pressure.
Now, Hypercourse are listening, and they've managed to find this video of Georgia Elwes. I feel quite mean because I've suddenly dubbed her in. But as I said, we love Georgia. But as an example for, you know, there can be a bit of aggression on the pitch. So I'll give that a retweet if anyone listening does want to have a look. But I'll leave her alone for today.
Slip still in place then as Georgia Adams bowls to Scrivens, who pushes into that offside. Will be no run. 29 for 1, the Sunrisers. We're into the 8th over of this first innings. The sun is shining. Not much breeze out there as the flags aren't going in the wind. As Scrivens off the back foot again, straight to extra cover, fired back into Southby, who actually takes the bails off unintentionally. But it's turned out to be a nice morning. It was very overcast on the way here. Almost a bit foggy, the clouds were so low, but the clouds are high now as Adams in, and that's hit her on the pad. No appeal as it will be going down the leg side.
Yeah, it was cold this morning. I was staying in my friend's house, who's a student here in Southampton, and student houses at the moment are not warm, I'll tell you that.
Adams, right arm round the wicket, work through mid-wicket. That's a chase up towards mid-on from Lauren Bell. She won't get that. That's raced away to the boundary. A bit of a nothing shot really from Scrivens, and it's flew off her bat for 4. That's a fantastic bit of work from her. She moves now to 25 and the score 33 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant. As you say, hardly much thought put into it, just on the back foot, punching perfectly bisects those 2 fielders.
Adams in, bowls, and in defence this time for Scrivens, just positively pretending to run, teasing these Southern Vipers. And their fluorescent orange shirts today. Georgia Adams just wisps her hair back into position because it's obviously important as Adams in, bowls, fuller delivery but pushed into the offside. Again a dot ball, and that's the end of the over. That's 8 overs gone. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Melissa Story, and we'll have a change in the commentary box. She'll be joined by Hursley Park's Phil Green.
It's interesting from a Sunrisers perspective that, as we mentioned historically, they've struggled a bit in this competition, but they've had a good start to their season, 5 out of 5 wins in the warm-up games before this competition. And Phil, it's good to have you with us. As a
Good to be here, thank you.
A manager of women's teams and stuff, I know you're going to say your team's used to winning, but if you're a team and you've had a few losses in a row, how do you kind of come back from that as a team and your mindset?
Well, I think partly it's down to the individuals within it, isn't it? There's some that come back better, obviously, and some that take it on board and maybe don't respond so well. But I'll let you just take this ball.
Lauren Bell bowling to Grucock, who edges just past the outstretched hand of Georgia Adams at slip. Great bit of work on the deep third boundary and a push for 2 from the Sunrisers batters. That was a good bit of bowling from Lauren Bell. Just that bit of away movement we're so used to seeing to this left-hander. She went for a booming drive, Grucock, who's got pinned down in the last over from Bell. It was a maiden over. She couldn't quite pierce anything through the inner ring, so this time absolutely threw her hands at it. And Georgia Adams is a tall player. You just feel she needed just a few more centimetres and she would have got her hand to the ball there. But Lauren Bell creating chances as she's in again. Bowls to Grucock, who this time plays with more confidence down into the ground to the short cover fielder for none.
Yeah, going back to the winning mentality thing, I think with the Sunrisers having, as you've said already, not won a game in this competition over the 3 years, but you'd like to think that the management be focusing more on what's happened this year pre-season and putting a lot of emphasis on that they've had such a great run in that, and sort of start a new page, if you like, and that's the way you're probably looking at it.
Bell in to Grucock, who works it into the onside, and both batters again take a few steps out of their crease just to kind of say, do we want to take a single there? There's a big gaping gap on the leg side, and they opt not to in the end. Score 35 for 1.
One thing about this offside field, you've mentioned about how packed it is. It's quite interesting that we tend to say sort of fielders on the ring, use that as a generic term, but most of those fielders on the offside are actually well inside the ring. They're inside the 25-yard circle. They're very, very tight.
Bell skips at the top of her mark and comes in past the umpire. Back of a length, pulled into the leg side by Grucock, and this is going to be 4. There's no one out there. It's a big old boundary, and the only 2 fielders in pursuit there from short mid-wicket and deep fine leg. And that's the first boundary of the day to that side of the ground. Moves the score into 39 for 1.
That was one of those 4s that's really annoying for the field, isn't it? That they had to chase because it was not going very fast, but actually really had no chance. But you've got to be seen to be going the whole way and before giving it up.
Certainly, and I mean, I've just noticed how far away the deep fine leg fielder actually looks.
She came a long way.
It's a big old boundary. Bell bowls in defence is Grucock to mid-wicket, and Mary Taylor throws into Southby behind the stumps. Mary Taylor, a player I'm looking forward to seeing play today, both herself and Alice Monaghan, 2 quite relatively new exciting players or bowlers for the Vipers who have come into the team, I guess, in the absence of a Tara Norris, of a Paige Schofield.
Mary Taylor bowled very well in the semi-final at Beckenham last year in a game that we covered on her debut.
Bell in, defending as Grucock into the offside. No run taken, completes Bell's 5th over. She's bowled 5 overs, 1 made in 26 runs without wicket. Could have very nearly had a wicket. In fact, I'm sure a few of the Vipers fielders will argue that she should have, but
it wasn't really even an appeal, it was just a celebration, wasn't it? They just ran and celebrated and like assuming it was out, so well, we're never sure, are we? And we obviously always respect the umpire's decision.
Exactly. And tell us about that semi-final last year that you were at in Beckenham.
Yeah, Mary Taylor came into the side. I think she was a bit of a surprise choice. I'm not sure if that's fair, but it seemed to be. And yeah, she bowled very well in a game against the South East Stars, as Emily said, one of the stronger sides. And obviously helped get Vipers through to the final, although she didn't actually play in that. We've got Charlie Dean coming on at the pavilion in now, bowling round the wicket to Grace Scrivens. So Charlie Dean's first spell of the day. England international now, of course, fully established England player. Round the wicket again. Scrivens just playing that deep square leg. Comfortable single, there's nobody saving a single on that side.
And interesting that Vipers opted to open with Georgia Adams over Charlie Dean.
Yeah, it was obviously, but the inside line there was that it was a match-up, as you mentioned on commentary. It's Dean again, and that's swept by Grucock down to that deep square leg again. Another single. Yeah, it's in the modern game a lot, isn't it? Now all the match-ups you hear about a lot in all the matches on the television and whatever. They do all these stats on the match-ups, and a lot of focus is put on it. So it's Dean to Scrivens again, and that's just defended back to the bowler.
I think one thing I've picked up just from these first, few deliveries from Dean is how much she's varying her pace. I think traditionally before she would bowl a lot quicker, but that third delivery of the over was really slow, which Grucock swept and was lucky to keep down.
Yeah, that's a bit quicker. That one on the leg stump and turned away again. So she's bowled very much straight in this over and worked on the leg side. She's actually got 6 fielders on the offside slip. 2 sort of backward points, very close, short extra cover, mid-off and sweeper. But most of it's going that way at the moment. That one's straighter again. Grucock plays it back. And that's the end of Charlie Dean's first over, which has gone for 3 singles. And Sunrisers, after 10 overs, have moved on to 42 for 1.
Yeah, I think I like the approach from Dean to target the stumps. I think out of all the Vipers spinners as well, she's probably most likely to actually spin it. So if there's a bit of sudden purchase or bounce from the wicket, when it's spinning away from the left-handers, I guess she doesn't want to be too loose and allow them to just throw their hands through the ball. And when you're attacking the stumps, there's always that chance of a wicket, even though these two are looking comfortable. They're still, it's early on in the season. There's getting used to playing on English pitches again as well. And you said the Sunrisers had a few warm-up games in Desert Springs, I think, whilst the Southern Vipers had all of their warm-up games called off.
Yeah. It's great that we're on April the 22nd and we're talking about a batter out there who's already scored 3 centuries this season, isn't it? That is pretty good early season form.
Well, we have a change of bowling, and as you mentioned, who performed well on her debut last year at Beckenham, Mary Taylor is into the attack from the hotel end. She's not got the longest run up, but she'll be bowling over the wicket to Grace Scrivens. She's in on the back foot is Scrivens, punching to cover for no run. And so, do you tell us much about Mary Taylor? Is she a swinger of the ball from what you saw last year?
I think she's more of a seam bowler than a swing bowler, I would say. She's sort of tries to hit the seam and nip it about a little bit. Not great pace, but quick enough. Keeper stood back. She's
in again, and that beats the edge of Scrivens' bat, and just skiddy that delivery as well off the pitch. And it's interesting, she bowls with almost her bowling arm really almost low down to her side. And then almost whips it around like a trebuchet at the last second, which is, I guess, that little extra bit of skid. She's in again. Bowls, Fuller, driven to mid-off firmly by Scrivens, but for no run.
I think she has a sister in the Vipers as well, doesn't she, Emily? Yeah, in the academy, so good sporting family.
I believe as well, doesn't her sister's name also begin with the letter M?
It's Molly? Millie
and Mary.
Yeah,
there
Millie
we go.
and Mary.
Mary Taylor in on the hips of Scrivens, who works that down to fine leg. And they opt for just a single in the end, as good a bit of work from that lonely fine leg fielder on the big boundary down there. Score moves on to 43 for 1.
Not the same Taylor clan as Charlotte Taylor, another Vipers player, or Billy Taylor, who's out there umpiring. So
we could have had a world record for Taylors.
A lot of Taylors out there today.
Mary Taylor is in, and that's defended by Grucock. She's had a good line so far this over from Mary Taylor. And there's just been a tiny bit, you feel, especially off that delivery which beat the bat of Grace Scrivens. Certainly does look skiddy. Just quickens it up for the Sunrisers batters more than they would expect. She's in again, and that's a wide ball. It'll have to be re-bowled as it bounces once before Southby behind the stumps, and just a slightly loose delivery. She has one more ball left in the over to rectify that. Looking at the field she's got in place, of course, outside the 10 over power play now. It's the first over outside. It should have confirmed that as well early on. As Taylor bowls again. Defended for no run, and that completes her first over. Warmly applauded by her own Emily Winter.
Good start by Mary Taylor.
So yeah, of course, outside the 10 overs now. First over, that was outside, meaning the field has spread. 4 fielders allowed in the deep now. And just to run through any people who are unfamiliar with the format of this competition, of course, there's 8 women's regional teams competing against each other, I believe in a round robin competition before 2-match knockout stage. I don't think anything's changed, so I hope this isn't outdated.
And it's split across the season, of course, because they play the Charlotte Edwards Trophy in between in T20.
This runs to early May?
Yeah, I think so. I think they play 4 games in this, and then
3 weeks of Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Yeah.
Jump into the internationals and
100. And yeah. So we've got Charlie Dean again at the pavilion end, bowling to Scrivens, and that's again a straight delivery and just defended very gently. And Southby runs from behind the stumps to pick it up. Crowd's starting to fill up here. I know there's a lot of Hampshire girls age group teams have been given free entry today, which is boosting the crowd. It's good to see. Obviously defended again by Scrivens. And a special shout out for the Hampshire women's disability side, the Adders. I know they're here today in force, so give us a wave if you're listening. I don't know where you are in the crowd.
It'll be about 1 minute delayed, so I'll keep an eye out.
Okay, in again and once again. Third ball of the over is played very much a dead bat by Grace Scrivens and picked up by the wicket keeper. Keeper Southby having a lot to do here. Even though the ball's hitting the bat, she's fielded all of them this over on her debut for the Vipers. Dean in again. This time it's more leg side-ish, and Scrivens misses the turn. I think it's gone off pad, I believe, will be a leg by, confirmed by umpire Billy Taylor. So off strike. She was trying to turn that fine, and there's a big gap down at fine leg, but didn't make contact and just ran the leg by. So Grucock now on strike. See how she can deal with the England off spinner. Very similar, has just played very gently into the offside. Sunrise got a few runs in the power play, so they've got a bit of time to consolidate now. Got a decent start by scoring at 4.5 and over. Dean in again. That's a bit shorter, back foot from Grucock, but she just defends it and chops it down to slip. Fielded by the skipper, George Adams.
I think that one almost caught her out there in the end, Grucock, because it was a quicker delivery from Dean, and I think in her head there was the illusion it was going to be a bit shorter, so she went back and actually had to jam her bat down on the ball just to keep it out. But a maiden over. She was looking to cut it
for sure, but yeah, as you say, just adjusted at the last minute.
Got a message in saying, and this is a question for you, Phil. We've got so many tailors or potential tailors in the future. What's a collective noun for the tailors?
Well, we'll have to think of one of those, won't we?
Because I'm not normally very good at these. I'll let you think while we do this over from Mary Taylor, who'll be bowling to the left-handed Scrivens now on 28. She bowls full Yorker delivery, which Scrivens can't quite get underneath, and it just trickles to mid-off for no run. And I'll quickly add as well that I love that the disability side, the Hampshire disability side, is called the Adders.
The Adders,
to go alongside the Vipers. That's brilliant.
Keeping the snake theme.
Are there snakes in the south of England?
There are. Adders.
Oh, there we go. In comes Taylor, driven to extra cover.
You don't see many of them. They are in the New Forest, but they're more scared of humans than humans are of them, so you don't see them very often. I read somewhere that it'd be 100 years next year. 1924 was the last time that somebody died from an adder bite in England.
Oh.
So it doesn't happen very often.
It doesn't, but now you've jinxed it. I'm not going to the New Forest anymore. In comes Taylor, and it's full, worked off the pads by Scrivens. And just bisects the two fielders, running around from deep square leg and deep fine leg. It's a bit sloppy there from the Vipers. It's not costly, as they kind of decided to have a meeting about who would pick up and throw the ball in there, but the The Sunrisers batters opted not to come back for a third run, and the score moves on to 47 for 1. Well, it's like those things where they always say that you're more likely to be hit by lightning than eaten by a shark or something like that. You know, statistically.
I certainly am, as I don't tend to go in the sea. Yeah, I think that's probably right. There's some of these strange statistics. Things you think are really dangerous don't actually happen that often.
What do you reckon the chances of us getting hit here in the commentary box by the cricket ball would be?
That would be a good shot. We have got these famous six-hitter Emily Windsor with us, of course, but she's up here and not down there.
Mary Taylor in and outside the off stump. Pushed on the bounce by Scrivens to short extra cover for no run. Was that... I saw a bit of marketing recently.
That's what I was referring
for the 100, where it said power hitters or big hitters or something, and it had a picture of Emily Windsor on it.
Yeah, I think when she comes back on commentary, you have to ask her to talk us through her favourite sixes that she's hit.
Taylor in, solid in defence is Scrivens. Back towards the bowler, and this has been a good start from Mary Taylor. I know I can't wait personally to make a cup of tea, sit back and maybe listen on how I can expand my power hitting game. I want to learn only from the best. She's showing me some bicep curls now, which is frankly intimidating. Mary Taylor in over the wicket. Bowls wider, and this is driven past the diving cover fielder for 4. Brilliant shot from Grace Scrivens and brings up the Sunrisers 50. 50 runs after 13 overs. And after winning the toss, electing to bat first from the Sunrisers captain, Kelly Castle, you'd say that the Sunrisers would be happy with where they've gone.
I think so, yeah. I think having won the toss, which I think was a bit of a surprise to some people, they decided to bat. I know that the Vipers would have bowled first, but Emily's pointed out that the Sunrisers aren't traditionally a good chasing side. Stats would tell you they're not particularly good setting side either, but they struggle more. They struggle more on the chase, so that's probably the reason. But I think they'll be very happy at this score. Charlie Dean again round the wicket and swept, and Woodcock has got hold of that one. Not full contact, I don't think, but enough to get it down towards the boundary, and a comfortable 2.
There's a nice shot there from Woodcock.
Fielded by Bouchier down there at deep square leg. I do find it quite hard from this distance to identify all of the players all the time, but luckily we have Emily here who knows them all clearly. Charlie Dean in again. That's on the back foot this time, a little bit quicker again, as Mel said, varying her pace. That's pushed out into the offside, fielded by Danny White. No, Lindsay Smith.
I mean, a lot of the time in certain teams you tend to see there's a lot of blonde ponytails, which I think can be confusing.
Yeah, like you two. Yeah. This one's driven up to mid-on. Quite nicely played, but no real power, and Lauren Bell's up there. The tall figure of Lauren Bell. That
is a figure who is usually quite easy to identify.
Yes, you can always
especially when
tell
Charlotte Taylor's playing as well. Those two are quite easy to spot.
Yeah. This one quicker again, and slight appeal as it's going down the leg side, but I think that's just probably going on with the arm. So Charlie Dean again, pavilion end. And that's on the back foot. It's forced by Woodcock. It's a better shot, and she's got it wide of Bell, so there's a single this time. Just beat the short mid wicket on the dive for a single. That takes her up, excuse me, up to 12. Score now 54 for 1. And Scrivens back on strike. He's on 34. Looking good. Charlie Dean. Oh, and there's a bit of a shout for that. The sort of stifled appeal. Again, probably going on with the arm.
Scrivens was a bit far out of her crease there as well, and I think...
Yeah. So the end of the over, 54 for 1. The run rate being pulled back a little bit here by Dean and Taylor. Dean's now bowled 3 overs for 6. So I'm thinking, going back to the collective now for Taylor's, I thought maybe a stitch of Taylor's.
Oh, that's good.
Might work.
Yeah, no, I really like that.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with that.
How did you multitask like that, thinking up such a great collective noun as well as doing ball-by-ball commentary?
Yeah, it's not only females that can multitask, apparently. Yeah, but anyone wants to send in any other suggestions, be good to hear.
Send in to @SolentSport if you want to spam us and the Hampshire men's game at the same time. We'd absolutely love that. As Mary Taylor's in, short pulled into the leg side and out to deep square leg where Alice Monaghan fields and keeps that down to just a single. She's got a powerful arm out there in the deep.
That came in like a bullet, didn't it? Yeah.
And of course, message us on Twitter as well on our personal handles. You can do @MelissaGStory as Taylor is in again. That's cut off the back foot. And @EmsWindsor. Do you have Twitter, Phil?
I don't.
No.
No.
You can send a carrier pigeon to Phil.
I can't.
If you'd
Yeah,
like.
I've just learnt to text on the phone.
Well, you're multitasking and you've just learnt how to text. This is some week for you. Taylor in to Scrivens over the wicket. Full, takes the edge of the bat down to deep third. I mean, I think it's that picks up a single and moves the score on to 56 for 1. But although Scrivens has gone on to 35 and she's looked relatively comfortable, I would say the one weakness, and really the only weakness she has shown, is just that playing away from her body. It's brought her a lot of runs as well. It gives her that reach through the covers, but she can look vulnerable as in comes Taylor to Grewcock, who slaps that out to deep cover on the offside for a single, and the score moves up by 1 again to 57 for 1.
Of course, it's often your strength that is also your weakness, isn't it? And I would say she's been given a lot of chance to throw her arms outside the off stump today. That's been the tactic from the Vipers to bowl there. So
Taylor in full, driven straight past her, and Georgia Adams gets around at mid-off to cut that one off and keep it to a dot ball. Certainly, and the Vipers have bowling options here, of course, as well. They've used the 4 bowlers so far. They've also got the option of Lindsay Smith, who's recently returned to the South Coast. She was with the Vipers in the KSL, then went to the Diamonds up in the north as that's pushed into the offside. Chance of a run out here if it's a direct hit. No.
I think that would have been gone if it had been.
And that was, I mean, it was a quick single. I hardly even noticed they'd gone for the run because it seemed like such an implausible thing to do, and it was a bullet throw in, a bit too wide, and I think it would have required a direct hit, but even if it hadn't, it was too much for Rihanna Southby, the keeper, to get round and kind of flick it behind her.
I think Grewcock was a little bit slow setting off, actually. She was probably surprised, as you were, Mel, that he took the single, I think. But it was quite a tight one. Charlie Dean was fairly tight in there on the offside, and it wasn't that wide of her. Still people coming in, it's good to see. I think this is a pretty good crowd for middle of April, mid to late April. Dean in again to Scrivens, who drives nicely straight. Doesn't manage to beat the diving Lauren Bell, comes across and gets a long frame down. It's good use, saved any more runs, but they managed to get through for a single.
I mean, that was highly impressive from Laura Bell, 'cause it's a long way to go down, but once she's down, it's kind of like a freight train. You're not going to get past it.
That's right. So Grewcock back on strike. And, that's beaten her. That's probably turned a little bit, I think. Beaten on the defensive shot, and Rhys Southby's taken the bails off. No suggestion of a stumping, but keepers like to do that as a good practice. Just take the bail. Dean in again round the wicket. This time she's on the pull shot, really, but sort of straight pull to mid-on. No run.
That second ball of the over, looking at the replay on the live picture feed, really did spin nicely. Yeah. She slowed it up a bit, Charlie Dean, as well.
Got a bit of grip, yeah. And that one a little bit quicker again, but driven. So Grewcock taking her time here, 14 off 35, but she's a young player, Jodie Grewcock, only 18. I think this is her 3rd game for the Sunrisers, so trying to establish herself. Charlie in again, and that's swept. That's a nice shot, but straight to the fielder. Picked out by Bouchier on the deep square leg boundary. The shorter of the 2 boundaries for a single.
And that brings up the 50-run partnership between Scrivens
yes,
and Grewcock as well.
Last ball of the over, Dean in again. And that's nicely played, just a little late dab. And again, quite a tight run, but comfortably in the end. Another single to Scrivens, and she moves on to 38. And at the end of the over, there's 61 for 1.
And I'll just be swapping out with Emily Windsor, but just very quickly, Phil, in this situation, how are the Vipers going to look about taking that second wicket? And after those words from you, it'll be Emily Windsor.
Well, I think there's always two ways to look at taking wickets. One is the actual wicket-taking ball, and the other one is scoreboard pressure, isn't it? And I think you'll get to the situation with a player like Jodie Grewcock probably who'll start feeling under a little bit of pressure at the run rate, and that itself can be a wicket-taking weapon. In terms of actually wicket-taking balls, I think the spin from Charlie Dean in the last over is a good sign, and if she can do that, particularly to the left-handers, that's obviously a wicket-taking threat. I'd have to say, based on the last over, that a run-out looks an option. There's been a couple of tight calls there, so there's a few options for them.
Yeah, look, I think Vipers' fielding on the whole has been very impressive so far, which is what they'd like to see. Is Alice Monaghan into the attack for the first time, bowls, and that's in defence by Scrivens. Alice Monaghan's worked really hard on her bowling this winter, so really excited to see how she goes out there. But I think Vipers just need to find a way to string some dot balls together, make the batters do something different.
Yeah, I think. Do you think the Vipers will be quite happy at this stage, or a bit frustrated that they haven't got more of a breakthrough?
There's Monaghan at the top of the mark from the hotel end as the batter pulls away. I think as a team we like getting wickets, and almost one of our work-ons really is to stay up when they aren't happening and try and restrict and build some pressure. And I think on the whole, keeping them under 4s, we'd be very happy just 1 wicket down, but in the back end, if they've got wickets in hand, as Monaghan in, bowls, and that's in defence again by Scrivens. If they've got wickets in hand, then that's a dangerous prospect, because they can obviously go hard at the back end. And looking at their lineup, they've got some really good strikers of the ball. They've got Maddie Villiers to come in next, Saskia Hawley, who's an Australian, Scottish international player who's good with the bat, and then you've got Joe Gardner, who we know can clear boundary ropes. As Monaghan in again, bowls off the pads from Scrivens, just rotating the strike. Bouchier's in off the rope, so it'll keep it to a single.
Good to see Alice Monaghan getting a bowl. She's been around the camp for 2 or 3 years now without getting regular opportunities, hasn't she? Not too many bowling opportunities. But as you say, she's worked on her bowling, obviously, and getting a bowl quite early in the day today, which is good.
Yeah, I think the main thing for Alice was her consistency, and she's delivered that in our pre-season games as she's in and bowls. That's shorter, and that's pulled away nicely down to fine leg. Ella McLachlan does the fielding. 1 bounce into the keeper, Rihanna Selfby. Scrivens moves to 40, and the score 64 for 1.
Alice has been with one of the other. Was she with Northern Diamonds at times as well?
That was in the KSL early
Okay,
days, so since it's been as it is.
She's been with Vipers.
Scrivens on strike then as Monaghan bowls a full toss. She's chipped it up in the air. That's beat Georgia Adams in the circle at mid-off, and that will be 4 runs to Grace Scrivens. She's moving swiftly now on to 43 off 57 balls. Score 67 for 1.
Yeah, it's a loose ball. First really loose ball we've seen.
Tell you what, anything that hits Scrivens' bat at the moment just seems to fly off. She's got a beauty in her hands, that's for sure, and she's definitely showing signs of being in form.
And just eluding the fielders, which is always good for the batter.
The Vipers wait as that's pulled into the leg side. Maya Bouchier doesn't get in. 1 bounce to her out in the deep. That was in the air, but again timed nicely by Scrivens. That's the end of the over. 68 for 1. Scrivens on 44. Grewcock's played nicely alongside her, building a partnership on 16.
Yeah, I think she didn't quite get hold of that. It's probably lucky that she didn't. It might well have carried too much. It's a long way out there. That's the longest part of the ground probably, and it fell well short. But yeah, just starting to accelerate a little bit now, Grace Scrivens, and she does look a player in good nick. What do you think? She must be quite close to the England setup, do you think?
Yeah, look, the volumes of runs she scored last year and then the same this year. I think if you continue to do that at domestic level against a good bowling attack, you've got Lauren Bell, you've got Charlie Dean, who play international cricket here. It's got to be marked at some point. That's driven by Scrivens up to mid-off.
Yeah, I think she must be thereabouts, and obviously captaining under 19s as well. And I think she had a good individual session in that. It's Dean in again, bowling round the wicket. And Scrivens managed to force that on the offside into the gap, and thinking about 2, but Alice Monaghan was round quickly. Although they might get it now from the overthrow.
Hit the stumps.
Yeah, hit the stumps. There's always a little bit unlucky, considered a bit unlucky when that happens. Ball hit the stumps. There was no danger of the run out, but it ricocheted away, and Grace Scrivens got back for a second run.
Lots of children in here today.
Yeah,
up on the gantry, some activation settings. It looks like a trampoline actually, Phil. I might have to give that a go later.
Dean in again. That's played on the offside for a single by Scrivens, quite a comfortable single. I know it's increasing, but it's quite unusual in the women's game still to see 2 left-handers at the crease. We don't see that many left-handers in the women's game. We've talked about that a lot, of why that is maybe compared to the men's game. But 2 in together here, which will probably suit Charlie. And that's swept in the air by Grucock, but again didn't really get hold of it. And it's gone quite slowly out to deep mid-wicket for a single.
And I imagine having the 2 left-handers in is why Lindsay Smith has been held back this long. Obviously, she shows threatening to a right-handed batter, but I think for me it's now time that we see Lindsay Smith, and I think there's just been conversations.
She often takes a new ball, doesn't she?
Yeah, there's just been conversations with Georgia Adams there, suggesting we might see her soon.
That one's defended by Scrivens, back to the bowler. So very tidy from Charlie Dean here into a nearly through 5 overs for 13, as you'd expect, I guess, from the premier spinner in the game. That one's very short, dragged down a bit and hit through the offside, but Monaghan very quick round the ground. They're going to come back for 2. This could be, it would have been tight, I think, had the throw been straight, but it was a bit wide of Charlie Dean, and they managed to get back for a second.
I think Sunrisers have actually run really well between the wickets other than that run out, very positive, and I think rightly so. When you're 74 for 1 into the 18th over, these 2 just look like they've got the pace of the pitch, the ball's coming on nicely, they're rotating the strike well, which I think's important in these middle phases at the Ageas Bowl when it's a big playing surface. You do get reward for your runs, obviously, because when you beat the infield, it will race away for 4. But when the field is spread like this, it can be quite challenging to get boundaries, which is why.
But there's plenty of singles on offer, aren't there? As they picked up in the last over.
Hitting those pockets, find the 2s. As Grucock just poises and faces up to Alice Monaghan with number 20 on her back and her long blonde hair. Charges in to Grucock and bowls. That's swinging into her, and good line, good length, and respected by Grucock. Will be no run.
Keeper gone back now. She was up to the stumps for Alice's first over. She's now gone back. I don't know if that's the bowler request, would it be, or the keeper?
Or if she's up to Scrivens, who's not batting
possibly,
in her
maybe
crease.
That may be it, yes.
The 12th man, Finty Trussler from St Cross, just walking round, hydrating her fielders. There's Monaghan again, pumping her arms, bowls, full toss, and that's driven up to the tall Lauren Bell at mid-on. She's got a nice plait in her hair today. All these blonde looks out there. It's quite hard to pick the players for you, Phil, hey?
Always, especially this height, yeah.
Up nice and tall.
But Lauren is very distinctive.
Monaghan again just poises at the top of her mark. A little shuffle. And charges in and she bowls. That's a Yorker length delivery, duck out to her back with a point. Lindsay Smith comes flying in, but a good single again, good positive running from the Sunrisers. She's on 18, the score 75 for 1. Where are the Vipers going to get a breakthrough here, Phil?
As I say, I think that Charlie Dean's getting a little bit of turn against the left-handers. You'd fancy that, but the batters do look very well set. A run out is always an option, of course. We have one already. There hasn't been a lot beating the bat, has there really? A couple early on, but not many have got past.
Looks a good pitch to bat on.
Yeah. And they look like a team that has played a lot of good warm-up games.
In comes Monaghan to Scrivens this time. Full driven sweetly. That is a fantastic shot by Scrivens, beating extra cover, beating mid-off. And that brings up Grace Scrivens 50 off 64 balls. She raises her bat to her teammates who are standing and applauding in the home dressing room, because the away team's in the home dressing room.
Why is that?
Because the Vipers have their own dressing room now in the away.
Okay.
But what a fantastic knot from Scrivens.
So where's the Vipers dressing room? Where will they be sat in a second?
We're in the away, what's conventionally the men's away dressing room is the Vipers' home dressing room.
Left as we look.
But what a shot that was from Scrivens to bring up her 50. She's on 53 then as Monaghan in bowls. That's off her pads this time, worked into the onside. Fielders coming quickly to the ball, and the answer is no for the seconds from Scriven as Ella McCacken does well there. She's on to 54, 80 for 1 now, the Sunrisers. I've just had a text from Carla Rudd to say she's listening on, which is lovely to hear, Carla. We miss you down here in the orange and black. Chose the working life instead of the cricketing life as Monaghan in, and that's dug out, a Yorker length delivery by
Director of
Grewcock.
Sport at a school in
Cambridge.
Cambridge, is it? Yeah. Good for her.
So that's 19 overs gone, 80 for 1. Yeah, it's good for her. She's doing very well in her career. We obviously miss her. But
one of the best keepers in this competition over the years, of course.
For sure, the record speaks for herself. And gonna have a change of bowling, Phil. Lindsay Smith, as I said, we can't hold her back any longer.
Interesting that they had such a good time, or Grace Scrivens, particularly in Desert Springs. The wicket must have improved a bit, because I think Hampshire men went over there about a month ago, didn't they? And they had to call the game off after about 6 balls because it was too dangerous.
Yeah, it hit someone in the head off a leg.
But obviously it's calmed down a bit if she's managed to score that sort of volume of runs on there. I know they're having a few problems over there. Then that's a permanent groundsman for quite a while at Desert Springs. So as Emily's pointed out, Lindsay Smith now coming into the attack on her return for the Southern Vipers. Going to bowl a left arm spin from the pavilion end. It looks like she's going to bowl over the wicket. Again, as we were saying, probably would prefer there to be at least one right-hander out there, but at the moment it's her job to get one of these out so she can bowl at a right-hander. Have that option. So she's got a short fine leg, which is cutting off that run area from the last time, and a mid-wicket, deep square, long on. Come back to the offside. That's a bit short to start off with, and back foot punched down the ground by Grace Scrivens. She's been good in that area as well. Just be a single.
I think what's impressed me so much about these two players, I think early season you can get caught, can't you, trying to hit too square, but they've got the rewards by playing even back foot, front foot, hitting straight down the ground, and I think that's something the Vipers batters need to be watching and learning from.
Smith again. Clips it through mid-wicket. It does beat mid-wicket, so it's a single. So yeah, going back to the offside field, we've only got 4 fielders on the offside. There's backward point, a sort of short extra cover, a mid-off, and a sweeper out on the cover boundary. 5 on the leg side, so that suggests where the line she's trying to bowl. But that's driven straight back to her by Scrivens. Fielding for home bowling by Lindsay Smith. I
actually asked Lindsay Smith how many wickets she was going to get today. And her first answer this morning was 7.
Okay, okay. Well, in that respect, she'll be pleased that there was only 1 been taken when she came on. Otherwise, that could have been sorted for her. That one's played out to backward point for no run. Yeah, that's nice to be optimistic, isn't it? She
did then say she probably wouldn't get 1, but like the optimism.
In again over the wicket, and again on the spot. Nice, it's bowled straight back to her. Good tidy start here from her. Because Lindsay was in the England setup. Of course, she played. I remember in the Women's T20 in West Indies. She was playing. That was short and again punched that now familiar shot from Grace Scrivens. Just forced down to long on. Comfortable single. So there's 3 runs from Lindsay Smith's first over, and the Sunrisers moved on to 83 for 1 at the end of the 20th. Yeah, they're just ticking along nicely, rotating the strike, building a very good partnership. And then on the gantry, there's a lot going on. These catch-it ramps look very different. I've not seen these before. There's some with a hole in. Yeah. They're all bright colours. There's lots of children there. You're involved in some skills
I am at half time.
Coaching at half time, aren't you? Out on the field there.
I'm actually one of the 175 children that are supposedly joining in.
I think there's a lot of girls quite excited about the fact they'll be seeing Emily Windsor on the field at the interval.
But yeah, nice crowd in.
Personality in this area that you're on.
Good crowd, all mainly in the Shane Warne stand as we look from the hotel end to the right. As Alice Monaghan into Scrivens, and that's played onto her pad. And she picks up the ball and then throws it into the ground to the bowlers.
Personal hate of mine, that batter picking the ball up.
And then just dropping it.
Well, just picking it up at all, why bother? It's fielder's job.
You wouldn't do that, would you, Phil?
I certainly wouldn't, never did.
Waste your energy bending down, pick that ball up.
It's fielder's job, isn't it? And also, of course, you can be out handled the ball if the team felt inclined.
Now that dismissal would be like a Mancad 2.0, wouldn't it? As Monaghan again in big gather bowls, and that's worked into mid-wicket. They come through for a single, Monaghan in. Shies at the bowler's end, but miles past the stumps, but a dot ball. 84 for 1. I think the Vipers here, though, they just need to settle in, not get too frustrated, not do anything silly. Just keep bowling the right areas, keep being patient.
Yeah, I think, as I say, I think they're probably quite happy with their situation at the moment. It's like the game, you'd probably say it's like 50-50, and both teams are reasonably happy.
Monaghan in, that's down the leg side, taken by Ree Southby. Not given a wide, so must have hit the pad.
Hit the pad, I guess, yeah. In the IPL now, you can review that, can't they?
Those games take far too long for me, Phil.
Ridiculous.
Far too long. Sunrisers in an all-black kit with red numbers on the back of their shirts. Overcast conditions with a slight tinge of blue sky. As Monaghan in, and that's played back to her. Again, no run.
Their new kit as well, apparently. I don't know if it's just a sponsor change, or were they in black before they weren't they?
Yeah, they were in pretty similar, to be fair. I think there's been a lot of new kits on the circuit this week. Some look nicer than others. No comment on that. As Monaghan again at the top of her mark from the hotel end, and she has number 20 on her back and is charging in. That's down the leg side, and Ree Southby can't get a glove on this. The umpire is poised to signal. They're given wide, so that will be 2 wides. Let's just have a little look at the scorecards from the other Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games around the country. The Blaze are playing, so the new Trent Blaze from Nottingham are playing the Central Sparks. Blaze are batting first, 85 for 3. Tammy Beaumont still there, 43 not out. Arlott and Potts with the wicket, so the 2 seamers as Monaghan in. Bowl, that's hit Scrivens on the pad, and they're going to come through for a quick leg by. Bouchier diving in, but not quick enough. That's given runs off the bat. So Marie Kelly out without scoring. Georgie Boyce 28, so she built a partnership with Tammy Beaumont, and Catherine Bryce with just the 1 run. The other games, South East Stars are 79 for 1 into the 18th over. Kira Chatley there on 32 alongside Bryony Smith as Monaghan in. Bowls, and that's pulled away sweetly. That's going to split deep square and fine leg, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot that by Grucock. She's just building an innings here. She's on to 23 and the score 91 for 1. Ree McDonald-Gay is the batter to be dismissed from the South East Stars for 19. And then the final game, which must be Western Storm versus the Northern Diamonds. Start delayed due to rain, so no balls bowled.
Where's that being played
in up north.
North.
Up north,
okay.
at Northern Diamonds. It's
Okay.
being played at Leeds. So that's the update from all the teams so far.
Thank you for that. So Lindsay Smith again. And that's driven down to the long on, who's been very busy in that position. Easy single, keeping the scoreboard ticking. Scrivens up to 58.
They have a long arm, don't they, to Scrivens, and then bring them up for Grucock. Good captaincy from Georgia Adams.
This one she's forward but can't find a gap, pushes it straight to short extra cover. She sort of pushes hard at the ball, doesn't she, in the front foot, Grucock. Doesn't look like she's got very soft hands, but that one she's driven, and that's gone to the mid-on that's been brought up, as Emily pointed out. It's cutting out that single that they're offering to Scrivens, but not to Grucock. Smith in again, back foot this time on the pull shot, and good contact, but straight to my Bouchier at deep square leg for a single.
Yeah, good start this from Lindsay Smith.
Yeah, very
dots or
very
ones,
accurate,
dots or ones. That's probably what I'd be saying out there.
Yeah, no loose balls yet. In again to Scrivens, and going back to long on again. Long on now back. Happy for her to take the single.
Yeah, she just elegantly used her wrist there, didn't she, just to push it.
Yeah, it looked like
up
from
to that long on.
off stump or just outside line, but she's worked it through there. And the last ball of the over, Grucock forces back down the pitch, fielded by Smith. So yeah, 2 tight overs from Lindsay Smith, 2 overs for 6. Runs coming a little bit more frequently from this end at the moment, so we may be seeing a change there, I think. Alice Monaghan's bowled 3 overs.
I think here that George Adams, George Rowers, Lindsay Smith having conversations about where to go. And I think obviously wickets, breakthroughs are important, but if they can just keep building 2-3 runs and over, string some dots, take away the loose deliveries, and then they might start to build some pressure. But I think sometimes there's a danger, isn't there, when you start trying to seek and find that wicket.
Yeah, there is. You can. Like I said earlier, it's a bit of cat and mouse, isn't it? Sometimes just keeping the pressure on gets you the wicket, scoreboard pressure. But Georgia Adams coming back now at this end.
But I also think as well, changing the bowlers up regularly is not a bad thing.
No,
when you're finding a wicket, you don't want the batters to settle.
That's right, especially when there's no wickets going. Keep changing it around, keep them thinking.
So to Scrivens,
she's doing that.
She's got a vacant onside as Adams in bowls, and that's pushed past her at mid-on, and they come through for a single. Scrivens off strike. She's on to 61 off 76, playing beautifully here, continuing her form. Just to mention, the last 3 games she's got 300s.
In one of them, nobody else in the team scored double figures. It was quite an interesting looking scorecard, wasn't it?
95 for 1 into the 23rd over the Sunrisers. Fields change to Grucock, and mid-wickets come into place, and mid-on and mid-off up inside the circle. As Adams in full, played off the back foot, cut nicely out to deep cover. Danny Wyatt out there. England international, freshly back from fair break. Looking forward to playing today, and I haven't mentioned yet, Phil, it's her 32nd birthday today. Danny Wyatt, 32 today. She got welcomed to a happy birthday in the dressing room.
Happy birthday, Danny.
As Adams in bowls, that's cut again nicely.
Not sure she wanted you to mention which particular year's birthday it was, but
out to Danny Wyatt. I'm sure she would never have listened to know, but yeah, very happy birthday to her. Recently engaged as well. 97 for 1 as Adams in bowls, and that's driven out to mid-wicket. Ella McCacken's coming round, turns and picks up and throws back to George Adams in the bowler end. Grucock to 26 now. 4 singles so far this over. 2 balls remain.
Quite a lot of clouds about, but it's quite bright still.
In bowl, that's driven nicely by Scrivens, beating a diving extra cover and mid-off, and that's 4 more runs to her tally, and the Sunrisers 100 up in the 23rd over. That's a shot, isn't it, Phil?
It is, that's a great shot. That's
slightly uppish, but
and almost sort of a bit inside outish, really, wasn't it? It was. She does look a class player.
Adams then in again. That's bowls, and this time worked onto the onside, out to Alice Monaghan at deep square leg, just for a single. 102 for 1, the Sunrisers. 103 for 1, sorry, that's the end of the over. Scrivens takes the strike again, which is probably not what the Vipers want.
No, looking quite ominous at the moment, the batters, aren't they? Particularly Scrivens, obviously playing the major role in this partnership, but Grucock doing a good job. I think there'll be a confidence boost for her as a young player. Got to 26 off 52, which is obviously strike rate of 50, but doesn't matter too much because runs are coming well at the other end. So she'll be quite happy with her contribution, I'm sure. But Lindsay Smith now started off well. over the wicket again. Oh, and that's beaten the bat, and it's been given out. It's been given out stumped. There wasn't a lot of foot movement from Scrivens, but obviously just dragged, and yeah, and stumping from Rhys Southby, her first victim for Vipers, and that's a really important breakthrough for the Vipers. Yeah, it was just a defensive shot, really, wasn't it? It just must have just dragged and lifted.
Slight loss of balance, lifted
Yeah.
her foot out, but that's a big dismissal to make with that one of those.
Yeah.
That would certainly be one that went upstairs, but a big dismissal that for the Southern Vipers. Scrivens walking back to the pavilion for 67. They've worked hard for that, and 103 for 2 now, the Sunrisers, but that is the big wicket.
Yeah, that will change the game considerably, I would suggest. Puts a bit more pressure on the established batter now to kick on. We've got, is it Maddie Villiers coming in, would it be?
Yeah.
Teammate of yours at Oval Invincibles, of course, isn't she?
She certainly was, yeah. A good all-rounder, I think.
Very good fielder, I know that.
Yeah. Got a senior role in this Sunrisers side,
Yeah.
so we're looking forward to seeing how she goes out there today. But a breakthrough just stems the run flow, especially when it's Scrivens who's batting beautifully out there. A fantastic knock from her, 67 off 80 deliveries. But the Vipers will be very happy with that one.
So I know you professional players are very hot on diet and things like that. It's interesting, I was reading some, Maddie Villiers' favourite food, and you're going to have to explain this one to me, Emily, is bio beans, B-A-O, beans, with rice paper rolls and some sort of sauce, pesto sauce, Is that something you would...
I think Maddie is vegan. So,
there weren't too many words there that were familiar to me, I must admit.
I can't lie, they weren't too familiar to me either.
Yeah. Anyway, she's on strike, and she's driven her first ball to mid-off for no run. So I hope she's had a plate full of what I've just said. Ready
Can
to
I
bat.
ask where you found this out, Phil?
Well, it's all about research, isn't it? Oh, and that's... should have been out. Second ball, she's driven that straight to short extra cover.
Charlie Dean in there.
And it wasn't that difficult to catch, I have to say, sort of shoulder height. It slipped through her hands. She got off the mark with a single, but that really should have been a third wicket for the Vipers. It brings Grucock back on strike, the left-hander. And that's clipped to Charlie Dean at mid-wicket for no run. So that would have been a big breakthrough, getting
two very quickly.
Two big names in the same over would have been very handy. Anyway, Lindsay Smith in the game. To Grucock, who flicks this away through mid-wicket for a comfortable single. Deep square leg, Bouchier coming round, and the throw again hits the stumps. This time doesn't ricochet away for an overthrow.
Crowd enjoy that as well, nice
Yep.
applause.
Yeah.
But the batter...
Bless you.
Sorry everyone, I couldn't react quick enough. Oh, that's a good bit of radio for
Excellent. Last ball of the over now from Lisa Smith, round the wicket, of course, because Villiers is a right-hander. And she drives that straight back to her. So a successful over there from Lindsay Smith, important breakthrough. And Sunrise 105 for 2, and I'm handing back to Mel, am I? Mel
Yes,
seems to
certainly are, and she's just watched back my sneeze live because obviously there's a slight delay, and now she's howling with laughter. But little do you know that you're meant to be on air, Melissa Story, rather than taking the mickey out of me. So we have a change in the commentary box. Thank Phil Green. Score 105 for 2 then. That was a fantastic over by Lindsay Smith. 3 overs for 8 runs, 1 wicket so far. And Georgia Adams, number 1 on her back, in to the left-handed Grucock bowls, and that's played back to her. Hello, Melissa
Hello.
Story.
Hello, Mrs. Sneezy. I had to run off and make sure that I got the lag on the BBC app to screen record that moment.
Adams in, bowls, and that's worked nicely by Grucock, past mid-wickets. Misfielded by Ella McCacken, who looks very deflated there. And the shot throw not cleanly into Rihanna Southby's gloves, but she's working hard there behind the stumps. 106 for 2 then. That wicket feels like it's just swayed it back to the 50-50 mark, because Scrivens was the big wicket. Potentially could have had a let off early if she hit that one off Lauren Bell, given not out.
It's a shame she didn't hit that one.
But big wicket anyway for the Southern Vipers, and these two need to build a partnership now. Maddie Villiers was dropped on naught, and she faces up to Adams, and that's played back to her down the ground.
Yeah, it was one of those things where you were sat back and kind of the passage of time was somehow going really quick but really slow, and things were just ticking by for the Vipers.
Adams in, that swept nicely over mid-wicket out to birthday girl Danny Wyatt at deep mid-wicket for a single. We're into the 25th over, 107 for 2. Looks a great batting track out there. I think keeping them at around 4s would be a good place for the Vipers, as the left-hand, right-hand combination. Adams in, bowls. It's a half and a pill as it hits her on the pad, but will be no run. But just now they've got this breakthrough, this wicket. They're sort of dots or ones, isn't there? So it's slowing the run rate down.
And Scrivens was the one who was scoring at that rate in the partnership. Grewcock's done fantastic.
As Adams in, bowled, flighted, and that's played back to her. Another dot ball. That's 25 overs gone. We're halfway. The score is 107 for 2.
But she is striking at less than 50, and as this game progresses and we go through the different power plays and parts, she is going to have to, you think, accelerate. And I actually think at this point, when a player has faced now 56 deliveries, she needs to be taking control in this partnership. There's just not the default that, oh yeah, but Maddie Villiers has played for England, she's the more senior one. No, she's still the new batter at the crease. You know what it's like out there, and as you say, it looks like a good batting surface, in all honesty. There wasn't too much for the bowlers early on, and anything there has been has pretty much been from the cloud cover. So
look, I think as well,
yeah,
I think she's played nicely till now. I think looking at this lineup, they've got a lot of power in that middle order to come. We haven't seen Saskia Hawley, who's the Australian who plays for New South Wales, Australian-Scottish player. So she's going to be an exciting one to see. But I think every time Vipers pick up a wicket, they're back in the game. They're back in the game. They're back in the game. And that, I know what it's like being out there with the girls. That brings an energy, that brings a pump. And there was a period there where they were a little bit flat. They were just knocking the ball about, and it looked like they were seeking for a wicket. Then they've got that wicket. They're now going to be up and about again. They're having a little drink, a few tabs in their water bottles. They're going to be re-energised. The captain's probably going to be saying, come on girls, like, let's stick at it. And if Vipers pick up wickets, that's going to keep them in the game. If these two build a bit of a partnership, probably at this stage they want to be looking at a runner ball. You want to be looking at 4s, 5s, 6s and over. Then back end, last 15 overs, you've got wickets in hand. They can be really destructive. But I think what Scrivens did so well, she was positive throughout her innings. But when you've scored 300s and you're in that form, you're going to be positive.
I mean, that's the thing. It really does blow you away, because myself, and I'm sure lots of other people listening, may be part of the camp of people who have never scored 100. So the fact that the season hasn't even officially begun and she's already scored 300s, goes to show the kind of player she was. A massive wicket, as you say, for the Vipers to have taken recently, and the cliche of wickets after drinks as well. It is just about a 2-3 minute break where the players are having a chat and a drink, but it does mentally just like rejuvenate you, and you feel that after this they'll probably just be repeating exactly what you've just said to us, that yeah, we were maybe a little bit flat now, but we've got the chance to turn this around. We've got new batters at the crease, and Maddie Villiers, she's a good player, but I mean a player who I guess in some ways you could say she's under pressure. Others would say none, purely because she did play for England. She's played, I think, 16 or 17 games for them, and she was at one point looking like to be one of their frontline spinners, and she's kind of dropped away from that. She's playing at a franchise which hasn't had luck in the past, so it's a great opportunity for her to really, her and Grace Scrivens in particular, to really show what they can do with the Sunrisers. So I think she'll be aware of that at the back of her mind. It probably won't be a pressing concern of hers, not like she's knocking on the door of England's door immediately, but just, as a personal goal to be like, this is a season where if I have a really good time, I could try and get back in. And I mean,
think that should be the beauty of the domestic structure, that if people do well and do well consistently, then those options happen. And I think when you've got Scrivens, Villiers facing up against England's opening bowler Lauren Bell, England's frontline off spinner Charlie Dean, you can have a really good view of where these players are at in terms of, are they ready for international cricket?
Lindsay Smith then from the pavilion end bowls, and that's cut into the diving hands of the fielder, and the dart in at the stumps. Almost got close to a run out there. In the end, umpire Sophie McLaren shakes her head, and I think she was quite lucky there.
I think Charlie Dean headed that into the floor, actually.
I did see the ball kind of bounced off that used turf again, and there were hands and there was a head, and I'm not sure which part it hit. Hopefully.
Both, I reckon. I reckon it was a little
bit of a
tap up, header
double touch
into the back of the net.
Lovely.
No handballs.
Score to Southampton. In comes Smith, and that's pushed into the offside.
I think he should be saying score to Portsmouth, that Mel.
I don't know if you watched the football last night though, Emily Windsor.
I did, because I have a certain Southampton fan in my house.
As in comes Smith and pushes the ball to mid-on for no run. I didn't actually watch, but I was following on Twitter, and I heard it was quite a fun first minute for anyone around the area listening who may support a certain team. Not the person who's next to me in the commentary box, as that's pulled out to deep backwards square leg and bounces off the knees of Bouchier, coming in at the stumps, and again another appeal for a run out here. There's certainly been a change here of momentum out there in the middle, because the Vipers have suddenly started buzzing about in the field. There's been 2 almost run out chances, and the Sunrisers probably, I don't know, you could say there was a 2 there. Would there have been a 2 if the ball hadn't have been picked up cleanly? I don't know. It bounced off the D's of Bouchier. She had to go out and fetch it. It allowed them to get back comfortably in the end, as that's defended back to Lindsay Smith again for no run.
All I can say is I think the Sunrisers running has been very positive throughout this innings so far, other than the run out.
As Smith cut into the gap on the offside, out to the sweeper, and they're coming back for 2 again. Another good bit of running from the Sunrisers there, and I'm not sure Smith is too happy with that one there. That probably should have been kept down to just a single, and in the end turns that into a good over for the Sunrisers. The score 112 for 2.
Yeah, that for me shouldn't have been 2 runs. I think the boundary fielders just need to be a little more alert here, because it's a big playing surface. These 2 batters at this stage are going to be looking to push the fielders, find those 2s, rotate the strike and put them under pressure, and that's 2 2s in that over that probably shouldn't have been the case, but very positive from the Sunrisers. Maddie Villiers to face up Georgia Adams from the hotel end. As she's in bowl, shorter ball pulled, and that beats mid-wicket. Lauren Bell at mid-on can't stop the ball. Danny Wyatt, who's very quick from mid-wicket, comes round, and they pick up a couple. Again, slightly sloppy fielding this from the Vipers since the drinks.
But very impressive from Danny Wyatt in her old age to run round and
the birthday
clean
girl.
up.
The birthday girl's putting in some miles. Villiers is on 5 then, as Adams in bowls, off the back foot pushed up to Georgia Alwis at mid-off. Will be no run. 114 for 2. Where do the Vipers go next then? Who's their next bowling option? Mary Taylor back into the attack?
I would like to see that, yeah.
Adams in bowls, off the back foot, and play a miss outside the off stump from Villiers. A bit of indecision. Should she go forward? Should she go back? Doesn't get hold of it, and Ree Selfby quick behind the stumps. Change of field. Lauren Bell is going to be moved to mid-off inside the circle, and Georgia Elwis to a long on. Cover long on, deep mid-wicket and deep square out to Villiers off the back foot, who pushes to Ella McCacken extra cover. Will be no run. Good bowling this from Georgia Adams. Bowling tight to the stumps, as we know she does.
Yeah, Mary Taylor, 3 overs for 12 runs. So, economical stuff.
Adams in again, bowls, and that's driven back, and it's hit her hand, and she's gone for a little parry onto the stump there, I reckon. Little non-strikers run out.
Ooh,
I've got a funny story to tell you, actually. Melissa's story. Georgia Adams, again, ball in hand to Villiers, bowls, shorter, and that's pulled out to a deep square leg. Lindsay Smith out there keeps it to a single. Grewcock to 33, 115 for 2, and that's 27 overs gone. So, Vipers into squad warm-up, game, lovely game, things are going really well. Charlie Dean comes into bat at the non-striker's end. This isn't going, listeners, where you think it's going. She's on about 3, so not much time at the crease. Her partner absolutely nails one back, hits the hand, run out at the non-striker's end. Goodbye, Charlie Dean, back to the pavilion. And like in my head, I was like, right, I've got a really good joke, but I don't know when's the most appropriate time to say it. Like, this is...
I mean, it's a brutal mode of dismissal on the best of days, but particularly good given the context as Lindsay Smith continues from the pavilion end, and that's driven back to her by Villiers.
To which my joke was, you've got a bit of a habit of being run out at the non-striker's end, Charlie.
Smith in, driven through the covers and stopped by a sprawling mid-off. Really good bit of work there. And keeps that down to just a single score, 116 for 2. Is that Georgia Adams there?
Georgia Elwes.
Georgia Elwes.
How could you not recommend, follow and notice your fellow commentator?
Bad eyesight. This is not the career for me, it turns out. Can't see anything. In comes Smith, and that's pops a bit off the surface, and on the back foot is Grewcock, just deflecting it away. And Smith, quite a short bowler in stature, but she does just get a bit of extra bounce off the pitch. Varies her pace nicely. So that's driven back to her. I think the main thing about her and why she's such an asset to come back to the Vipers is just how economical she is in these middle overs, and also as a person who can operate at the death as she bowls full. And this is whipped into the onside, out to deep mid-wicket. They push the first one hard and settle on just the single, score 118 for 2.
And she just bowls as well, like she's not I can remember facing her actually against the Northern Diamonds last year. She bowls quickly for a spinner. She's bowling into your pads as a right-hander.
As that one is quicker, and it's pulled by Villiers, and then inside edge, bottom edge of the bat trickles out to deep backward square leg. And another single is taken, completes the over, and the score 118 for 2. They really do get through these overs quickly, which is quite funny, as at the toss the umpire did make sure to say, he went, now, you know, ladies, you've really got to make sure we get through the overs quickly. I was thinking, don't you worry, they're going to flash by. You could tell one of your stories and we could miss an entire over.
Oh. Speaking of stories, and on striker's end, runner-outer, Charlie Dean's going to come back into the attack.
See, Charlie's involved in a lot of fun stories, actually, because I got a memory on Snapchat, which for people who are less familiar with the social media, it kind of says, this is what you were doing this time 1 year ago or 2 years ago. And I've had it for quite a few years because I'm a child. And I got a memory, I think it was 4 years ago, a few days ago, was the day I almost got killed in the nets by Charlie Dean.
I remember that, actually. Charlie Dean, 22 on her back, just a little scurry into Villiers' bowls off the back foot, back down the pitch. That was a scary moment, Mel.
It was, and I think, what was it? I ran into bowl. Charlie Dean hit the ball like you would never see it before. It was like a tracer bullet straight at my face.
And she's in, bowls, and that's swept away, dropped at mid-wicket. Maya Bouchier diving to her left, just sort of hovered in the air, and you'd expect Maya to take those ones, but that's 2 drops now. Maddie Villiers dropped on 0 and dropped on 9. The Vipers would be very disappointed with that.
She's the kind of player who can make that quite costly for the Vipers as well. Accelerates nicely throughout her innings.
So that's down the leg side, signalled a wide to the left-handed Grewcock.
But yeah, going back to the Snapchat memory, I had a picture of me smiling but with many tear marks down my face, with a black bruise in the centre of my palm.
Dean in again, bowls, and that's cut into the offside. They come through for a quick single. Lindsay Smith in, throws at the bowler's end, hits the stumps. They're going to come back for a second. They think about it, then decide not, as Lauren Bell was quick to it. Grewcock's now on 34, 121 for 2, the Sunrisers, into their 29th over. That was an emotional day.
It was one of those ones where you're silent and you laugh, and then you have to really cry.
Because your life flashed before your eyes. As Dean in, bowls, driven out to a deep cover. Alice Monaghan, quick in this time, keeps it to just the 1. Villiers to 10, 122 for 2, all the 2s. How costly are those drops going to be, Mel?
I really think I mean, from a Vipers perspective, you hope they won't be, but usually they're such a good fielding unit and you would never see those kind of mistakes.
Dean in bowls, and that's pulled past mid-wicket out to Alice Monaghan at deep mid-wicket for a single. Double bounce back into really Southby's gloves on debut, 123 for 2. And just for those southern listeners, the Hampshire have enforced off follow-on as they bowled Northants out for 149. As Dean in bowls, and that's swept by Villiers out to Lindsay Smith at deep square. Will just be a single. Villiers moves to 11. 124 for 2 then. 29 overs gone. But the Hampshire fans will be very happy for that one.
I mean, just for a very small discussion of that, I mean, it's been a fantastic game from a Hampshire perspective. Batting first, massive century from James Vince. Very jealous. I think the times I tend to commentate, I must be some kind of curse on the Hampshire batters, because there does tend to be a batting collapse. But yeah, pretty comprehensive performance. And
James Fuller with 6 wickets as well.
Oh, go on, Foz. Don't think we see enough follow-ons as well. So I think it's a nice aggressive move from Hampshire. Lindsay Smith continues, bowls to Villiers, who drives into the ground, and one bounce to the fielder at extra cover.
Slip in play. Bit of aggression from George Adams, I like it.
Villiers, who's given away 2 chances so far, faces Smith and drives back to her for no run. And even though they're getting through these overs so quickly, Smith is still almost running to the back of her mark, and their over rate is insane at the moment. Speaking of the county championship, where it tends to be a bit more poor, coming down the wicket is Villiers this time, and runs a single to mid-on, shy at the stumps, but she's safely in, although she's a bit frustrated with herself, slams her back down on her pads in frustration that she didn't quite find the middle of the bat on that last delivery. But you do certainly feel that the Vipers are rushing through the Sunrisers here. That one's outside the off stump, dropped away for a single by Grewcock. Out to deep cover, and the score moves on to 126 for 2. But it's just, it doesn't give you time to think, I guess. You know, I know some batters like to kind of step to the side and just have a, okay, maybe I didn't middle at that one, just rehearse the shot on the side, but the Vipers aren't giving them the chance to.
And before they know it, there's not going to be that many overs left, so I think this is the right decision where Vipers are playing 3 spinners to get through some overs.
Reverse sweep missed and bounces off the pads of Southby, who's in pursuit now, and they're coming back for 2 runs, the Sunrisers batters. A good throw for a keeper there, into the stumps, and
buys.
The score off those 2 buys moves on to 128 for 2. I mean, if you're out there in the middle now, at what stage are you two talking and saying, as you say, time almost begins to escape you, and suddenly there's around 20 overs left now after this delivery from Smith, which is paddled down to fine leg. There's no fielders around there, and it's going to be a race between Ella McCacken here and the ball, which is slowing up. The ball, not Ella McCacken, and it's thrown in to Southby. Another 2 runs taken to complete the 30th over, and the Sunrisers 130 for 2. Is it at the 35 over mark? You'd be saying let's go for it, because they've got wickets in hand. Yeah,
look, I think at the moment these 2 are playing nicely. I think they want to be looking for the positive option, which we've seen Villiers do in this last over. She's played a reverse, she's played a paddle, so she's certainly looking to score now. And I think wickets in hand, you want, as I said earlier, you want to be 20 overs remain, you want to be scoring 4, 5, 6 is really towards that top end. And when you've got that many wickets in hand and the batting lineup they've got, and we've just had a drink run on from the Sunrisers camp, so could that be with the message potentially? But I also think they're going to be looking at what bowlers are left. They've got overs to bowl from Mary Taylor, Alice Monaghan, because Lauren Bell's on restricted overs in this game, so they have overs that that are potentially less experienced bowlers to cash in later in the game. As Charlie Dean bowls to the left-handed Grewcock, and that's swept away into the onside for a single.
Grewcock has been a really good sweeper of the ball in this innings, and it's something she showed early on. And sometimes it's been a bit uppish, but it's actually not been that too risky of a shot, because she's either not put enough pace behind it to make it carry to the fielder, and she's really hit her angles nicely.
There's Dean in bowls, and that's down the leg side, will be signalled a wide. So I think from the Sunrisers camp, they'd be looking at the experienced bowlers, Smith, Dean being bowled out. They probably don't know that Lauren Bell's on restricted overs, so they see her, but I think
They do now.
they do now. I'm sure they're all listening with an earpiece to us, Mel, as that's in off the back foot, played nicely by Villiers, out to Alice Monaghan at cover, will just be a single. Sheer move to 15, 133 for 2 in the 31st over.
And it's a big loss not having Lauren Bell at the death, because she has developed so well as a death bowler these last few years with those Yorkers, developing that slower ball bouncer, which is so effective with her height.
Dean in bowls, off the back foot, cut nicely out to Danny Wyatt at a deep cover, just be a single.
And I think the most incredible thing from Lauren Bell at the death is her slower balls. Those are really, really deceptive at points, where she's just running her finger over the seam, and she's been doing that role for England as well. She's been doing it well. But today, as you say, the Vipers will have to have a different combination.
That's Dean in again, bowls to Villiers on the leg side, just worked past fine leg. Lindsay Smith's got some work to do covering some ground, but they settle for the single. Villiers will move to 16, 135 for 2. But speaking of slower balls, Alice Monaghan has a devil back of the hand slower ball that I'm sure when she comes on later will be
That's my
looking
favourite
out
slower
for.
ball.
It's mine too, it's the only one I can bowl. As Dean in bowls, and that's cut part to backward a point. They come through for a quick single. Mary Taylor in there, slight fumble, but good running again from Sunrisers. Positive running, 136 for 2.
I was about to say that's the only slow ball I can bowl as well. I can't do the other ones. My fingers and the hands are too small.
Yeah, the knuckleball, haven't got that. As that's pulled away into the onside, a cry of catch it. Danny White picked it up late and almost span past her. So they come back for a couple. She's going to have to hurry.
There was two potential wickets in that situation. I mean, it would have been difficult for Wyatt to get out there to catch that, but actually it looked like Greycock was struggling there in the end. It was only Villiers' apologies, and she was quite a way out of her crease on coming back for that second.
It is a big playing surface. I can't tell you exactly how many yards it is, but as we look from the hotel to the left, it's the bigger boundary. That's probably looking at a 65 yard, and then probably 60 to the left.
It's not good enough. How do you not know the exact playing dimensions of the ground?
Shall
That's poor prep.
Shall I get out there with a roller?
Yeah,
at half time when I'm doing my
activations. Is that the thing you pushed along in geography classes where it clicks every? Yeah, there we go. I would like to see that. I feel like you're dressed like you would survive a geography trip. Got the big coat on.
Trip to the river.
I look like I wouldn't even survive a trip to Debenhams at the moment.
Mary Taylor back into the attack.
And this is interesting because looking at the kind of optics, if Lauren Bell's restricted overs today, she's done. Georgia Adams, she's bowled 7. Charlie Dean, also 7. Then Mary Taylor and Alice Monaghan, just the 3 overs apiece. Lindsay Smith has bowled 6 as well. So Mary Taylor back into the attack outside the off stump, pushed into the covers, and an apprehensive single at first there, where the Sunrisers batters had a little look at each other and just went, do you fancy it? Yeah, go on. But I mean, if you imagine, Georgia Adams has been fantastic at the death for the Vipers, and we were actually speaking before the game. She has some pretty incredible stats on bowling at the death. And Lindsay Smith also was used quite commonly by the Diamonds at the death as well. So if you imagine you've got about 7 overs from them you can use in the final 10, as in comes Taylor, and a quick single to mid-on, shy at the stumps, and good running from the Sunrisers. Score moves on to 140 for 2.
But I like this tactic from Georgia Adams. Is she's bowling people in short spells now, isn't she? She's changing it up quickly, bringing Mary back into the attack. I don't think it's a bad thing. Skiddy seamer, very accurate.
Changed ends as well as she's in, and straight defended. Good line there from Mary Taylor. And I realised I described it quite bad earlier when she was on, but she does have a really quite unusual run up, and for anyone who's not following on the live picture stream as well, it's almost like she runs in lopsided, like the ball, the hand,
it's like she's carrying a shopping. It's
almost like the ball looks like really, really heavy. As in she comes again, bowls full on the pads of Grewcock, and she works out to deep square leg for a single. Score moves on to 140.
I've never noticed that before.
It looks like the ball's heavy, and her shoulders kind of drop so that when she's running in, one arm looks quite a lot bigger than the other.
I'm going to be looking at that now, Mel, when I face her in the net, and then the ball's going to hit the back of the net before I've even seen it.
And I have a really bad posture, so maybe I just noticed lopsidedness in other people as well, as that's edged down to deep third. And they're coming back for a 2. Chance of a run out, but a weak throw in from the deep allows the Sunrisers to get back for 2. They're certainly showing intent here, but the communication is not quite 100% between these two yet, between Villiers, who quite deceptively has moved on to 21. She was dropped twice early on in her innings, and now she's actually really managed to accumulate runs quickly with those 2s. And I think she's actually probably been pushing Grewcock a bit more for those 2s, as this is driven down the ground, beats the fielder. Lovely shot through mid-on for 4 by Villiers, or by, who is that? The scoreboard's just changed.
It was Maddie Villiers, the right-handed bat.
Yeah.
And it's me done. I'm over to Phil Green.
Enjoy. So the score 147 for 2. Grewcock on to 41, Villiers 25. And these two just building a good partnership, going along nicely as Phil Green rejoins us. What have your observations been, Phil?
Well, I think Maddie Villiers has put a lot of positivity since she's come in. They're running between the wickets. She's running was quite positive before, but I think she's up to another level. And I think Lottie might be a little bit disappointed with the Vipers' fielding, if I'm honest. Certainly since the drinks interval, because they've been put under pressure, there's been a lot of misfields, haven't there? We got Charlie Dean coming in round the wicket, and Grewcock sweeps. She looked for 2, but settled for 1 this time. So yeah, they've under pressure, they've been found wanting a little bit on the ground fielding. Would you say, Mel?
I do think so, certainly. And I remember even the decades ago I was involved in the setup with Lottie as my coach. We used to dedicate an hour of a 2-hour session to fielding.
Charlie Dean in again, and that's pulled, and I think she's found the gap here, Villiers. Yes, she has, between the 2 fielders, protecting the boundary on the leg side, or actually not protecting on that instance. It's gone for 4, so the score really starting to accelerate now. 150 up, still the best part of 18 overs to go. So we're looking at, what do you think they'd be looking at from here, Mel? What would the Sunrisers want, and what would the Vipers settle for, do you think, from here?
Well, I think if the Sunrisers can take advantage of, as we say, the Vipers' fielding not quite being at their usual standard. Of course, it's the start of the season. Hands are a bit cold, they're a bit soft.
Sorry, looks like I have an injury here as well.
I'm
Trainer coming on for Charlie Dean.
So Charlie Dean delivered that ball, she's gone down. It does look like she's doing something on her spikes. I think whether she's got a smile on her face, I think, and there's not much concern shown from the other Vipers fielders. They're actually stood there with hands on their hips looking at her like, come on, get a move on. But I think she was just making sure one of her spikes didn't fall out there. Maybe she just slipped with that last delivery, which was a bit of a drag down.
It was, yeah.
But I mean, yeah, from the Sunrisers, they've just started building up some momentum nicely.
They always there used to be a saying, you doubled the score from 30 overs if you had wickets in hand. So, you know, on that basis, you'd be looking around about 300, but is that a bit optimistic?
Very optimistic, yeah. I think, at this rate, unless we see Maddie Villiers go off on a bit of a fun innings. But interesting, the stats for the average score in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, or in the women's domestic competitions over the last few years, I've got up in front of me. So
I've got some action again now after a bit of a delay, and this is pushed on the offside. Again, they're through for a single. They're running very well here, just content to tick along with mostly singles at this time.
So the average first innings total in the first edition of this competition in 2020, this average score was just below 225. That does bring up the 50-run partnership as well.
50-run partnership on the board, thank you. That's come up almost unnoticed, and certainly by me. And that ball was pushed out on the offside by Grewcock. So, yeah, 50 partnership in very good time. Villiers, as I say, increased the rate as she's come in. Dean round the wicket, that's very full. Yorked her, I think, in the end. Nice take by Reece Southby. Another dot ball.
So yeah, in the first edition of this competition, it was just below 225. The average score is from last year's competition was just under 250. Okay. So I'd say around that score they'd be happy with.
That's very wide. That's almost a no ball under the more recent law where it misses the cut strip altogether, but it was just on the cut strip, but it was a wide, well outside the off stump.
Goodness, yeah, you don't see deliveries like that from Charlie Dean very often.
No. Maybe it is that spike that's causing her a problem. Anyway, she's round the wicket again. That's on the pads. And Grewcock trying to force it away, but struck on the pad, and there's no run.
I think certainly
154 for 2 at the end of the 33rd.
I think something's not quite right here with Charlie Dean, because towards the end of that over, that last ball as well was a bit wayward, and she was sat down on the ground for quite a long time. It'll be interesting to see.
Sub's
She's
come
gone
on
and
with something now.
yeah, grab something.
It is like you say, Mel. I think something to do with her footwear.
Have you ever, you know, when you've been playing? I'm not sure if you wore spikes when you played, but I've been missing 3 spikes now for a season and a half, and I don't think I've noticed it. But then I'm also not a pro.
There were spikes in my era.
I
Mel,
didn't know.
Did I ever miss? I don't know. We used to carry spares and little.
That's the thing. I've got spares. I just
tool
really
that you use to screw
can't be
them
bothered.
in.
And I don't think unless it's one of the ones on the heel. Obviously, those two are, you know, they're important studs. But the ones at the front, do you really need them?
You sometimes get those sort of half spike shoes, don't you? With
Yeah,
spikes just
lots
on
of
one
people
side.
now convert their trainers into cricket shoes.
I always wore spikes batting and keeping personally. I know a lot of people sort of wear spikes batting but not fielding, for instance, on dry surfaces. But
Mary Taylor continues, and that's flicked off the legs of Villiers out to Alice Monaghan at deep mid-wicket just for the single, because it was timed so nicely. I mean, it's interesting because if you can now turn trainers into spikes,
yes,
where do we draw the line? What happens if I want to turn my Uggs into spikes? Other fluffy boots are available, of course. What about Crocs?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a mechanism putting spikes on anything.
Taylor in outside the off stump and dab to point. Oh, that would have been a mix-up there, but there was a fumble at point from the Vipers fielder, and actually Grewcock had Villiers had just set off for the single. Grewcock had hardly moved from the crease, and actually if that had been picked up cleanly, there could have been a real chance that Villiers would have been sent back and run out at the non-striker's end. But another chance goes missing just from a bit of sloppy fielding from the Vipers. In comes Taylor outside the off stump, pushed off the back foot by Villiers out to deep cover.
It's a good lesson for young players here, I think. We say a lot to young girls and that if you run hard, you put pressure on the field, that they will make mistakes. You know, you've got to run hard, and that's exactly what's happening now. Even at this level, they're being put under pressure and making quite a few mistakes, aren't they?
Taylor in, pulled down to fine leg. A swivelling shot there from Sunrise's batter, and the score moves up by 1 again, 158 for 2.
I'll tell you one thing, Mel, I'm going to take away from today, if nothing else, is your description of Mary Taylor's running. It looks like she's running and carrying her shopping. I think that is priceless, I have to say.
I mean, one arm just looks longer than the other. What can I say? Glorious shot there from Villiers, who loft drives over the head of the fielder at mid-off for 4.
Good shot.
She was just waiting for that delivery, which was slightly more pitched up from Taylor. Held the shot, and she's really accelerating now. We said that these would be risky and quite costly drops in the field for the Vipers. Villiers
she was dropped on 0, certainly.
And dropped on 9 as well.
9,
so she's now 36 off 35 and really making Sunrise's innings accelerate here. Taylor in again. That one's dropped.
We were saying how well Grace Scrivens was batting and how well she was looking earlier, but I've got to say Villiers is losing nothing in comparison to that, the way she's playing.
I mean, it's a good
form.
Good pitch, isn't it? As the score 162 for 2, and there was they said it was hard underneath, but there was maybe just a bit of, you know, moisture on top. It could have been a bit tacky, but it hasn't seemed to play out that way. It seemed to look good. Not been too much in it for the Vipers, who are a team who like to bowl first typically.
Yeah, they would have bowled first, as we said earlier. And
I mean, at 162 for 2, I think the Sunrisers will be saying that this is a very good start for them.
I think they'll be very happy with the situation and feeling very justified in their decision to bat, So Georgia Adams now again at this end, rotating the bowling. She's coming in round the wicket to Grewcock. And that's a good start for this over. Just a straight ball played gently to extra cover. So Jodie Grewcock on 44 now. She's taken her a strike rate just above 50, but probably could do with accelerating a little bit. And this time she works it through mid-wicket. Just for a single. Alice Monaghan out there on the longer, coming off the longer boundary. So weather still looks really cloudy. I'm not quite sure what to make of it, but no real threat of rain, I don't think, just at the moment, but a lot of cloud around, no blue sky.
I'm not sure I'd want to be on the beach on a day like this, but I wouldn't mind a picnic. That's how I'd describe it.
Okay, Georgia in again. and this is played away by Villiers for 1 on the offside. We were told at the toss by the umpires that the floodlights are available today. I think that's a decision that has to be made. Obviously, I don't know whether it's both teams have to agree or the ground authorities, but they made the point that the floodlights can be used, so that might be an option.
Just a change of field here as someone being moved over.
Yeah, they're bringing no one over to the, bringing now 5 on the leg side for George Adams to the left-handed Grucock, so they're trying to plug that gap just in front of the square where she's worked a few balls, and she's trying to do that again really, but this time a little bit straighter and can't pierce the field. So obviously a plan here from the Vipers to bowl straight at Grucock and get a hitting that way. Adams in again, a very short run, and again this is the same sort of line, forced down to mid-on, but not enough. She hasn't quite got enough power to get through the field very often. Grucock hasn't got the strength of the other 2 batters we've seen today. George Adams again, that's short and pulled, sort of paddle pulled, I would probably describe that as. I don't know if that's a thing, but that's what I'll call it. Went for a single.
Paddle pulled sounds like a new version of paddle boarding.
Yeah,
where you've kind of got a...
There's all these new sports coming up, so we'll have new shots as well. So they went for a single anyway. 46 now to Grucock, and the score's moved on to 165 for 2.
And we got a tweet in from Phil Webb saying, right, he's finished his morning's work and dipping into your audio and the visuals from Wantage Road. Bring me up to speed, top 3 moments of the morning. Well, I can very quickly run you through this scorecard to begin with. I think that the key trends of this morning was that, you know, it started off well with Grace Scrivens at the top of the order, and there was that long period where Vipers went without a wicket, and then they seemed to build back on top with the wicket of Grace Scrivens. But again, I just felt like things have been in a bit of a state of slipping away from the Southern Vipers.
Yeah, there was a real danger of a slow period when Scrivens was out, but I think Maddie Villiers done a great job here. She's scoring, run a ball herself, and she's kept them, or raised the momentum, and done a really good job.
So it was Scrivens. She was dismissed for 67 in the end, bowled by Lindsay Smith, stumped by Southby. The Smith in now from the pavilion end. A change of overs, change of bowler from Mary Taylor, who only came back for the 2 overs.
Yeah, they're changing around a lot, aren't they? Which is a thing that George Adams has done over the years with the Vipers. They, particularly when things aren't going so well, she switches the bowling around a lot, which is just to keep the batters, a little bit unsettled.
Just a single taken off that first delivery, and there's lots of discussions here between Smith and Adams as the right-handed Villiers on strike now, having a look at this field. There's a deep cover, long on, deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg, who is just being brought into the ring. It was Alice Monaghan originally who was running in, but she's swapped with Georgia Elwis, who's now coming into square leg inside the ring, so it's now long on, long off, deep mid-wicket and deep cover. In comes Smith to Villiers, who's looking to cut that one a bit too close to the body to cut, and it drops down for no run. So as I mentioned, Scrivens was stumped for 67, and it was Lizzie McLeod early on who was run out by Lindsay Smith. The only 2 wickets to fall for the Sunrisers as that's pulled over the head of mid-wicket for 4 by Maddie Villiers out to the long boundary, and she's racing along now. In fact, it looks as if very soon she'll be overtaking her partner at the other end. She's moved on to 41. Grucock at the other end, 47 off 87. So it's really a tale of 2 pitches there, with the player, the anchor of this innings, Grucock, who's, I mean, her role has been important. She's been there. She's built partnerships with both Scrivens and Villiers now, as Villiers drops that one to short third, and they scoop through for a quick single. And there's an appeal for LBW? No, I hope not. There's an appeal for a run out, and it's given not out. Good just running from the Sunrisers.
Just an appeal. On DRS, they can look at everything, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
They go up for a caught behind, and they give it out LBW and that sort of thing.
6 runs off the over so far, with 2 balls remaining. In comes Smith again, dabs this one and fined as Grucock just for the single, and score moves on to 172 for 2. And as I said, she's been slow. She hasn't had the highest strike rate. She's striking around 50, but she's been there to build a partnership.
Yeah,
and
it's important.
The other two wouldn't have been able to strike Scrivens and now Villiers without, if there was wickets falling at the other end,
Absolutely.
they would never have been able to play with such a freedom. So the youngster has played a good role here as Villiers drives past extra cover, and this could be one of the most glorious boundaries of the day. I mean, spectacular from Maddie Villiers. There was a deep cover, the long off. Georgia Adams, the captain, was in at a short extra cover, and she just perfectly placed the ball past Adams, bisecting the two fielders for 4, and finishes in the end. It's quite an expensive over from Lindsay Smith. Sunrisers 176 for 2. There's still 14 overs remaining.
Yeah,
and this is, all the signs of this running away from the Vipers here, Phil.
I mean, they've got to be looking at, you mentioned 250 as the sort of average score in this competition, teams batting first, but I think Sunrisers would be disappointed if they only got to 250 from here, I think. Especially the way that Villiers is playing at the moment. She's playing some great shots, and two of them are scurrying between the wickets, aren't they? They're both just quick between the wickets, and yeah, it's all going in their favour at the moment. Vipers do need a breakthrough, so it's Georgia Adams herself trying to get it around the wicket, and first ball is just defended by Grucock. As you say, Mel, very important role she's played here, because all the girls play and watch, and everyone watches a lot of T20 cricket, but in these games you need someone to bat like this sometimes. Adams in again, and Grucock drives it back to the bowler. She probably needs to be looking to push on a bit now, but to date she's done a really good job. That's
and
what you'd say.
She's getting the single, I think, is the key thing. When you recognise the power structures in this relationship, she's taken that back foot. This
time she's pulled it to mid-wicket but can't get the single. They've closed off that gap that she was working quite well, so that's good from the Vipers. That's 3 dot balls.
I worry that they're using up their experienced bowlers now to try and get the wicket of Villiers and leaving less options later on.
This one, she does find for a single, just got wide of mid-on, 1. And Emily pointed out earlier that Lauren Bell's on restricted overs. I don't know if she was...
She's all used up now as well.
We don't know if the opposition knew that, but they certainly have if they've been listening to the radio.
Maybe that's the note which was run out into the middle. Oh no, maybe we're revealing Vipers' secrets.
We'll blame Windsor for that. This one's smashed by but a good bit of fielding. Really smashed off the back foot, and looked like it was going to be a 4, but great stop from Lauren Bell, diving to her right.
Yeah, really good bit of fielding from Bell.
Parried it. Goalkeeping parlance, it would have been pushed out to oncoming striker, but that was a great stop. Saved 3 runs, 1 to to Villiers. Now on to 47. Race for the 50s individually here. And Grucock, if she's got a bat on that, has got there first, but I think that might be leg byes. Yeah, the umpire's giving the pre-signal, so leg bye, and Grucock stays on 49. Villiers on 47. Grucock's on strike, so she's got first go at getting to her 50.
Wow, this could be an exciting over. And as I was just saying, looking at the way things are going now, the Vipers are using their experienced bowlers to try and get the wicket of Villiers. What happens if that doesn't work, though? Wow. Georgia Adams only has 1 over left, Charlie Dean 2, and Lindsay Smith only spinner 3.
And she's bowling now, so the last 10 are going to be between
Alice Monaghan and Mary Taylor, which...
Or unless is there any other option?
I don't think there's actually...
Georgia's not bowling.
Georgia Elwes isn't bowling.
No.
So, I mean, it does go to show that the loss of a person like a Paige Schofield in the team, and obviously Tara Norris.
Yeah, Paige would have bowled in this situation. Yeah.
But I think it's good in some ways that the Vipers have this opportunity to go to their young bowlers and say, we trust you.
They've got to be trusted. So
Smith in to Grucock, who edges down to deep third. The ball should go away for 4 runs, and that will bring up her half century, 53 runs off 94 balls. A really, really distinguished innings from the young player. She's been a fantastic support for her partners and helped propel the Sunrisers here to a healthy target. She should be incredibly proud of, you'd say, the way she's conducted herself out there.
She's done a perfect role. It's only her 3rd game for the Sunrisers, having come through the academy, so only 18 years old, very good from her.
Smith into Grucock, who cuts off the back foot, out for a single. They pushed the first one hard, but don't contemplate the second run, and the score moves on to 184 for 2. And she's shown signs as well of a player who, when they've got a few more games under their belt and has some more almost, you know, yeah, I mean, it's really just gameplay and confidence
and
that
she'll get a bit more power as she grows
exactly.
a bit.
She's got those drives, she's got those sweep shots, which I think is going to really make her stand apart in the women's game. As in comes Smith again to Villiers, who works this onto the onside for a single, because there's so much spin in the women's game that if you're a player like her who can go in and play those powerful sweeps, and you can always find a way to rotate the strike, then you're going to be hot property.
Yeah, and certainly got a very good future ahead of her.
Smith in, and that's just dropped into the offside by
Plays for
Grewcock.
Northamptonshire County Cricket, I noticed. I don't know what sort of level they are at.
I was more going, ooh, because I'm not sure she'd want to know how her men's side are doing.
Yes,
so I've just got another alert.
Following on
in comes Smith again, bowls. Hit to mid-on for no run. Well, I can confirm for any Hampshire fans who may be listening along to our stream, Northamptonshire, who trail by 319 runs. Hampshire enforce the follow-on. In comes Smith, full, clipped around the corner, out to deep mid-wicket, and finishes the over with a single. 186 for 2 the score. The 7 runs off that over from Lindsay Smith, while Northamptonshire men are 14 for 3. So it's probably a good thing that Grewcock is out there in the middle and not having to follow her men's side scorecard.
Kev could be having a day off by the sounds of it.
We could get him down here by the end of the day. Nah, he wouldn't do that. He'd take the day off.
But yeah, that's good from Hampshire. Obviously not too bad a wicket up there, because James Vince scored 186 on it. So Georgia Adams now again from the hotel end. That's driven by Grewcock, but again not the power to get past mid-on.
And I thought I would just say, for the sake of our Vipers fans who are Sussex supporters, Sussex lead Yorkshire by 90 runs with 10 wickets remaining.
Okay, it's a sweep again, but this time can't pierce the field. It's straight to square leg. I'm saving the one by the umpire. So
they've just started their third innings there, and in a pretty comprehensive position over Yorkshire.
Yeah. Jordan again. Again, this is good bowling from the Vipers skipper. Just bowling straight, a little bit quicker than I think she sometimes bowls. And Grewcock just plays it to mid-wicket for no run. She's now sort of looking for different options, looking around the field, where can I score a run here? And she's managed to find one, a gap on the offside. Gave herself a little bit of room there and worked it out to Danny Wyatt, the cover sweeper. So single, but that's just 1 off 4 balls in this over, so the Vipers will be pleased with that. This is George Adams' last over. She's now to Villiers. He plays a lovely back foot drive that could beat the field. It's good from Alice Monaghan. She's got round and made good ground. They're going to come back for 2 because she didn't pick it up cleanly, but she's on the dive, prevented 4, and that's 50 for Maddie Villiers. Excellent innings, 44 balls. 5 fours, as we said earlier, dropped on 0 to 9, which could prove very costly. Neither of them particularly difficult chances, you'd say. Certainly catches you'd expect to be taken, but very early season, of course. And she's on the back foot again, this time same sort of area, but I think it'll be cut down to 1 by Alice Monaghan, who slipped as she fielded it. That sort of thing that can be a nasty injury. Both her feet went from under her, but she's up and running. And the end of the over is 190 for 2 with Villiers on 51, Grewcock 56, 11 overs to go.
Good job in that over, Phil. I was doing a very well-timed coughing fit,
you were
but
struggling a
unlike our colleague, I did remember to turn the button off. So quite proud of myself now.
Well done.
But yeah, I mean, fantastic innings from Villiers. She's really accelerated. We said as soon as the drops went down, we said watch out because she can go big, and she has. And I think when the Vipers go back to the changing room in this innings break, you can never dwell on things too much in the innings break because you don't want to get into that mindset of we're not going to chase this down, or oh God, we were bad.
You dwell on it after the game, don't you?
After the game, I think they're going to be really quite disappointed, and especially now they're in the position where these final 11 bowl overs are going to be bowled by relatively inexperienced bowlers with Mary Taylor and Alice Monaghan. Of course,
Mary's on now. Yeah.
Alice Monaghan, we say, she's been around a lot, but never really in a position such as this where she's got so much responsibility with the ball.
It's just the sort of time that she's, you know, had to wait her time to produce, and let's hope she can. It's Mary Taylor at the moment.
So Mary Taylor will have a short third, point, deep cover, extra cover mid-off inside the ring, and the other 3 fielders in the deep are all on the leg side. She's in now to Villiers, who strikes that firmly down the ground, down to long on, and will collect a single.
She's hitting it hard. It's a lovely sound off the bat with Villiers.
Score moves on to 191 for 2.
She had quite a few games for England a few years ago, didn't she, Maddie Villiers, and seems to have dropped out of that right in the minute, but she always looks really good. She's a fantastic fielder, fantastic boundary fielder, and obviously bowls off spin. She's a very good cricketer.
In comes Taylor, bowls, and that's spliced in the air, doesn't go to hand, drops between 2 fielders. Grewcock there just got a leading edge. And
there's been a couple like that today, or more than a couple really, haven't there, that have looked like mistimed shots that have just landed right.
And it dropped between the fielder running in from mid-off and the fielder running to their left at extra cover, and actually the ball was thrown into, I think, the bowler there afterwards and smacked her, so not a good ball. Could have had a wicket, got hit by the ball. Taylor in, ramp, just over the head of short fine leg for 4. Ella McCacken was watching the ball come towards her, looking to time her jump, but in the end it's comfortably over her head. And that's a good shot there.
Another great
from
shot.
Villiers.
She's scoring all around the ground.
It's a very 360 innings. I'd like to see the wagon wheel at the end. Not the one in front of me, the chocolate one, but the cricketing one, the boom. Just a change of field there as fine leg maybe looked like it was being pushed out. It's been kept in, and this time stepping into the leg side, giving herself room and cutting to the deep cover fielder is Villiers. She'll pick up a single, and the score moves to 197 for 2. 2 balls remaining in this over so far, and it's been expensive. 7 runs off it so far. Mary Taylor in from the pavilion end. It's back of a length, pulled but not timed by Grewcock, out to deep square leg, and another single added to the total. 198 for 2. Getting down to the crunch time here. Do you feel, I mean, if Villiers stays in till the end, Phil, could we be seeing a total around that 250, 270 mark?
I think it's about 270 if Villiers stays in, to be honest.
Emily Windsor saying 300. In comes Taylor. Villiers advancing down the pitch. 1 bounce 4 over the head of mid-off. Completes the over with a 4, brings up the 200 runs for the Sunrisers. And with 10 overs left in this game, it looks like it could be quite a big total for the Southern Vipers to chase. Hello, Emily Windsor. You'd like to make more noises whilst the mic's on?
100 partnership of 100 balls as well. These two are playing beautifully, aren't they? It looks a lovely pitch to bat on.
It's a lovely pit, yeah.
I really want to get out there, you know.
I want to get out there, and I'm not a person who's particularly esteemed at batting, but I feel like I could be great on this pitch.
Yeah.
Phil Green wants to get out there. Do you two want to get out there? I'm sure they. Should we all just go down there in the innings fair? I'm sure they won't mind.
I think we should just
top
6 for the next innings.
Yeah, easily. But if just to let you guys know, if you don't chase this down, then this is the next top 6 you're looking at.
204 for 2 then. 10 overs remain. What are they going to get here? The way these two are playing. Could be on for a big one. As Charlie Dean in and bowls, and that's dug to a fine leg. They're going to come through for a quick single. Ree Southby shies at the stumps and misses.
Oh, that was a tight single, but a good game awareness again from the Sunrisers, who I think at this point are just going to take any run they can get, particularly if they want to get to that 300 mark, as you estimate, Emily Windsor. I mean, I think 10 runs and over.
They should get at least, well, you want to be scoring it when you've got this many wickets in hand. If these two keep going, like 280 really from here, but as that's pulled away sweetly, that splits a deep mid-wicket and mid-on. Great shot again by Maddie Villiers. She's on to 67. 209 for 2, and these two are motoring along. I think anything above 250 is just generally a difficult chase. Not in terms of the pitch, I'm not worried about the pitch, I think it's just how you pace it. But the Vipers' batting lineup, batting deep, I'm expecting them to do well. As Dean bowls, and that's cut this time, that's beat back with a point. Ella McCacken's chasing after it, a big boundary down there, and they come back for 2. Good bit of work from McCacken. And Villiers now on to 69, 211 for 2. Hampshire doing well. Kevin James is going to be back for the second innings, I reckon. In the commentary box.
They're 4 down now.
Charlie Dean in, bowls, and off the back foot again, pulled sweetly. It's straight into that pocket again. Georgia Elwes slightly wide and out. Does well, coming round, keeps it to a single. Grewcock, the left-hander, to face 212 for 2. 8 runs off the over so far. I tell you what, if you were the Sunrisers 5, 6, 7, you'll be itching. We haven't seen Saskia Hawley yet. The Australian, Scottish, overseas.
And what would that be like if she has 5 overs at the end or something to come in?
Dean in, bowls, advances, that beats mid-wicket and mid-on. Great shot from Greenwood. Alice Monaghan, who's absolutely rapid, can't even get there. That's 4 more runs to Grewcock's total. She's now on 63. 216 for 2. The Vipers and the Sunrisers, sorry, and the Vipers just need to build something here, put a bit of pressure. They need to go back to their plans for these last 9 overs.
They've gone into that quiet almost thing they had earlier on, just before the wicket of Grace Scrivens, and there's not much noise out there. It seems to be a bit of panic.
Dean in, bowls, reverse sweep this time from Grewcock. There's no fielder down there. Lindsay Smith's chasing after it. She's not going to get there. Another 4 runs. That's a very expensive over. 16 runs from it, and these two are just making it look easy here. Charlie Dean doesn't look happy, walking back to her mark. She's on 67. Villiers alongside her on 70, dropped twice in this innings so far. 220 for 2, 9 overs remain.
Can she get to 100? That's the big question. I'm touching wood as I say it. Don't worry, Sunrisers. Wait, is this wood? Oh no, I think it's plastic.
I think it's plastic.
Oh.
Quick, find some wood. Touch your head.
What? Right, where does that come from? Because why does everyone say touch your head?
If you haven't got many brain cells, I think it works.
Doesn't work for me then, have you know. I thought I'd run you through some of the other games going on in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Cup, with the game between the South East Stars and the Thunder first up, as Mary Taylor continues from the pavilion end and bowls Maddie Villiers, giving herself room. Gets the wicket, and that's the crucial breakthrough for the Southern Vipers. Villiers goes for 70 off 53 balls, and an incredible knock from Maddie Villiers. It really had everything. She just got going with taking those quick singles and twos, and kind of got to the 30 mark without you even really noticing, and then just from then on just took off, was playing those glorious shots down the ground.
Commentator's curse.
With a bit, yeah, because I told you I've
Why
got too
did
many.
you say it?
Because I've got too many. Well, okay, you said touch wood.
Actually, say it. I want the wickets.
Okay, there we go. I said touch wood because I believed it was wood. Then you said touch my head, and that doesn't count as wood because I've got too many brain cells. So I'll have to make sure I've got something woody nearby.
Bat? Cricket bat?
Oh yeah, well, maybe. It'd be a bit weird for me to take my cricket bat into work, but I do like to do shadow batting up here, so maybe actually it would help. But back to the cricket, it brings Saskia Hawley into the middle on her debut, and we were just saying how exciting it will be to see her bat on this pitch, where it's looking like a bit of a paradise for the batters. She now has the chance to build a partnership here with Grewcock, who's really going through her partners now at this rate, and has the chance now for a final big partnership in these final 8.5 overs. So quickly, just to run you through the scores in the other games of the competition. South East Stars are 182 for 3 against the Thunder. Kira Chatley got 48 at the top of the order. Bryony Smith 35, but Paige Schofield, ex-Viper Paige Schofield, 42 not out at the moment. So it looks like it's been a good morning for batting in not only this game but in the game between the Stars and the Thunder as well. Mary Taylor comes in to Hawley, who works it to mid-wicket, takes a quick single, chance of a run out, and that was really an attempt to get off the mark quickly. It was hit almost straight into the hands of Lindsay Smith at mid-wicket, and they set off for that quick single, and there's clearly been some clear communication from the start. We are running a lot.
The thing is, they can do that at this stage. There's 8 overs left. You're 3 down. You've got license. You've got license, and you can be really positive. Take the positive option. The Sunrisers have got a lot of batting to come. Joe Gardner here previously has scored quickly.
Taylor in, and this is hoiked into the onside. Sprinting round on the boundary is Wyatt, and keeps that down to a single to the shorter side of the boundary, and to a fielder like Danny White, you wouldn't really be pushing for 2 very often. Just to
hear Georgia Elvis out there trying to G them up. Her voice is very distinctive.
Got the nice Midlands accent coming out the middle. In comes Taylor, and this is worked wristily by Hawley out to deep mid-wicket. Deep square leg. And they collect a single. Score moves on to 223 for 3. And just to look at the other fixture, the Blaze, the new team in this competition who are replacing the Lightning, are playing the Central Sparks. The Blaze batting first, 166 for 7 as Taylor bowls a slower ball, and it's stopped at mid-wicket but not entirely, and allows them to get through for a quick single, not quite completing the over. 1 ball to come. Got ahead of myself. But in this game between the Blaze and the Sparks, Tammy Beaumont got 60 at the top of the order, and then contributions from Sarah Glenn. England's Sarah Glenn with 38, but there has been wickets consistently lost there at Trent Bridge, and I believe in the game between Northern Diamonds and Western Storm, still no play. Taylor in, this is hit in the air, there's fielders in the deep, doesn't carry as 2 fielders converge. Not enough bat on the ball to get it out to those fielders, who are probably about 5 or 10 off the boundary anyway. That's how big it is to our left. But that completes the over. Only 8 remaining now. The score 225 for 3.
Just looking at what a switch, we're having a switch in the commentary box. Or a cough. I don't know what's going on, but looking at the Vipers bowlers who's left, Georgia Adams has bowled out. She's bowled her 10 overs for 34. Very impressive from her on a high scoring ground. Charlie Dean's got 1, which we're going to see now. She's bowled 9 overs for 52 without picking up a wicket. Mary Taylor, she's on 6.5 overs. Oh, she's bowled her 7th now for 47, 1 wicket. Alice Monaghan's just bowled the 3 overs for 21, and Lindsay Smith still has overs in the bag. She's bowled 8 for 38 with 1 wicket. As Charlie Dean in for her final over, bowls off the back foot, just turned into the onside, won't be a run. A rare dot ball in this period. 225 for 3 then. 43 into the 43rd over. The clouds still overcast, but this pitch looks an absolute belter to bat on as Dean in bowls, advances, hit back to her, dropped. Fantastic effort, caught and bowled chance to her, dive into her right. I know she will be disappointed in that one, but it would have been a tough take and a hell of a catch.
Did well to get there, but she did get there one-handed in the end. But probably say she saved runs rather than dropped a catch, really.
Dean in to Hawley, advances, this hitter on the pad, so they're going to come through for a quick single. Again, not picked up cleanly by Mary Taylor.
So Hawley's a Scottish-Australian, I think you described her as, Emily. She played in the Women's Big Bash, I think, yeah? But she plays for Scotland, is that right?
I think so.
With an Australian
I think
passport.
she plays for New South Wales out in Australia.
Okay.
So good player, Charlie Dean, to continue. Right arm round the wicket, bowls to the left-hander who advances and stumped. Grewcock is gone for 69. She's played quite beautifully opening the batting, but Charlie Dean picks up a wicket, stumped by Rihanna Southby on debut. And that's important for the Vipers, keep picking up a wicket. 226 for 4.
Best way to keep the run rate down, of course. You've got 2 new batters now, and all of a sudden you're looking at a different situation with 8 overs to go, 2 new batters. The expectations will probably be dragged back a little bit from the batting side. Now we've got Joe Gardner, who does hit a long ball coming in. So I'm guessing that one of the reasons that they've got Hawley playing is Andy Tennant, the new coach of Sunrisers, is the Scotland coach. Yeah, so
Previous Scotland coach. I imagine he can't have both roles.
no, that's probably not. No.
Joe Gardner then comes to the crease. I don't know if you remember the game here last year, Phil, where she hit to all parts of the ground, and so the Vipers will be looking to get her wicket quickly.
It was a game that the Sunrisers should have won in a lot of ways, wasn't it? They got all those early wickets, and then in the chase they had a really good start from Cordelia Griffith and
Naomi Dattini.
Was it? It was, yeah. But they put on a lot, didn't they? But they didn't go over the line in the end. Still looking for that elusive first win, but they've got a good chance here again today. Whatever goes on from here, the rest of this innings, they're going to have a good score to defend.
Yeah, 226 for 4, 7.2 overs remain. They're going to at least be wanting to go to 250, 260 from the position they are in, but the Vipers are going to be really on constricting here. They've brought cover up into the ring and the fielders are out straight. That's down the leg side. Will be called a wide. Reece Southby quick with the gloves again.
She's done well on her first game, Reece Southby.
Very well, she'll be very happy.
Yeah.
Charlie Dean then, top of their mark, a little gallop bowls, and that's hit her on the pad, but going down the leg side. But another dot ball, which the Vipers will be very happy with. Just 2 runs off the over so far and a wicket, and 1 ball remains. As Dean tosses the ball from one hand to the other and bowls to Joe Gardner. That's 4 outside the off stump, left alone. So that's the end of the over, 2 runs from it. That's the end of Charlie Dean's spell. 10 overs for 54 runs, 1 wicket and 1 maiden in her spell.
So they're going to be finishing off here with Alice Monaghan and Mary Taylor, I guess.
Lindsay Smith still has 2 left.
She has 2, yeah.
So should be used for 2 of those overs, I'm sure. But just having a conversation now about where to go with her bowlers. I imagine Mary Taylor will continue.
So possibly Alice will bowl the 5 overs that Lauren Bell can't. I guess that would be the way to look at it.
Yeah, just getting their field right for Mary Taylor. Vipers field is just spread at the moment. You've got a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg. George Adams just having a chat with the umpire, probably no doubt asking who's got overs left. That's always a challenge, isn't it? Especially in a 50 over game, yeah. counting your players' overs.
On some of the scoreboards they have it up, don't they? But not here. But hopefully the umpires are on top of that. As you say, it is part of the umpire's role. So Mary Taylor into bowl to Hawley, who plays it nicely for the offside, and that's going to be 4. There's no one back there. All the fielders on the offside are up in the ring. The boundary protection is on the leg side, but that was wide of off stump and just placed between those fielders for 4 quite comfortably.
Yeah, she just gave herself a bit of room there, back in using the width of the crease. The offside fields up, stepping away, gave herself the width and hit through the field. Hit through the inner ring.
It goes up to 8. The score is 2-3-1. So no change in the field. So she may be looking to do that again. Mary Taylor in. And that's leg side, and it's going to be a leg bye. I think it's gone away on to fine leg. And it is a leg bye. Keep the scoreboard ticking. So Joe Gardner.
A helicopter overhead.
Yeah. Joe Gardner now on strike. Joe Gardner originates from the Isle of Wight. Not far from here.
So she's actually a Viper by region.
She is by birth. Region, but I think she plays a cricket in Northants, I believe.
Yep.
She's on strike now, and that's nicely played. There's any contact on the onside is going to be a single, and that was, because there's nobody saving one there. But long on comes in to prevent a second. But yeah, just a single anywhere they want there on the leg side. They're giving them that.
Nursery grounds all set up for me, Phil. Some stumps for me to bowl at, some high catches hopefully.
I hope we're filming that. That one's trying to hit on the leg side, and it's on the pad, so the dot ball. So yeah, they've basically got to bowl straight to this field, hasn't she? You can't give it any width on the offside with no protection.
Straight and full.
Straight and full will be the mantra.
She's done it well so far. She bowled nicely in this spell at the death.
In a game, and that is on the offside, and she has got it through. And that's gone for 4 as well. It flies away over there. There's no great effort in that shot. She just leant on it, didn't she? Hawley, but must have timed it beautifully. And there was no danger of anyone preventing it reaching the boundary.
Yeah, good diving effort from Charlie Dean, but nothing was going to stop it. And fantastic bit of batting this from Hawley, just opening up that offside. And it means Georgia Adams, the captain's had a change of field.
Had to make a change, yeah. She's now put the sweeper out on the offside. In fact, she doesn't have to take any other. She could have had her out there all the time, isn't it? She's got enough boundary fields anyway. Anyway, she's down the wicket this time, and she's hit it in the air to mid-off. But it's a lot of times today the ball's dropped just short of the fielder, and that's another case there. Just a couple of yards short and no run. So finishing with the dot ball there, Mary Taylor, and it's 2-3-7 for 4 off 44.
Yeah, I feel like Hawley just almost played with the field, because they brought long off up to mid off to drop cover back, and she's just trying to go over the top, finding that boundary option, which is the right thing to do at this stage. At 237 for 4, 6 overs remaining, and 6 overs till the skills challenge on the nursery round.
Which is the highlight of the day, of course.
Of course, there's been lots warming up, ready to go on the gantry. I've seen, to be fair, some of the gifts you get. Some Viper's wristband. I haven't even got one of those, Phil.
I'm sure they'll find you one. If not, you'll probably nick one off one of the little girls.
Lindsay Smith then.
Lindsay Smith at this end now. 2 overs left.
And that's work to mid-wicket for a single. And as Hawley moves to 12, 238 for 4.
Oh.
You did the other end, Phil. You can't be having 2 overs in a row. Smith into Hawley, who works it into that same gap in mid-wicket again for a single. Hawley moves to 13, 239 for 4. This is also my last over, and then you get rid of me for a period.
Oh, you have to warm up.
Yeah, exactly.
Warm up for your challenge.
Loosen up, do a few stretches. Smith round the wicket then in bowls, and that's a great area to bowl, just full and straight, and Gardner just blocks it back. She's on 2 of 5 deliveries.
Feel she's just waiting to unleash though, don't you? She looks like she's winding up ready.
Smith in bowls, fuller delivery hit down the ground. Georgia Elwis at long on comes in, pick up a single. Smith bowled at 8.4 overs, 41 runs, 1 wicket so far as well. Really nicely, change of end, bowling at the hotel end, bowls, and that's on the leg side. Appeal for LBW and given. Hawley is gone. Out LBW to Lindsay Smith for 13. And that's another key wicket for the Vipers. Scored 240 for 5.
Went a long way across there, trying to work it on the leg side. And basically missed a straight ball, and she looked like she realised she was probably out when she missed it. She turned straight away. I think that was a fairly comfortable one for Sophie McLennan, the umpire.
Yeah, and the Vipers have done very well in this back end to peg back the Sunrisers. They could have been putting on a formidable total. And
I think if Maddie Villa's still been there, we'd have been looking at a lot higher. That was a key wicket.
Yeah, and
put pressure on Grucourt then. She got herself out, and then you've got 2 new batters, haven't you? It's always harder, obviously. Interesting, the Vipers batting lineup today, Emily. Quite a lot of change from the norm, if you could say. I mean, Georgia Adams is always at the top of the order, looking like she's going at 5, and Danny White at 4. Is that right?
Yep. Yeah. So Maya Bouchier, who's looking in impressive touch. She got 96 in a North East South warm-up game last week. So her and Ella McCacken's a natural opener.
Yep.
She got 50 in the warm-up game here last week. So strong batting lineup. Georgia Elwis at 3. Then, as you said, Danny White carded at 4. We're used to seeing her opening the batting for the Vipers, but in England international cricket,
she bats lower down.
She bats in the middle order at the moment.
In the 50 overs, anyway.
In the 50 over game, yeah.
Yeah.
Lindsay Smith just getting her field right, realigning 45. You've got 4 fielders out, cover, long on, extra cover, and that's a half a pill from George Adams, but a bit of bat on that from Amara Carr. That's the end of the over, 240 for 5 overs remain, and I will see you in the second innings, and I'll be left with Phil Green.
Thanks, Emily. As she said, now off to do some skills challenge with the youngsters on the outfield on the nursery ground. It's all set up over there for her. So I'm sure there's some excited people looking forward to that, not least Emily.
Oh, I'm quite happy to see Emily finally getting to play cricket with people her height.
Yeah.
It's going to be nice to see her accepted amongst her school friends.
She'll love that, yeah.
I've almost just knocked her into the wall now.
I don't think she heard you, but yeah.
I've just wiped out the top run scorer for the Vipers last year by smacking her backwards into a wall. Oh, goodness, well.
She'll find all ways of getting injured. Girl.
5 overs left in the innings then for the Vipers. And Alice Monaghan.
Alice Monaghan, yeah, coming back. As we said, if we've got our maths right, she's probably going to have to bowl at least 2 more, I think.
Oh, shall I have a look? I've got many scorecards.
She's got to bowl the sort of 5 that Lauren can't bowl. I guess that's my very simple way of looking at it. Anyway, she's back on now, and she's bowling to Jo Gardner. Keeper stood up to the stumps, and Gardner's hit off the back foot, and again it's quite a quick single, but again under pressure there's been a misfield. This time it's the captain, George Adams, and the throw's a bit wild as well. Sent 2 backing up fielders scampering around to collect and make sure there wasn't an overthrow, but just the one to Jo Gardner. And now got Amara Carr, the Sunrisers wicket-keeper, is the new batter on strike.
And Rhys Southby, who was stood up to the stumps for that first ball, has just gone back.
Yeah. So I guess it is based on who's on strike.
Or this one won't be a slower ball and it might take your head off.
It's not actually that far back, but yeah, that's the legs. That is a leg side wide. As we know in modern one-day cricket, everything down there is a leg side. Down the leg side is a wide. Signalled by Billy Taylor, once of this parish.
Your mate Billy Taylor.
Former teammate of mine, but he also played for Hampshire, of course, for some years, and was a championship winner with Sussex. Was Billy.
Shot.
That's a good shot by Mara Carr. She's gone over the top and got hold of that for 4, straight down the ground. So off the mark with a very confident shot.
Sorry, I just realised that I completely, without noting, let out like a noise of like delight when she hit that ball.
You did?
I did.
Yeah,
I didn't realise, but it was a lovely shot. It was one of those ones where you've just got to sit back and go wow, but I didn't realise I made a noise.
And you didn't? Yes, you did go wow or something similar. Right, so we've got Alice Monaghan again. Fielder now gone back for that shot. She tried again. And this time just pushed out to extra cover and there's no run. So Mara Carr, Devon girl from birth, from my home county, so always got an interest to follow her performances, but now moved to Middlesex some years ago. Very good wicket keeper.
Yeah, she's got a fantastic record in terms of dismissals.
He's got more stumpings than catches, I noticed, which is quite unusual, isn't it? Yeah.
They do have a lot of spinners in the Sunrisers lineup.
Yeah, that's true. So Monaghan in again, and she's just pushed on the other side, and they'll get through for the single quite comfortably. She's actually...
I will say the one thing about the Vipers kit and how bright it is from the point we're at, it's quite hard to see their shirt numbers.
It is, yes.
I have been struggling. I do feel as if the orange is slowly burning my corneas.
I actually got that wrong about Amara Carr. She hasn't got more stumpings. She's got 12 catches and 7 stumpings for Sunrisers. Monaghan in again, and that's turned on the leg side by Gardner. And it was going to be 2, but Gardner actually slipped at the non-striker's end. Had to send Amara Carr back, so it's just the one. It's actually the other wicket-keeper in their squad, Scarlett Hughes, that's got 9 stumpings and 5 catches.
Scarlett Hughes has played for Bishop Stortford before as well. She
was a Bishop Stortford player.
Who was a club in the league which your team plays in?
Indeed. But she now plays for Billericay, I think, club cricket in Essex. Anyway, Alice Monaghan in. And that's played through to mid-off. Yeah, Scarlett and Kelly Castle both played for Bishop Stortford. Two of the Sunrisers here. End of the over, and we're 248 for 5. And Gardner is on 5. They're both on 5. Both batters on 5. 4 overs to go.
Well, we were predicting around the 260, 270 mark. And I think the Vipers have done well, actually, just to claw things back in this last 10. You know, they've taken these wickets. They've got 2 new batters at the crease, and actually, if Villiers had still been in at this stage, it could have been seriously dangerous for the Vipers.
She was doing a lot of damage. That is the key wicket. I think we might look back at the end and say that Villiers was the key wicket here, because it's going to make a difference in the level of scoring in the last few overs, I'm sure.
But also, I mean, the way she was able to conduct herself in that innings, before she came in, I thought the Sunrisers were doing well not to have lost wickets, but I didn't think they were going to get a big total. I was thinking more around the 180, 190.
She changed the momentum totally, didn't she? And she got Grucock batting quicker as well, actually. And
as Emily Windsor was saying, any score above that 250 mark is difficult to kind of get over.
Mentally, it's quite challenging. Whatever the wicket, whatever the conditions, anything over 250, quite a challenge, isn't it? And they're going to certainly be above 250. 4 overs to go. We're on 248, and we've got Mary Taylor back on this end now at the hotel end. She's switched ends.
Here she comes into bowl, slower ball, which is chopped down on the offside, past the diving extra cover and out to deep cover. And they've come back for 2 as it's a bullet throw in from Alice Monaghan, but it's wide, and Rhys Southby does the most she can. But
I think there was 2 anyway.
Mary Taylor here coming in for, this is her ninth over, so you expect she'll be bowling 2 of these last 4. She's in again past the umpire, bowls on the pads of Gardner, who works it into that vacant spot on the leg side, and they're coming back for another 2. And it just feels a bit too relaxed, a bit too sloppy from the Vipers at times. They really do set themselves apart from other teams with their efforts in the field. And, you know, people look at them and go, oh, they've got superstars, they've got this. But even when their England players leave, they still look like a good unit because they work together well in the field.
But
today, that hasn't been it.
That last one was just good batting, though, I think. I mean,
good slower ball from Taylor, which drops down onto Gardner, and she yorks herself in the process. No run. When
you've got that sort of field over on the leg side, you see it's quite a lot in the game now. If you can get the ball, they try and get it to just about reach the edge of the circle, and if you can get it to the edge of the circle with no fielders there, that's a 2 quite often. That's their sort of target.
Taylor in over the wicket, bowls another great Yorker, which is dug out by Gardner.
2 good balls in a row.
That really good bowling from Mary Taylor, who's a younger player in this team, a newer addition, and she may look at her figures at the end of the day, already gone for 62 runs ago, and okay, it was a little bit expensive, but if she can get away with doing these final 2 overs here and for the 49th, you'd feel as if she's done a good job just to pull things back personally and also for her team. She's in again to cast, slower ball, bit of a drag down, cut past the point, but there's a big side of the ground, and there'll be a run out here at the striker's end as they came back for a 2.
Bit of a miscommunication. One of them came back for 2 and the other one didn't.
Massive communication, and it'll be the 6th wicket to fall for the Sunrisers. She was halfway down the pitch. I'm just going to confirm who that is.
Gardner's
who's gone.
Out,
Gardner.
Yeah.
But when you're pushing like that, I think because the Vipers have taken late wickets and got 2 new batters in, and they do have to just scramble for as many runs as possible. It is Gardner, run out for 10 in the end, run out by Alice Monaghan. You know, you do have to push for those 2s, and we are going to see run outs happen. It's not quite as dramatic as the one which saw Lizzie McLeod part at the top of the innings, but
you expect run outs, and you don't mind from a batting side to some degree run outs, but it's always annoying when it's a run out like that where they're not running a full tilt. If they go for the second run and get run out by 6 inches, then you sort of accept that. But that was just a 1 going, 1 not. Classic mix-up, really, and in the end, an easy run out.
And it brings Eva Gray to the middle, the new addition to this Sunrisers squad this year. She's moved over from the South East Stars. And she's handy with the bat. I mean, Emily Windsor was saying how she'll be a good addition to the Sunrisers seam unit, but I think in a situation like this, she's not a bad batter to be coming in.
Another teammate of Emily's at Oval Invincibles, I believe, as well, yeah, in the 100.
Well, Emily's done the rounds in the 100 as well, because she started at Trent Rockets, Oval Invincibles, and then this year, we don't know.
No.
She's not part of the draft, she's part of the secret negotiation stage.
Yeah, it's all very hush-hush, isn't it? But she'll be somewhere, that's
maybe
for sure.
if I buy her an ice cream, she'll tell me. Not that it's really an ice cream kind of day. Maybe a burger. Mary Taylor bowls a low full toss down the leg side, called wide by umpire Sophie McClellan, and she'll have to bowl that one again. But that one looked a bit more of an effort delivery there from Taylor, trying to get her Yorker in again, and just the ball moving away with the seam.
She's hit the Yorker quite well. There's 3 recently, good Yorker length balls. That one unfortunately a wide, but good length.
Coming in from a shortish run up and back of a length on the pads, dropped into the onside and fields off her own bowling, allowing the Sunrisers through for a quick single. And it's an unusual field from the Vipers, because at times here they've had everyone out on the leg side and they're allowing the Sunrisers to get a single, but then going, come on, try and run 2. It's a shorter boundary and we're charging it, just try and run 2. And that's how they build this pressure and bring these run-outs. But the score at the end of the 47th over, 256 for 6.
Would you not be inclined, though, if you were captain here, Mel, and a very successful captain, I might add, and then with a new batter, would you be trying to stop them getting that one and make them trying to hit boundaries, rather than they're still giving them a single and the possibility of 2, rather than I'd be inclined with new batters to say, okay, try and hit a boundary, but we'll stop you running.
I think so. I'm not the biggest fan of the person, putting every single person out and leaving a massive gap. The times I would do that, in my experience, is when you have, if Maddie Villiers was still in and you were going, actually, she is hitting everything so well, I just need to stop the 4 at this rate.
That's different, but with 2 new batters,
case, exactly. I think having a sweeper is a good idea, and if there's any particular background information
for a bad ball.
Exactly, but I think they should be squeezing a bit more. But maybe that's in the mindset of the Vipers
they
here.
Are now a little bit, actually. They have squeezed a little bit more now.
Maybe they're just going, actually, because they haven't fielded as well as they could have today. They are a bit on the back foot, or they have been at points in this innings. Maybe they're just being a bit too defensive.
Possibly. It's Monaghan, anyway. Alice Monaghan bowling. And again, just drifting down the leg side. Just have to bowl that one again. And another run on the total. Difficult for Alice Monaghan here, because we said she hasn't bowled a lot over the years that she's been involved with the Vipers. And she's now having to bowl the key overs at the end. But I guess that was their game plan today. Knowing that Lauren Bell can only allowed 5, that she was going to have to bowl at the end probably in the game, and that's nicely played. That's nicely played by Eva Gray. She just used the pace on the ball, leant on it and put it through the gap for 4, through the 2 fielders on the offside. Don't need a lot. We've seen a lot of balls go to that side of the ground today without much apparent effort, and just leant on and runs away. Certainly a high scoring venue today, at the looks of it. But anyway, it's another 4 to Eva Gray. This time gets her up to 5.
Yeah, I've got that Alice Monaghan only bowled 2 overs in this competition before now.
Yeah, sort of. So it's hard for this time. Bit of an agricultural heave on the leg side, but they're going to try and come back for 2, and yes, they make it. A big shout for the run out, but the umpire is not interested. Well, I'm sure she's interested, but she's not interested in giving it out. So 2 more to Gray.
I don't know. I think if I was an umpire at this point in the game, I wouldn't be interested. I'd be thinking about my food.
So we've got Monaghan again. Gray still on strike. And again, she's got good contact there, but actually too well, because she hit it straight to long on for 1. If she'd not hit it as well, she probably would have got back for 2, but that's the way it goes sometimes. So a single to Gray. 264 for 6 is creeping up. So we're going to get up round about 280, which is quite a formidable target on in any conditions. Might be doing them this service saying 280 if the last 2 overs go really well. But anyway, Monaghan in now to Carr, and she's tried to go right back in her crease to give herself room, but ended up sort of between two strokes and just pushing it back to the bowler. Didn't quite make her mind up what she wanted to do with that.
I'm looking at the numbers for last season's Rachael Heyhoe Flint as well, and just looking at the kind of names who the Vipers are missing today in terms of the overs they bowled last year.
Monaghan in again, slower ball this time, a good full slower ball. That might have been out the back of the hand, I think. But they got through for a single, but Mel's indicating it was more of a cutter, was it?
No, I think it was a back of the hand,
yeah. I thought it was,
had that kind of dip you would expect, but yeah, looking at the last year's bowling numbers, I mean, Charlotte Taylor, spinner, bowled 72 overs in the competition last year. Georgia L was 53, Tara Norris 68, and Paige Schofield 21.
None of those are out there. That one's heaved into the leg side by Gray. Let's pick up another single. There's plenty of singles on offer, as we said here. That takes to the end of the over at 266 for 6, and 2 overs remaining. And if we go run a ball from here, 278, that's a pretty formidable score.
Especially as something I'm sure we'll talk about more when the Vipers come out to bat, but they've made a few changes to their batting order. And Danny Wyatt's carded to come in at 4, which seems unusual because obviously there's reasons behind it. They want the opening combination of Bouchier and McCacken, but the kind of start Danny Wyatt can give you is one which can really make a score or a target around the 280 mark look actually quite manageable if she gets you off to a quick 40 for none
in the power play. Overs,
well, so you just wonder, looking at and I'm sure we'll see, and we could be proved completely wrong, which is the joy of commentary, but you just wonder with the opening kind of order the Vipers have, whether they may just start things a bit slower.
Also, Georgia Allen's batting at 5, which is different. She's normally at the top of the order as well over time, isn't she?
Taylor bowls her first delivery of her final over. It's a slower ball which beats the bat of Eva Gray and bounces once to Rhea Southby behind the stumps. And even though these two have been expensive, Mary Taylor and Alice Monaghan, we predicted a few overs ago they were going to have to take the bulk of these final 10, and bowlers' figures are always more punished in this
at
final
end,
10. So it's be going at around 7 and over for Mary Taylor. She may not be too disappointed as that ball's called dead.
Has Lindsay Smith got one more to go?
She does, so
she might bowl the last one, I would have thought. Yeah.
But she's managed to execute these slower balls nicely. She did in that first delivery. She's in for her second ball now. Another slower ball which is skied straight in the air. Can the bowler get underneath or mid-off? No, it lands in no man's land. And the Sunrisers, whilst the ball is in the air, managed to get through for 2 runs. Really good running from the batting side, and one of those ones for, I think, the third one off the bowling of Mary Taylor, where the ball has landed with no fielders around it.
There's been several in the innings as a whole, hasn't there?
And it landed exactly where mid-on would have been if they were up in the ring. Mid-off couldn't quite get round, and I think the bowler Mary Taylor lost it a bit. As there's another slow ball swung away into the leg side for 6. Glorious shot there from Eva Gray. She moves on to 17 off 8, and a good cameo innings here from the new transfer to the Sunrisers. It is the shorter boundary, but she is, got the ball over the boundary by a good few metres.
Yeah, that's a good shot, good pick up.
And that was a bit in the slot. She had bowled 2 slower balls before Taylor. She's bowling full, so you know what's coming, particularly with the field she's got set. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on. The only fielder deep on the offside is a deep cover, so you know it's going to be full. She just stood there and backed herself, and it'll be interesting to see what she does now as Taylor in again, bowls full, whipped off the pads of Gray, but finds deep mid-wicket. Danny Wyatt keeps that down to a single. The score moves on to 276 for 6. Just the 9 balls remaining.
I think they probably will go with Lindsay Smith for the last over, but it's going to be not far short of 300 by the looks of it.
It's funny because we said in the build-up to this game that looking at these two teams on paper as Taylor's in, that hits Carr in front of the stumps, appeal from a lone Taylor. Looks like maybe, I thought it looked quite good, but perhaps sliding down a bit there. They get through for a leg bye. 2 balls left in this over. But, you know, on paper we were saying that one of the teams looks a bit stronger, the Vipers, because the Sunrisers haven't won a game yet in this competition. But looking at their past encounters, yes, in 2020 the Vipers did beat the Sunrisers quite comprehensively, as Taylor's in, loses her balance a bit and bowls a low full toss on the pads of Gray, works it out to deep mid-wicket for a single. And the score moves on to 278 for 6. So the first 2 times these teams played each other, Vipers won by 7 wickets and 49 runs. However, the game in 2021, the Vipers won by just 1 run.
I remember that one, yeah.
And last year, the Vipers won by only 11 runs. So these 2 teams have had some close encounters, as that's a good Yorker outside off stump, driven to cover, who was moved inside the ring. You could see what Carr was trying to do there with no fielders on the deep on the offside, giving herself room, didn't quite pierce it through, but did pick up the single, so we'll keep the strike for the final over of the innings. 279 for 6 is the score with 6 balls remaining.
In the game here last year, they got off to a great start, the Sunrisers. I think the Vipers were about 48 for 5 or something like that. Kate Kopak knocked over the top order, and
Thank you very much, Phil.
And yeah, they recovered through, I think it was Paige Schofield. And even then, the Sunrisers were in a position to win the game in the second innings. But didn't quite get over the line. It is Lindsay Smith to bowl the last over.
A good change of pace, you feel. I would worry if they did continue with Alice Monaghan.
Yeah, no, I think it was always going to be set up for Lindsay to bowl the last over, and she is in now. Down the wicket is Carr. Up to mid-off, rotating the strike, probably looking to get Eva Gray on strike. She seems to be striking well, 19 off 10 balls at the moment, so she is now back on strike for the last few balls of the innings. Smith in, bit short. That's a lovely shot from Gray. I think that's going to be 4. Yeah, that's a lovely shot through over mid-off. Down the wicket, just opened up a little bit. It looked like she was going to go to long on, I thought, from the foot position, but she sort of opened the face and hit it over long off. Mid-off was up and mid-on was back, so very sensible batting, and mid-off is now going back, and the cover boundary fielder is coming up into the ring.
They have been chasing the ball a bit, the Vipers
They have the
fielders.
last few overs, yeah. Smith in again, that's down the ground again, but straight to the bowler this time. Lindsay Smith fields, so a dot ball. Dot ball's always good for the fielding side at this stage. Smith in again, short run up round the wicket, and again worked on the leg side by Gray. I think it will just be 1. No, they're going to come back. This should be a run out. Oh, should have been a run out at the bowling end, but the throw wasn't great and it wasn't collected cleanly by Lindsay Smith. Bit sloppy again from the Vipers, so that should have been a run out. So they got back for 2 more to Gray. She's down to 25 very quickly. And this time she is out. She's bowled, trying to hit it across the line. Sort of shot you sort of expect in the last over of the innings, but a really good little cameo from Eva Gray there. 25.
25 or 14.
Or 14. And that's real bonus runs from a number 8, isn't it? You know, you sort of look at your top order, but if you've got someone coming in at that situation, making a contribution like that, it can be absolutely vital.
Was that the only 6 of the innings so far?
It is.
So far, obviously 1 ball left.
Yeah, it is.
Go on, Kelly Castle. Go on, captain. Hit 6.
Not great odds on this going for 6 over the long leg side boundary, but you never know. It is the captain's responsibility.
Exactly.
As Mel said, it's Kelly Castle coming to the crease. Is that a strength area for her over
I don't think I've ever played against Kelly Castle, I must say. I was lucky enough to.
I know she's more of a bowler.
To avoid the games. Exactly. I think I'm more scared of her when she's got the ball in hand and it's slightly cloudy.
Anyway, she might have got a boundary here because it's gone off the inside edge. She went for the shot. No, it's going to be cut off. They're going to. Anna McCacken's going to cut it off, but they're going to come back for 2. So the last ball of the innings produces 2 and takes the Sunrisers score to 288, which I think they'd be very happy with, having won the toss and batted first. 288 for 7. I'll let Mel run down the scorecard for you.
Thank you, Phil. So obviously, if you were here with us at the start of the game, the Sunrisers captain Kelly Castle won the toss and elected to bat first. The innings opened up with Grace Scrivens, the England under-19 captain, and Lizzie McLeod, who went pretty early on to a bit of a mix-up out in the middle. She was run out for 4, and then the partnership developed between Grace Scrivens and Jodie Grucock, and they had a good relationship out there in the middle. 103 for 2 was the score when Grace Scrivens went. She was stumped off the bowling of Smith, stumped by the new Vipers keeper Ree Southby. And then the next partnership out there in the middle, Maddie Villiers, fantastic innings, 70 off 53 balls. It really was the standout innings of this Sunrisers first innings. She was eventually dismissed, bowled by Taylor. And then came a flurry of wickets. Saskia Hawley, the Scottish-Australian player for the Sunrisers, gone. LBW to Lindsay Smith for 13. Jo Gardner run out by Alice Monaghan, a bullet throw in from the deep. Eva Gray, the last wicket to fall just then, bowled by Smith. She went for a fantastic 25 off 14. And the 2 not out batters, Amara Carr 9 and Kelly Castle 2 in the end. Run you through this bowling card, which may not be the prettiest of image for Vipers fans. Lauren Bell bowled 5 overs early on. She had a bit of a battle with Grace Scrivens there and the short offside boundary. She bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 26 runs, no wickets, but due to her England commitments could only bowl those 5 overs for the game, so she wasn't used again in the bowling department. Georgia Adams, the captain, 10 overs, 34 runs, no wicket. Charlie Dean, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 54 runs and 1 wicket. Mary Taylor, the young Vipers Academy, who's now been promoted. She bowled 10 overs for 77, but picked up a wicket. Alice Monaghan, 5 overs, 39 runs, no wickets. And Lindsay Smith, the new recruit returning to the South Coast, 10 overs, 50 runs and 3 wickets. So that's our coverage of the first innings and this first session. Play should resume in around about half an hour. We don't have an exact time, but we'll see you then. Grace Scrivens got 67 at the top of the order for the Sunrisers, but it was the work of Jodie Grucock, the young player just playing her third game, who got 69. And Maddie Villiers, 70 off 53 balls, really set the tone of the innings for the Sunrisers. So the Southern Vipers, as I say, 289 runs to win. And it looks like Kopak will be the bowler with the new ball in hand. That's Kate Kopak, right arm fast medium. Just tying her blonde hair at the top of her mark, and a little look at the field she's got as well. Mid on, mid off, short mid wicket, deep fine leg, a wide fine leg, deep third, point extra cover and mid off. She's into bowl outside the off stump, pushed off the back foot by Ella McCacken for no run. And the Sunrisers fielders, they're buzzing out there. They're all running in, playing that game which you often see in cricket games where the ball gets chucked around, and actually up to McSood there has almost just got a ball to the head as she was walking away and someone chucked the ball at her. So could have been a very nasty injury in the first ball of the second innings, but Kate Kopak with the ball in hand again. Number 11 on her back, runs away from us here at the hotel end, bowls full and defended by McCacken into the onside. McCacken and Bouchier, this new opening partnership for the Vipers in this 50 over competition. From the word on the street, it looks like McCacken will be a pretty regular feature there for them across the whole season, whilst Maya Bouchier, of course, will have some England duties later on in the summer for this Ashes summer. Phil Green joins me again as Kopak bowls, and this is left alone by McCacken outside the off stump. There's one slip in place. Welcome back, Phil. Sorry, did I rush you a bit? Have you been running up the stairs to get back in time?
I don't actually run anywhere, Mel, but I had to hurry a little bit. Yeah, but it's all right. I knew it was in very good hands. Were you?
Well, I'm glad you did come back.
In charge here.
I do think if I was ever left alone for more than 5 overs by myself, people would be hearing stories about how a seagull once stole my dad's Cornish pasty or something weird like that. In comes Kopak, bowls a short ball, and it's pulled into the leg side. A fielder running back from mid-wicket slides and gets the ball back in for a single. Score moves on to 2 for none.
They're the sort of stories you expect on Test Match Special, really, aren't they? There are days of Brian Johnson and blowers and that. They would always be telling stories about similar things to that.
There always seems to be a strange relationship with cricket commentators and bird stories. I have tons of bird stories, so maybe it was just meant to be. Kopak past the umpire, sprints in, bowls full and driven nicely by McCacken, straight to extra cover, and no run taken. 2 for none at the moment. In fact, I actually used to be quite an avid bird watcher.
Really?
When I was younger. I had a book which I used
twitcher.
to... Is that what it's called?
Aren't they called twitchers? Bird
Twitcher.
watching, I think.
Don't think I've got a twitch.
No, I think that's what they're called. It's not Twitter, but it's something very similar. I think they're called twitchers or something.
Kopak bowls back of a leg
Tweeters or something.
on the hip of McCacken. They look for a single off a slight misfield, but decide not to. And that completes the first over. You are right, Phil. As I've just got confirmation, avid bird watchers are called twitchers. I'm from the Twitter generation age, so I wouldn't have known that. But yeah, I was there we go. I was a twitcher when I was younger, and I had a little logbook I used to write kind of notes in. And I used to lie. I would say stuff like, I was in the garden today and a robin landed on my head. I remember it didn't, but I remember sitting there and writing that lie as like a 7-year-old. And it haunts me to this day.
And did you say you spotted rare birds that you hadn't actually spotted?
Yeah, I saw a dodo crawling out the bonfire, and there was an ostrich in the pond.
Yeah.
I was such a compulsive liar, but only about the birds which I spotted.
You did grow up in the West Country, so...
There wasn't much else to do, was there?
Yeah,
So,
a lot of that is
avid imagination.
A lot of that is possibly true as well. So who we got? We've got Eva Gray bowling at the pavilion end, coming in to bowl to Bouchier. And that's played nicely, but straight to mid-on. So I don't know if you mentioned, Mel, but the Kate Kopak who bowled the first over was the one that did all the damage here last year in this equivalent game.
Well, I've never seen the Sunrisers play before, so
okay.
you've had the luxury.
She took 4 very early wickets and had Vipers in a lot of trouble last year.
I mean, I liked the look of her bowling so far.
Big wickets,
she looked quick.
So Gray again into Bouchier, and that's outside the off stump and played on the offside. They're coming through for a single to get her off the mark. Well run. The feature of the first innings, of the Sunrise innings, was a lot of good positive running, and Vipers are off in similar vein.
Definitely, I think head coach of the Sunrisers, Andy Tennant, will be very happy with how his team went about, and only 2 run-outs on the scorecard, but when you look at the context of how many runs they probably stole from sloppy fielding.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, and there's a big shout. Just playing sort of half-hearted shot there, really, McCacken, but there was a bit of initial enthusiasm for the fielders, but I don't think they were too convinced themselves, and the most important thing was the umpire wasn't. He stood there, Billy Taylor, his arms folded. Gray in again. Oh, and that's gone through. That's that looked a great delivery from here, just beating the defensive shot on the outside edge. Through to keeper Amara Carr. Yeah, decent ball there, just seeing on the replay.
And she's not express Eva Gray, is
She's
she?
not.
I mean, Kopak, I said at the other end, she looked like she was rushing the Vipers' batters a bit, but this is
quite a bit taller. Eva Gray's not one of those skiddy short bowlers.
But it's a nice contrast, certainly, and she's going to get the ball, especially the new ball, just to move about a bit in the air, because we've had these overcast conditions all day.
She's built quite. That one she's defending into mid-wicket. She's built quite a reputation for herself in this in the women's cricket. She's, as well as being obviously with South East Stars and doing well, she was with Oval Invincibles and bowled regularly in all the games for them, the match, the tournament-winning team. So she's obviously highly regarded in the women's game, and effective bowler. And we saw her today as well, a very effective batter at the lower end of the order. And she comes again. And that's turned away by McCacken. They could look for 2 here. Deep square leg comes in off the boundary, but no, they're just going to settle for the 1. The throw comes back in, and it takes us to the end of the over, with the Vipers moving on to 4. 3 to McCacken and 1 to Bouchier.
And looking at the reasons for moving, particularly, let's say, Georgia Adams to begin with down the order, it happened at some point last season, and I think particularly after the 100 campaign with Southern Brave, where they kind of looked and realised that Georgia Adams is probably one of the best players of spin actually in the country. And when you look at her stats, and it's always difficult with these kind of competitions because there's not many years worth of data available.
Sure.
So looking at an average potentially isn't against, let's say, an average against spin, average against seam, isn't that actually reflective? But strike rate gives away a lot. And Georgia Adams, I'll go into after this delivery from Kopak to McCacken, who works it just to the left of the fielder at mid-wicket, and she would have been gone if the fielder's throw had hit the non-striker's end. It was really risky running. I think she'd got it more square than she actually did. And actually in the end the fielder had about 2 stumps to aim at. Missed out on the first opportunity, goes and miss. Vipers 5 for none. Some very quick running so far as Kopak tosses the ball to herself and charges in again. This one's defended at the crease by Bouchier for no run. So usually Georgia Adams against seam, she strikes in the 60s, you know, comfortably, perhaps a bit more traditional, but in this format okay. Against spin, she strikes in the 90s, in the high 90s, and it's the highest by far of any of the other players in the Vipers team. And you know, coming in at number 5, you are going to be facing a lot of spin, and it's particularly true in the death overs in the women's game, something you see a lot more in the women's than the men's, as that's defended by Bouchier for no run.
Also, of course, you often get spinners opening the bowling in this cricket, so she might have faced a lot of that at the top of the order as well.
And it's her strike rate as well. You know, later on she strikes in the 90s from overs 26 to 40, and in the final 10 overs of a game she strikes in the 140s.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's been an interesting move. It raised a few eyebrows, but it's worked for them.
Well, it seems to fit around all the figures you've just said, doesn't it, to be a sensible move.
Kopak bowls and Bouchier defends, and
but there is, you know, stats obviously provide a great basis for that, but if she's been in, having opened the innings and still in the 40th over, that's a totally different situation to coming in the 40th over, which might happen. You know, they are two different scenarios, aren't they?
Definitely, and as you say, you can only do as much with the stats as you can, but have to see how it works out today for the Vipers. If she's needed, Kopak in again over the wicket.
Nice shot.
Full and flicked away by Bouchier for 4. Glorious shot, her first boundary of the game. Classical cricket.
Yeah.
And just no height really on it at all. She just leant on it, kept the ball down almost the whole way along to the boundary rope and moves the Vipers' score on to 9.
Yeah, it was an effortless shot, wasn't it?
Well, when you've got that pace on the ball, which I think I know myself and a lot of other people really struggle against the spin, because this is the kind of bowling we want. And bowlers in the women's game who do just have this little bit extra more pace have to be so tight in their lines, as it's a better delivery from Kopak, back of a length, and can only be defended into the onside for no run. 9 for none the score remains at the end of the 3rd over. If you're just joining us, Vipers need 289 to win this opening game of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
I'll tell you something about Maya Bouchier. There's a girl at Hursley, well, you know very well, Becky Blake, who played for Romania last year because her mother was, well, no, Becky was actually born in Romania, so she qualified to play. And on the back of her 100 that she got against Serbia, a fine cricketing nation, she is 1 ahead of Maya Bouchier in the official ICC one-day international rankings. Anyway, Eva Gray in there too, the McCacken who defends it down the wicket. Yeah, she's. I think she's ranked like 74 and Maya's 75 or something, which Becky finds quite amusing.
Every day I regret the fact that I was not born in some obscure European nation to play. Although my dad was born in Kenya, but I'm not sure that the passport allowances
there
qualify
might be some
anymore.
way nowadays, I don't know. Anyway, Gray in again, and that's a wide down the leg side, just lost her line. It's an increasing thing. I mean, we've got Naomi Hillman at Hursley, who plays for Spain based on her birthplace. There's another girl, Sanya Karana, who's trialling with the Netherlands at the moment because she was born there. And I know there's a girl at St Cross, Emma Moore, who's looking at playing it for Italy through an Italian mother. So it's a real opportunity for them. That's straight and worked through mid-wicket nicely. And that should be 2. They'll come back there, I think. Yeah, coming back, getting comfortably. So that's 2 to McCacken, taking the score up to 10. Oh, sorry, 12. So yeah, there's a lot of opportunities, and it is growing. It's great to see on virtually every country. We were in La Manga for a tournament last weekend, and there was players from Sweden and Norway and lots of different countries. It's just great to see. Gray in again, and that's played off the back foot up to mid-off. No run.
I think it's something as well where the women's game seems to be leading in terms of, including so many nations. I mean, we saw recently with the fair break competition involving players from, I think, 36 different nations involved in it. And it's such a crazy thing when you have cricket as a sport just expanding to all these new countries, yet we've got such a small World Cup still kept to 8 nations.
Yeah. And that was played out to mid-on again. Similar sort of shot from McCacken.
But, you see these clips from fair break where players from Nepal are playing with players from the United States, and they're celebrating together, and you can just see the joy on these players' faces, and also how much they're going to be learning from playing with the likes of Danny Wyatt and Sophia Dunkley, and these really experienced superstars just passing on so much wisdom.
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing to see. And it's great finishing off this over, and the same sort of delivery, same sort of shot, played to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, and did you see that the Thailand national team won yesterday against Zimbabwe in a ODI, which is
that's brilliant.
I'm not sure of the rankings, but I'm guessing Thailand would be ranked a little bit below Zimbabwe, but they beat them. And so I thought that was the end of the over. There was a wide, of course, so that's my mistake. We're still in the over. Seems to be on a long time. I think that's because the same shot's been played 3 or 4 times, but and this one's just gently played on the offside for another dot. And it is the end of the over, I can confirm, and it is 12 for no wicket.
It has felt a bit Groundhog Day in these first 4 overs, but I think it's credit to the Sunrisers bowlers that actually they've really just hit, despite those differences in pace we spoke about and the type of bowlers they are, they're just hitting slightly back of a good length, outside the off stump, and we've seen Bouchier and McCacken play the same back foot punch about 10 times. So
it does look like we're just watching it on replay, doesn't it?
It does feel like we're straying away from the cricket quite early on. As I Google the ODI rankings to see
Thailand and Zimbabwe.
I'm not sure how they only go down to 13 here, although Zimbabwe is 13. So
well, Thailand certainly beat them yesterday. I know that.
Oh no, I've read it wrong. Thailand at 8.
Oh, are they?
Oh,
Okay.
your theory's gone, Phil.
Excellent. They've probably gone up to 8 because of that win. They were
They've
probably
actually gone above Pakistan and Sri Lanka in
Really?
ODIs.
Really.
Brilliant to see these newer nations coming out to play as in comes Kopak down the leg side and called wide by umpire Sophie.
Yeah, it's just being over there last week. I've been over a couple of times to Spain. They're just sponges for knowledge. They just ask about things all the time. I mean, one of the things I found out about Swedish cricket is they're not allowed to play, females aren't allowed to play adult cricket till they're 16, which seems really restrictive. When you think there was a lot of girls under 16 playing in this tournament in Spain last week, but they wouldn't be allowed to in Sweden.
Kopak bowls edged into the gully region. Nice chunky bit of edge there from the bat of Bouchier. She was going for an expansive drive.
You just think sometimes, it's always sort of frustrating a little bit across all sports, that people setting up new things try and create their own rules almost, but when you've got a cricketing nation like established cricket nation England, why not do the same? A 13-year-old girl can play adult cricket here. Why not allow that in Sweden? And the girls were saying that they often have to call off games because they haven't got enough players. But there's 14-year-olds who would play, so...
It's very strange as Kopak's in, and this is paddle flicked over the shoulder and caught at deep mid-wicket. Deep square leg, apologies. The ball just travelled there. It was a shot played on one knee by McCacken. I mean, I was struggling to describe it, and then said the fielder wrong. So it was
just sort of helped it on, didn't she?
Helped it on over her shoulder, down on one knee, and it just built up so much momentum. But taken on the boundary, and it's the first wicket to fall for the Vipers. The score 14 for 1. McCacken goes for 6 off 10 balls, and most of the time, any other time, that would have either flown away for 4 or 6.
I was just going to say, in the first innings, we commented a lot how often the ball went just to where fielders weren't. And I thought then, it's one of those days where sometimes in the other innings, everything goes to where the fielders are, if that makes sense. And that's exactly what happened. As you say, they're anywhere else on the leg side, but she picked her out right on the boundary. I remember her doing that in a game at Hove last year.
Yes, we did that one together.
The game where Emily Windsor, who just walked in, got 90, I think, 90 odd. But in that game, I'm pretty sure Ella McCacken did exactly that. She hit a ball straight to the only fielder out there.
I think it was a pull shot, very similar. It went straight into the hands. And I mean, as a player, when you do that, I've done that before where I remember a few games at Hursley Park where I've kind of got a short, bad ball and you've just pulled it round the corner and it found short, fine legs straight away and they almost swallow it. And you just look at yourself and you kind of laugh and then you're like, that's really annoying. But at the time, you couldn't have changed any angle. You couldn't really have changed the way you'd played it. Kopak in to Georgia Elwes, the new batter out in the middle, and she flicks that one down to fine leg for a single, almost takes out the bowler in the process and gets off the mark. Already a bit of argy-bargy.
I just think it seemed like it could be one of those days where everything went in the favour of the batting side in the first innings and maybe won't in this, I don't know. But
are you already condemning the Vipers to a loss
well,
here,
Phil? I'm just thinking. I've just seen games like this we all have where it just seems to go one person's way in the first, one team's way. All the breaks. You earn your own breaks, I know.
Kopak bowls a slower ball which just dips on Bouchier. She pushes it to mid-wicket. No run taken. Yeah, no, there certainly are games like that, as you say. A lot of the balls in the Vipers' innings kind of just fell in no man's land, but then sometimes you say, it's just one of those days, bad luck, but then alternatively
or the field placing's better, or it could be that,
but alternatively it could be a karma kind of thing. If you'd fielded better, maybe a ball would have gone to hand, as that's flicked off the pads by Bouchier and just bounces once to the fielder.
Again, exactly, picked out the field, only one within 50 yards and picked her out.
I mean, it's good.
You've got to say it's good field placement.
It's good field placement from Kelly Castle, the Sunrisers captain, because Kopac's got a bit of pace here. And when they first set the field, we were going, hang on a second, this is a slightly wider, I mean, it's almost backwards square leg at this point, and the Vipers batters have just picked her out twice now. The ball travelling with quite some speed to where that fielder is situated. In comes Kopac, guided pass, first slip, down to deep third, and a single collected. Score moves on to 18 for 1.
It's a fair bit of pace, Kopac, as you said. It's looks quite sharp.
Yeah, I've not seen her play before, and as I've mentioned, I was doing some.
Have you faced her, Emily? Kopac, quite quick.
Oh, nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did get a 6 for. I like that we said quite quick after we've both observed. Emily just shrugs. Nothing's too quick for her.
Yeah.
But she did nick off, so maybe it was a little bit quick.
No, she looks certainly compared to the other end, to say, of Grace, more of the steady, skiddy sort of variety. But causing a few problems anyway to the Vipers, however quick she is. Kopac. She's taken 1 for 12 from 3, and we've now got Gray bowling to Georgia Elwis, who again is slightly shuffling batting order. She normally comes in slightly lower, I think, or did last year. That's a wide down the leg side. No margin for error on that, of course. So she'll have to bowl that one again.
Just after bowling that delivery there, Eva Gray seemed to point at her keeper, her slip, and kind of do a bit of rearranging. She's really not too happy with the angle of.
Did you tell her to stand down the leg side, maybe? She's bowled a couple down there. Anyway, she's in again now. And that's just run off the face of the bat down to backward point. No run. Look very lively. I'm going to be G'd up at this stage of the season when you just got 280 on the board, aren't you? But they do look very much up for it here, Sunrisers, sensing their possibly their first win in this competition. But they look very much on top of their game at the moment, I have to say, in all departments. So Eva Gray in again. And that's leg side again. Oh, they've appealed this time, so it's not out, but it must have hit something. Probably hit a thigh pad or something like that. Came through at that sort of height.
Well, I think you're right, Phil. If she's going to keep bowling that leg stump line, get a leg slip in.
There.
And actually, there's a short, fine leg who's getting finer and finer. So maybe they are expecting a little paddle or something. But
I'm trying to strangle it down the leg side like that, which nearly happened.
Which everyone knows is the best kind of dismissal as a bowler.
Absolutely.
Who doesn't love to squeeze someone down the leg side?
This is driven nicely, but no real timing, and only finds extra cover for another dot ball. So good steady start here from Sunrisers. As we've said already, it's a pretty good batting wicket, so bowlers won't be expecting to get a lot out of it, I don't think. They'll have to do the work themselves, not rely on the wicket to do it for them. But they've started well, both of them. Not many loose balls, a couple of wides, but generally on the target. That one is a bit wide though, having just said that. Commentator's curse. She's thrown in a wide short ball, which Elwis has put away for 4. A little bit uppish, but very safe and to the shorter boundary. And that was always going to be 4. So that's got her up and running and the boundary count.
I think Gray's just overthinking it a bit too much this over. Had the 2 balls which have gone down the leg side. One of them touched a little bit of pad, so saved it from being a wide, but overthinking her action a bit too much.
Maybe over-adjusted, yeah. That one's straighter, and Elle was looking to play on the leg side, but couldn't get the bat on it and struck her on the pad, or maybe just above the pad. So a couple of bounce through at reasonable height, so perhaps she's a bit quicker than we're saying, I don't know. But she seems to get a bit of bounce for a fairly short bowler.
I think she mixes up her position on the seam as well, and potentially with throwing in the occasional cross seamer. If it hits that seam, then it's going to pop off the surface.
That one's just played on the offside and looking for a single. Bouchier was keen, but then realised that the extra cover fielder was moving in quickly and quick enough to stop the single. So at the end of the 6th over, the Vipers have gone to 22 for 1.
And now we haven't we addressed the Vipers kit, the new Vipers kit earlier today, but I think we need to address the fact that how have we got 8 teams, but the Sunrisers and the Sparks have essentially both come out of it wearing almost exactly the same kit now? Because they're both just wearing all black with a tiny little splash of some yellows and kind of pinks. And I was saying when we were eating our lunch, it's an outrage that we don't have a pink team or a purple team.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's obviously a whole set of spectators that are relatively new to the game. You hear comments like, shouldn't they change to an away kit when they're playing each other or something, like you do in football? Whereas obviously everyone's played white against white for 200 years, but no one's really commented on it.
Kopak in, bowls on the
Nice
pads
shot.
and flicked away airily by Bouchier. Out to deep mid wicket for 4. And the score 26 for 1. She's looking in good touch here. Emily Windsor mentioned earlier in the North v South game last week, which wasn't highly publicised in terms of the scores and such, but Maya Bouchier was in the runs there, and similar to Grace Scrivens for the Sunrisers, it looks like she's in good form early on this season. And of course, we mentioned with a big summer coming up for England, the Ashes, she's going to want to just put her name in the hat with some good early season scores. Back in and pushed off the back foot by Bouchier, scrambling and rolling extra cover. Attempts to stop the ball, and it just goes straight to Maksud at mid-off.
And when you said earlier about if you look at the two sides on paper, there is quite a sort of leaning towards the Vipers, isn't there? Because there's 3 current England players, and Bouchier and Elwes, who obviously at the crease now, both have played for England fairly recently.
As Kopak in, low full toss, flicked away again, almost an exact replica of the shot on the first ball of the over from Bouchier. This time a bit more aerial. Probably didn't actually even find the... Yeah, that
one was a full toss, yeah.
I'm not even sure if it actually got the middle of the bat. It sounded good, but I imagine that if she'd really got it in the middle, it would have flown over the boundary rope. But Bouchier will be happy. She's had 2 balls on her pads this over, already 8 runs off it, and we're just halfway through. 30 for 1 the score. And Kopak now just under a little bit of pressure. The first 4 overs were tight from the Sunrisers, but things have got a little bit loose. That's another full toss in the air, and wow, past
that might be 6.
The outstretched right hand of the fielder on the boundary. For one moment, it looked like
I think that's 6, isn't it?
It was going to carry, and umpire Sophie McLennan signals it to be a 4.
Would have helped if the other umpire was at square leg and not point then. He'd have been close enough to see it, wouldn't he? I don't know exactly why he stood at point.
I think maybe they got a bit of assistance from the crowd there almost. It went like a tracer, but it was a quick low full toss.
If it's a home crowd, you thought they'd been signalling 6. But I thought it was, but anyway.
In comes Kopak again, and driven along the ground this time by Bouchier to cover. It's a dot ball. 3 fours off the over so far, and as we said, it's that risk with having a bit more pace on the ball, that as soon as you stray in your line or length, then...
It's been the length really, because the last 2 fours were full tosses, weren't they? Low full tosses, which is not always an easy ball to hit, but she's picked them both up very well. Probably trying to get the Yorker in maybe, and just, you haven't got to miss the Yorker by far, have you?
Kopak in, down the leg side, and just tickles a bit of the pad of Bouchier. It's going down to fine leg. They've run the first one hard and come back comfortably for a second. Signalled leg buys by the umpire, and it's certainly, as we said, the first 4 overs were really tight, and it looked like the 2 players in the middle, McCacken and Bouchier, were just defending again and again, and you'd think that if they'd managed to continue that for the first almost 10 overs, then things would have been a bit tighter, and things actually would have been quite concerning for the Vipers going forward, chasing 289. But they've caught up a bit in the second half of this power play, and there's still 3 overs left in the first power play.
You can't afford to fall too far behind at any stage when you're chasing it's 5.5 and over, or just a bit more than that. It doesn't sound a lot in total, but when you've got to sustain it for 50 overs, it's quite a big ask. It's Ava Gray coming in from the hotel end, sorry, the pavilion end. I should know which end, as we're at one of them. That's going to be played away on the offside, and a little bit of hesitation, but called through in the end by Bouchier, and he got through for the single.
And I've got some good news for anyone who's listening and is a Hampshire fan. Hampshire have beaten Northamptonshire by their biggest ever innings victory in first-class cricket. So I'll just quickly look at that scorecard for any Hampshire fans who are following along.
That's played a little bit uppishly from Bouchier, out towards extra cover. No run. So yes, so Kev will get a day off tomorrow.
He will. I mean, Hampshire 482 for 8 declared in the first innings. Northamptonshire 149, then asked to follow on and all out for 63, with Mohammed Abbas taking a fourfer. So that's a win for Hampshire by an innings and 270 runs in Div 1 of the County Championship. Wow.
Nice. Yeah, that is some win. This time played through the offside by Bouchier for 4. Sorry, that was a little bit behind there. She's threw her hands at that. It's got past the cover field. There's nobody out there. And as we've said all day, anything that goes down to that side of the ground runs away for 4. We haven't seen anybody catch a ball chasing it that way all day, I don't think. Even fleet-footed Danny Wyatt early on wasn't quick enough to stop it down there. So it's another 4 to Bouchier. She's on to 23. Plays and misses at that one. She's 23 off 19, so putting some momentum into this innings.
Yeah, it's definitely needing to, if they want to make this run chase not necessarily look easy, because it will never be easy, but if it wants to stay manageable, as you say, they need to make sure they're always up with the rate, and making the most of only 2 fielders outside the ring is how they're going to be able to do that.
Gray in again. It's defending on the offside, but they're going to come through for a single. It's placed nicely between the 2 fielders there. So we've got a slip and a point and an extra cover and a mid-off and the 3rd man on the offside, and then we've got a deep backward square, mid-wicket and a mid-on the leg side. It's a pretty standard sort of field, really. Gray in to Elvis, who looked as though she was tempted at one point to take the widest ball outside the off stump, but in the end decided to leave it alone. And at the end of 8 overs, the Vipers are 42 for 1.
And a few more thoughts from you, Phil, and then I'll be handing over to Emily Windsor, fresh from her games of quick cricket.
Yeah, we should be hearing all about Emily's skills challenge, I'm sure, on the nursery ground. Lots of very excited young girls over there.
Tell you what,
including
Phil,
yourself, Emily. Yeah.
I was very excited. There was a lot going on. A lot of girls, a lot of young boys, a lot of women as well. And I obviously was running the diving station, and the queue never stopped.
Yeah, I saw that. They were all queuing up to go on the crash mats there.
Change of bowling, spin into the attack. Maddie Villiers.
She's had a good game so far.
So Maddie Villiers will be bowling from the hotel end to my Bouchier. She bowls and in defence to mid-wicket for no run. 42 for 1. The Vipers require another 247 to win from 42 overs. But does it look like a belting pitch to bat on out there?
It does. Maddie Villiers just taking her sweat off. She'll be warmed up after that one delivery.
In again, bowls off the back foot, cut, pulled to point, mid-wicket, cut, pull, point. Well, it went to mid-wicket and it's no run. Good diving stop from the captain.
What have you been telling those young kids over there?
The food's gone to my head.
Cut through mid-wicket.
Villiers in, and that's worked off her pads this time. Out to a deep square leg for a single. Bouchier will move to 25. 43 for 1, the Vipers.
We haven't seen any evidence of spin, really. I think one from Charlie Dean, I remember, looked like it got a bit of grip, but not much else. There's not much else for the bowlers in it at all, is there, really? For any sort of bowler. Bowlers have got to earn their corn today.
Villiers in off the back foot from Elvis, a half appeal, but they're going to come through for a quick single, which will be signalled leg byes by umpire Sophie. Means the score moves up to 44 for 1. The 1 wicket to fall for those that have just joined us as Ella McCacken is out caught deep off the bowling of Kopak for 6 as Villiers in. Bouchier advances, hits down the ground. 2 bounces over the rope for 4. Classic Bouch is what we would say. She races on to 29 and the score 48 for 1.
Yeah, she's looking in good nick. Is my Bouchier.
Don't speak too soon.
No,
Mel did this to Scrivens.
She did, but she's obviously enjoying opening the batting.
Again, number 26 on Scrivens' back, she bowls, and that's worked nicely down to a vacant fine leg. Eva Gray's chasing after it. Bouchier thinks about a second, but says no. Eva Gray does very well out there, covering a lot of yards after just bowling. She's bowled 4 overs for 16 so far, but that's the end of the over. 41 overs remain, 240 to win for the Southern Vipers.
I think the Vipers will be quite pleased with this start, Emily. Do you think? I think you'd say 5 and over at this stage is a good enough start. I know it's the power play, and you sometimes look to score a bit quicker, but I don't think it's the sort of wicket that's going to deteriorate necessarily. I think you don't need to necessarily get all the runs up front here. I think you can just bat steadily throughout the innings, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think it's a type of pitch that if you get in, you can cash in. Exactly. So the Vipers need some partnerships, a big partnership. We saw Sunrisers have a 100 partnership. Vipers need that in response and make it hard work for the Sunrisers bowlers and fielders.
So Eva Gray now bowling to my Bouchier. And that's outside the off stump, and she might feel she missed out there. She timed it nicely, but hit one of those fielders in the ring. 3 fielders on the offside. Only has to be wide of one of them, and it'll be 4. There's nobody protecting behind.
Tell you what, that's another bat that sounds nice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Gray Scrivens in the first innings.
Well, you all have these like 6 backs from every sponsor now, don't you? It's all
6. You'd be a lucky girl to get 6, Phil.
You're bound to get a good one out of all the choices you get. Gray in again. And again, she's timed it well, but picked the fielder. I was saying, this sort of trend of Vipers seem to be picking the fielders where the
Bouchier just
didn't.
Needs to stick in here, not get frustrated the fact that she's hit the fielders twice.
And she scored 30 off 27, so it's not as if she's getting bogged down really. But yeah, she is the type of she that gets a little bit anxious. Yeah, let's hope not. So from a Vipers' point of view, Eva Gray in again. And this time she drives it. Oh, that is through. That's well timed. It looked like it was a chance for mid-off at one point, but it was wide of her in the air. That would have been an amazing catch if she'd made it, but hit very well again in another 4 up to the longer part of the ground, but never any doubt that was going to go.
Vipers 50 up in the 10th over, 53 for 1.
I haven't got the first innings. It feels to me like the pace is about the same. Tempo's following a similar pattern.
I think Vipers slightly quicker to the 50, but only marginally.
Yeah. Eva Gray in again, and that's outside off stump, and again she's picked out the fielder. Again timed really nicely off the back foot this time, but straight to backward point.
Well, Story's getting her sunglasses out. That's ambitious. The sun is just coming through the clouds. It's been a good day, good weather for cricket in April. There's been clouds about, but very high cloud and lots of blue sky.
There's lots of club grounds that aren't ready yet because of the recent rain. A lot of cricket been called off this weekend already.
The outfield here is actually in pretty good nick for the amount of water it's had on it.
Yeah. Gray in again. And she's really had to reach for that one, Bouchier, but got it on near the end of the bat, I would think, and it's gone to one of the fielders and cover. They've actually reinforced the offside now, brought another one over us. They've got a bit like the Vipers had earlier on, with really condensed, compact offside field, all very tight and moving in very quickly. A little line of them there, 4 of them on the offside, 5 if you count mid-off. Gray in again, and this is just played gently, and the 3 fielders converge on it to stop the run, and that's the end of the over and the end of the power play, the first power play, and Vipers have moved on to 53 for 1.
Yeah, I feel like a reflection on the pitch as well, with slips come out quite quickly. There's not been much lateral movement or swing here today for either team.
Yeah.
But
even Lauren Bell wasn't really swinging it much, and she would swing it as much as anyone in the ladies' game, wouldn't she?
Probably the most out of anyone currently.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like it's a pitch that...
You'd have thought as well, I mean, I'm one of these people who's never really understood about the overhead conditions, but you'd have thought this is ideal swing bowling conditions. You know, cloudy, a lot of cloud cover. That's what they say Jimmy Anderson and the like always look for, but you seem to have that today, but it's still not really swinging. It's often down to the actual ball, of course, isn't it? You get a different one out of the batch.
Villiers in with their off spin to Elwes, and that's a play and miss outside the off stump. Just tries to open the face there and hit through the covers, but doesn't get hold of that one. Good delivery from Villiers.
Of course, in this cricket, you get 2 chances to get good ball out of the box, don't you? Because you have one at each end. So there's 2 different balls out there.
Villiers in again, flighted and driven past mid-wicket, just up to mid-on for a single. Elwes moves to 8. So score 54 for 1. Require another 235 to win. Sunrisers put on a fantastic total in the first innings, as Villiers at the top of her mark in again to Bouchier, who's in defence this time. Big stride, gets close to the ball, and just pats it to extra cover where Grace Scrivens, the run machine, in extra cover. As Villiers from the hotel end in again, flighted, hit hard past the diving Scrivens. The fielder's going to chase after it, but I think they should give up, as that's going to race over the boundary for 4. And Bouchier races to 38 from 33. Score moves on to 58 for 1. Slightly over pitch from Villiers. You'd have thought the children would have been tired after that activation session. They're still going on the gantry.
Yeah.
Villiers in again, flighted, driven, same result. Straight through the covers. The fielders are chasing after it. It is slowing up, but she's hit it so cleanly it's going to get there. Bouchier on to 42 now. 62 for 1, the Vipers. Good signs, this. The burger and fries van's open. The coffee van's open. Fortunately, the fish and chips van is still closed. And when I say van, it's actually a double-decker bus, which is ultra cool.
It is.
Villiers in again, as there's now a deep cover out off the back foot, pulled down to a vacant fine leg. The fielder at square, Eva Gray's got a lot of work to do, but she can't get there. 50 partnership up between Elwes and Bouchier off 40 balls. And that was an expensive end to the over from Maddie Villiers. 3 consecutive 4s from Bouchier. 62 for 1.
Yeah, that's changed the momentum quite a bit there, and Bouchier really flying now. As Emily said, she can get a bit frustrated if she's not scoring quite freely, but she should be fine right now with 46 off 35. And it also takes the pressure off Georgia Elwes quite a bit. If you've got the runs coming from one end, you can take your time a little bit more at the other. A bit like the situation we had with Scrivens and Krewcock earlier on.
Well, this would be interesting. Kelly Castle into the attack.
Yeah, so the captain's
Slow
brought herself
seamer.
on. Yeah, bowls, as Emily said, just sort of below medium pace, keeper stood up, that sort of nagging club sort of bowler we call them traditionally in the game. But she's coming in now from the pavilion end. The first ball is played into the offside. I did get a message from Billericay Cricket Club during the interval asking to point out that Kelly Castle and Scarlett Hughes, who's the understudy keeper here, both play for Billericay Blaze. I think we mentioned they play for Bishop Stortford, which they used to, but Billericay have been on saying they're actually now our players. Could we mention that? So there you are, I've done that. Good to hear that our coverage is reaching Essex.
It's their region, isn't it? Sunrisers region.
It is.
All the fans will be listening in.
And Kelly's in again now, bowls, and that's hit to mid-off.
She's bowling a
Sorry,
decent.
to cover, but no run.
She's actually bowling a decent pace here.
Yeah,
She's not bowling. When I say decent pace, it's not quick. But previously she was quite slow and floaty.
But
But
slower balls. Yeah.
but she's bowling into the wicket here so far.
So yeah, that was Rachel from Billericay, one of our listeners today. That's a wide down the leg side, quite wide actually, and good take by Amara Carr, because that was not only was it wide, but the batter Elwes had played a big shot at it, which is very off-putting as a keeper, but it was a good take, saved anything more than just the one wide. Castle in again, That's played off the back foot, but again straight to the fielder. No run.
Attacking field from the Sunrisers as well, bearing in mind they've got runs to defend. There's only 2 fielders outside the circle, and that's a cow and a deep square, but they can actually have 4 out.
Yeah, that is good. Good spot, yeah. Most teams automatically go to drop the people back, but it's Castle in the game anyway. That's pushed firmly up to mid-on, but no real attacking intent.
Right, this is where, in my opinion, they're defending here. They should be clever. You want Bouchier at the other end. You've got 2 balls left. You send out cover. It's like she listened to me.
Look at that. Look at that from Emily Windsor. As she said it, the field moved out to cover.
Captain in from the commentary box.
Absolutely. That's down the leg side, and this time Rachael doesn't get a glove on it, and that's going to come away for 5 wides, I guess, or is it come off something? No, it's 4 runs.
Off the bat.
It's gone off the bat. I thought that was wide, but good from the umpire there. He actually looked over at his colleague, and I think between them they agreed that it'd come off the bat. He did ask the question. Makes different scores, not only the individual score, but team score, because it would have been 5 and an extra ball, but I guess Georgia always would rather have the 4 to herself. I don't know. Castle again, and this time she's played it up to mid-on. No run. It's an interesting one, that, as a batter, isn't it? Because you want the team to have 5 in the extra ball, but you want 4 on your own name, don't you? So
I feel like you only get irate about it if you've actually hit it and then they give it wide. If you haven't hit it, then you haven't hit it. But
absolutely.
71 for 1 then.
Yeah, so good start this from Vipers. I think they would. This is the sort of situation they would have wanted to be in, but as we know, it's important that it's probably important that one of these 2 goes on and gets a really big score. You know, if one of these can get 100, it's going to help the cause greatly. Obviously, this is Villiers looking to come back a little bit.
She's in bowls, and that's Fuller, and played up to mid-on by Bouchier. Bouchier moved to 47. Vipers, of course, bat very deep as well. Danny Wyatt carded to come in next, which is unusual for Vipers fans to usually see her at the top of the order, who's definitely a striker of the ball. And you've got Georgia Adams again, the captain, Charlie Dean, Lindsay Smith. As Villiers in, advances Elwes and plays just to mid-on. Will be another dot ball. Just looking at some scores. South East Stars against Thunder. Thunder are 14 for 1, so lost a wicket. So require another 321 as Villiers bowls off the back foot this time from Elwes, but can't beat that mid-on fielder again. The Northern Diamonds had a delayed start against Western Storm. They're 203 for 6. And Central Sparks 36 for none, chasing 212. As Villiers in, advances, that's hit to mid-on. Georgia Elwes has gone. Not got hold of that. And she hits it straight to mid-on inside the circle. Joe Gardner takes the catch. And Georgia Elwes has to go back to the pavilion for 12. The score 72 for 2.
Yes, not sure she needed to be, I don't know, she was trying to hit over the top obviously, which she would encourage off spinners, but not sure she needed to take too many risks at this stage with Bouchier going one at the other end, but can't really criticise someone for being aggressive, just didn't quite get it right. Couldn't clear the field.
Is the right option, wasn't it? It's one of her strengths to hit down the ground, but then at the same time, when you've got Bouchier going so well, just trying to try and find that one, but that's where Sunrisers have been so tactical in keeping them up and not letting Elwes have an easy single. Just fielders out square of the wicket.
Yeah, made her take that on.
Incoming batter. Birthday girl, Danny Wyatt, few bat swings. Just walking slowly to the crease. These 2 good friends. Maya Bouchier helped set up the engagement for Danny Wyatt. So very good friends, and listen to the applaud from this Vipers crowd.
Popular figure here, isn't she?
She certainly is.
Probably the second most popular Viper, would you say, after yourself?
Wouldn't call me the most popular Viper.
No.
Not taking that on. But be interesting to see how these 2 go about playing. They're both obviously aggressive players, like striking the ball. Danny Wyatt, fantastic runner between the wickets, which on a big playing surface like this can really utilise. But the Sunrisers are not letting off. Really tight field. They got to catch in extra cover, slip, point, extra cover. Mid-off inside the circle, mid-wicket and mid-on, and then just 2 fielders out. Deep square leg and a deep cow on the boundary rope. Shorter side, 55 yards that way, asked the groundsman.
Okay.
As Maddie Villiers in from the hotel end, bowls to White, who's paddled. They're appealing for LBW. Amara Carr gets there. The umpire has not moved and signalled runs off the bat or the glove. So Danny White off the mark. 73 for 2 for the Southern Vipers. 216 more required to win.
Very confident shot first ball.
The gap's there. As Villiers in to Bouchier, that's hit hard down the ground. Will just be a single to mid-on. Joe Gardner, great fielder there. Quick to the ball. Have you mentioned, Phil, that ex-Vipers batter Paige Schofield got 100?
I didn't mention. I knew she was 80 odd not out. I didn't know she actually got 100.
Yeah,
Excellent.
111 off 90 balls. 11 fours, 5 sixes.
Excellent. Batting up higher up the order than she got in at.
Same position.
Oh, is she?
Number 5.
Okay.
Same position. But good first knock for her.
Yeah.
I think I've seen a change of bowling again. I think Grace Scrivens,
Just
the golden arm
just
coming
one
into
over
the
from
attack.
Kelly Castle, which is interesting.
Couldn't quite get her areas, could she? A couple down the leg side. And she think taking pace off the ball is the way.
Perhaps again they've got a match up here that she's good against Danny White, maybe. I don't know. She's got a good record against her, would she have? Wouldn't have played against her that much, I wouldn't have thought.
Scrivens is the type of bowler that takes knacking wickets. Not always from the best deliveries, but she's always in the game.
In now, and White strokes that down the ground. Sorry, it's Bouchier. Down the ground to long on for a single, and long on comes up. So again, like Emily's saying, they changing the field for the 2 batters, putting a bit more pressure on the new player. She might be an England international, but she's new at the crease, so they're going to make her work.
Having the offside up to Danny Wyatt is very ballsy, I'd say. That's her strength, to go that way rather than the leg side. Hopefully for the Vipers.
They got 5 on the leg side, so I'm guessing again that they're trying to bowl a straight line here, not give her any width. Scrivens in, and that's exactly again that's exactly as predicted by my co-commentator. It's outside the off stump, and she's found the gap and punched it away for 4 without much trouble at all. Yeah, Scrivens has only taken 5 wickets for. No, sorry, she hasn't. She's taken 32 wickets and a great disservice for Sunrisers. She's taken 5 catches, that's what I got wrong there. Anyway, she's bowled that one, which is pushed out to cover for no run.
If this was me, I'd have the cover sweeper out to Danny Wyatt, but I'd have square leg up.
In which case you would have saved that run, which Danny's hit straight to deep square leg for 1.
Especially if she's bowling fuller. That one was slightly shorter into the pitch, but I think to get Danny playing across her stumps early on in an innings is potentially more risky than having.
Yeah, they got the cover sweeper out now for Bouchier. That's short again, and Bouchier's managed to rock back and hit it hard, but down to long on, and that's her 50. So 50 for Maya Bouchier off just 39 balls. 10 fours, so high boundary count.
Very, very good knock for Maya Bouchier. Now she's got to take a bit of responsibility, double up.
She's got to take it on now.
Played very, very nicely.
Scrivens to finish off this first over. Oh, and that was a bit of width, and White's thrown her hands at that, but made no contact. Not taken cleanly by Amara Carr, but went for the big shot there. I think she's looking to hit over the top of the offside. No run. So it's 81 for 2 now. The Vipers off 14. Still well over 5 and over.
That 50 from Maya Bouchier, Chancellor. She's played proper shots, hasn't she? She's hit the ball hard, cleanly, all round the ground as well. Some down to fine leg, some cracking shots straight down the ground and through the covers. As she faces up now to Maddie Villiers as she bowls. That's outside the off stump, and again just works safely along the ground to deep mid-on. She picks up a single, we'll move to 51, 82 for 2, further 207 required to win for the Southern Vipers. Sunrisers are on top here, but Vipers are scoring freely as Villiers in, and in defence from Wyatt. Just pushing forward into the covers. Again, sticking with that field, mid-off, mid-on, up in the circle, tempting her to go over the top. Just a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg out as Villiers in, bowls, and that's cut away. That beats a backward a point. Lovely shot from Danny Wyatt, opening the face, and that's running up towards the pavilion. Fielders does well in the chase. Fantastic stop. They might run 4 here. Danny Wyatt's thinking about it, and she says no. So it's 3, but that's fantastic work from Jodie Grewcock. At backward a point, stopped a run for her team, and Wyatt moves to 9, 85 for 2.
We saw a few Vipers fielding efforts like that early on, diving away from the ball, but none of them actually flicked it back, but she did well.
Villiers in, advances, that's hit to extra cover. They're going to come through for a quick single. Slightly uppish, but bounced just before Grace Scrivens. That one hurt.
I was very impressed just now how quickly you calculated the target required. I mean, until I saw it was actually on the board. I thought you'd done it in your head. But
my maths are not that good, Phil. I'm not going to take that credit. Villiers into Wyatt, fuller delivery, that's hit uppish again, that same delivery, just opening the face. Not quite gone as fast this time, so it should just be a couple. It is a couple.
It's a good skill, that shot, isn't it? Gets an off spinner to work it behind square on the offside from a fairly full ball. She knew exactly what she was doing, knows where the gap is. That's a really clever shot. Twice now. 1
ball remains this over. Still only 2 fielders outside the circle. She's in, bowls, that's hit high up into the air, into the vacant mid-on boundary. 1 bounce, 4 runs to Danny Wyatt. Again, I would have looked at that back end of the over, sending your field out, protect the runs. They're just allowing the Vipers to capitalise at the back end. Wyatt's on 15, 92 for 2, and under 200 now, 197 to win.
Yeah, and Villiers has gone for 33 in 4 overs, although she's picked up a wicket. She's been proving a bit expensive. Might need a change from this end. But from the pavilion end, we've still got Grace Scrivens, who always seems to be in the game. Back to the top of the order. Fields in the sort of key positions, or the positions where the ball seem to go a lot, and bowls a quota of overs. So, as we say in club cricket, she gets her match fee worth. In she comes, and that's just played back to her by Bouchier off the back foot. But yeah, she's had a terrific 12 months, Grace Scrivens. Or slightly more than 12 months now. In again, back foot again, forced to mid-wicket, but no run.
Fantastic tour, wasn't it? As England under-19 captain,
yep.
She dominated there with the bat, scored lots of runs. Her last summer, one of the leading run scorers.
Yeah, and in a team that was struggling a little bit, scored a lot of runs when she had to hold the batting together. That one's played down to the long on for a single. It's harder sometimes, well, always I guess, to score runs when there's not many. And in one of the warm-up games, when she got 100, nobody else reached double figures, which is quite an amazing scorecard, really, isn't it? But obviously she's got a bit more support today. 2 other girls getting half centuries. Scrivens in again. That's a full toss which White has dispatched, but I think she's found the fielder here. Oh, slipped. The fielder slipped, but luckily the other boundary fielder who was covering around behind has managed to stop it.
Now that looked painful.
2 runs. There's been a few falling there. Alice Monner had quite a nasty fall earlier on. It's obviously very damp still out there. But,
saved herself well.
Yeah. We were talking about spikes when I was on with Mel about the value of those earlier on. This time it's short, and she's pulled this a lot straighter. But again, the same fielder, and again the same fielder has fallen over. Maybe she hasn't got any spikes. I don't know, but same fielder has hit the ground again, and there's 2 more.
She's working hard out there.
It's either very wet out there, or she's got the wrong footwear, I would suggest. I don't know, or maybe
Joe Gardner it is out there.
Combination of the 2. 2 more to Danny Wyatt. She's on to 19. Scrivens in again, and this time again opening the face. Comfortable single out on the offside. Runs coming quite freely now for the Vipers for these two. And that takes us to 16 overs. And the score is 98 for 2, and I'm handing over, I believe, to Mel.
Thank you, Phil. Yeah, 98 for 2, 191 to win. The current run rate is at 6s, and the required rate at 5.6. So these two are batting nicely. They're both free scorers, and good timers of the ball. Just need to find a method the Sunrisers to contain. And at the moment, for me, there's too many boundaries, too many twos. I'm very surprised they've not gone to a more spread field.
Yeah, it's a strange one, because we were saying in the Vipers innings that we thought they were being too defensive and they could have been more attacking, and now I'm going, actually I think these guys need to really go on the defence now. They haven't got that many runs to play with.
Villiers to Wyatt, that's played to mid-wicket, fielded by the captain Kelly Castle, will be no run.
And obviously, you know, I know they've got 280 odd runs to play with, but when you have the kind of names you do in the Vipers batting line, up to England players currently at the crease, it doesn't seem like enough right now.
Villiers round the wicket to Wyatt off the back foot, works to Eva Gray at deep square leg, just be a single. She moves to 21 off just 14 deliveries, and the score 99 for 2.
I was listening, of course, to you and Phil, but I did think I missed the bit about speaking about how your lunch, not your lunchtime, it's how your innings break activities were. Were they fun?
There was a lot of chaos, a lot of children. As Villiers in, bowls to Bouchier, it's through Danny Wyatt's legs, down the ground, mid-on comes round. Joe Gardner's got a lot of work to do. Keeps it to a single. That's impressive work out there from her at long on. And that's the 100 up for the Southern Vipers in the 17th over. Bouchier, 53 not out, and Danny Wyatt, 20 not out. Yes, there was a lot of chaos, a lot of children, but a lot of smiling faces and a lot of hitting cricket balls, catching cricket balls, bowling cricket balls. It's what we like. As Villiers in off the back foot, that's cut. They think about a quick single, but great work. At backward point, so be no run.
Well, I did have a little watch, and me and my friend Alice is here. We thought we'd come and cheer you or Sophie, our friend Sophie Mitchell, on, but
Maddie Villiers in, round the wicket, that's hit high up into the air, over mid-off. Again, all these fielders inside the ring, but that's plugged. That's like a chip onto the green if we were playing golf. Come back for a couple. Danny Wyatt moves to 23, 102 for 2, and 187 more runs required to win.
Good aggressive shot from Wyatt. But essentially, yeah, we were going to cheer your names and clap, but we didn't want to accidentally align that with a child getting bowled out and then start cheering.
Maddie Villiers in, shorter ball, that's hit, chipped over her. That's one of those that's stuck into the pitch and lands just safely. But that's the first loose shot we've seen from Danny Wyatt, but still in play. 17 overs gone, 102 for 2.
And she's definitely looking to get a move on. I'm not sure whether she's seen the Hampshire men's score and gone, well, if they finish their game, then let's go and finish ours. She wants to go on holiday with Kev tomorrow, that's what I've heard. But, I mean,
that would be a pairing, wouldn't it?
That I would like to be in the bar when they're there. But yeah, no, she's showing some really good aggression, and you know, it's what we've been so used to seeing actually in the power play. It's quite an interesting dynamic now to see at the point where a game normally slows down and you start to see teams just ticking about. And I think that's maybe why Sunrisers have been quite confused with their fields, because they're going, hang on a second, you do realise at this point of the game we're meant to be playing this kind of cricket, and Danny Wyatt's going, no, I'm playing power play cricket in over number 15. And
well, she's going, why is there field up?
Well,
there's no one out. There's 2 out. She's like, okay, this is what I'm used to.
Yeah.
Bread and butter Vipers cricket.
Got the change of bowling as Maqsood is into the attack. She'll be bowling her leg spin from the pavilion end. She's in to Bouchier, who drives on the bounce over the head of extra cover and just gets cut off by the fielder on the boundary extra cover. They come back for 2 runs. And a nice stroke from Bouchier first up. I mean, how's she been looking in the nets when you've seen her over the winter? Because, I mean, to myself and Vipers fans right now, she's looking very good to watch.
Yeah, to be honest, she always does.
As Maqsood in, and that's pushed off the back foot by Bouchier, out to deep cover for another single. Score moves on to 105 for 2.
There's not many better people to watch, I don't think, than Maya Bouchier when she's on form. She's just got this natural ability to time the ball, to hit 360. I think her faults probably last year, she gets off to a quick 30-40, then finds a way to get out, and it's usually like she gets herself out at quarter, mid-wicket or something like that. But this year she's really shown signs in the games that she's played that she's not just doing that, she's going on to get a big one, and she got an opportunity here today.
As that one's just guided to short third by Wyatt, but finds the fielder, and it's a dot ball. I mean, yeah, I remember when I was part of the Hampshire setup, and Maya Bouchier joined at roughly, I think, the same time I did as Maksud bowls, and this is swept straight to short mid-wicket for no run. And she came in at kind of the top of the order and just looked a natural. I think she scored something like 3 or 4 50s in that first year for Hampshire, and looked like one hell of a player, as in again, working off the hip to the vacant square leg region, and picks up a single, does Bouchier.
She just makes it look effortless. Effortless is a way I'd describe her batting. She's a tough wicket to get out.
Maksud tosses the ball to herself as she goes into the crease and bowls. Maya Bouchier has her head drop down to the ground. She charged down the stumps, down the wicket, missed out, and it's bowled her, clatters into the stumps. She's visibly frustrated. And the third wicket falls for the Southern Vipers. Maya Bouchier gone for 57, bowled by Maksud. And I hate to say it, but the commentator's curse has struck 3 times today. And I know commentary is meant to be about speaking words, but I do think we should just probably spend the rest of this broadcast just in silence.
I'm out of here.
You're gone.
Sorry, Boosh.
Yeah, I mean, and also I was about to launch into a kind of thing, because obviously, and I still will, because I think it's something which can be interesting to see over the season. Obviously, she came into open today, and the person who we're used to seeing open is coming into bat now, Georgia Adams. But I am looking forward to seeing what future knocks Maya Bouchier will have at the top of the order, because she was brought into the England T20 team, which I thought was a bit of a strange one that she got into the T20 team before she got into the 50-over team, to be honest, because she paces a really nice innings. And then it was England playing her around 6 or 7, which isn't a position I think suited her that much. And I think she will be a huge asset to England one day at the top of the order, potentially in the future when there's no Beaumont, Lauren Winfield-Hill, no Danny Wyatt out there. And, you've got the likes of Emma Lamb or a Bouchier or a Capsey at the top of the order. And that is where I think, this experience at the top of the order for the Vipers will pay diligence, because she's a very talented batter who got past the 50 mark today, and I'm sure across the rest of the season will be in the runs again. But Georgia Adams, the Southern Vipers captain, is the new batter in the middle. She joins Danny Wyatt, probably the 2 most experienced members of the team out there in the middle now, with
Eva Gray coming back into the attack. They're going for a bit of seam.
Bringing on the openers again, just because the Sunrisers, you can sense, probably go, there's a bit of an opening here, with the Vipers needing 183 more runs. 32 overs remain.
4 fielders out there now. A cover, a deep third, a wide fine leg, and a mid-wicket as in defence from Wyatt. She's still at the crease on 24. But doesn't the future of English cricket look bright? You've got the likes of Grace Scrivens, Maya Bouchier, Emma Lamb. That's a formidable top order. Alice Capsey, how could I forget? Sophia Dunkley, they're still young. And that even now would be a pretty decent lineup, hey? Against a lot of international sides. As Eva Gray in defence by Danny Wyatt. To backward point will be no run.
And the most exciting thing being, I think they were saying there's 101 professionals now, female cricket professionals in the UK. And, teams are starting to field their first entirely professional 11s this season. And yes, Australia, are the team to beat. They're the team who have had a professional structure in place for a few more years more than us.
As Gray right arm over in bowls again, that same result. Good line, good length from Eva Gray. Going to make Danny Wyatt hit her off her mark.
But as you say, those names you listed, I think this Ashes series this summer is going to be good, but I think England are still underdogs. And I think if England manage to win games, it will be an impressive thing because, you know, there's a completely plausible chance that Australia could win every single game. You know, they're such a good unit. But looking 3 to 4 years to the future...
Eva Gray in, that's hit to mid-wicket. Again, will be no run.
I just don't think... I think England will be able to catch up. And if you look at those players coming through, you know... I think we're going to go back to that almost equilibrium where actually England and Australia, where they used to play each other a bit more and things were incredibly even. Of course, as I say, things have run away these last few years, and you always ask the question at the start of a competition as a commentator, who do you think is going to win? And you have to try and think of a reason not to say Australia. It's so tiring.
Eva Gray in, that's down the leg side. Quick hands from Amara Carr. But Danny Wyatt does well to get her foot back in. Eva Gray almost gave it a selly there. But not out was the call by the umpire. Interestingly at square point as opposed to square leg.
Yeah, do we know the reasoning?
She fancied a change up, maybe change of view.
I reckon if they fancied it, they could stand at short mid-wicket.
182 required to win from the Vipers then in 31 and a bit overs. There's Gray in, blonde hair, bowled her! That's nipped back and hit Danny Wyatt on middle stump. And that's a massive breakthrough for the Sunrisers. Danny Wyatt's walking back to the pavilion for 24 off 25 deliveries. And the Southern Vipers find themselves 107 for 4.
Well, I just had to pick up almost my chin from the floor because I was just in, you know, disbelief. That was such a good delivery there from Eva Gray, and it was just a bit of nipping, but I think it's the fact it just took Danny Wyatt so by surprise. I was a bit speechless, to be honest, and we were saying how Wyatt was trying to take the game away from the Sunrisers by playing an aggressive form of cricket. That wicket really did come from nowhere, and all of a sudden the Southern Vipers have 2 entirely new batters at the crease with Georgia Adams and Charlie Dean. Emily Windsor's...
I can't watch.
she can't watch, she can't speak, she just wants to go out there and bat.
This is me, number 6.
This is you. We're actually going to get a quick change. Go put your pads on. I'm sure Dino won't mind.
I'm backing Charlie Dean. She's got this. She's my housemate, you know, she's making sure she's fueled up, ready to go.
Come on, we've got to hear about what it's like to live with Charlie Dean.
Well,
global superstar.
We're probably like 2 annoying little sisters, really, if I'm being honest. But we've got like a basketball hoop in our lounge. You know, a little tiny one.
So you live in a frat house?
Yeah. Badminton in the garden. What more would you want? But here we go then. Eva Gray, she's on the charge now. Into Dean off the back foot confidently to cover for no run.
Can I ask him, what's Charlie Dean like as a cook? Does she make nice meals for you all? Or are you the cook of the household?
Do you know what? I feel like we've all just got some classic dishes that we have on repeat. Charlie Dean loves to cook a carbonara. That's one of her go-tos.
Lovely.
Yeah, so had that actually a couple of days ago to fuel us up. But yeah, we just sort of share it about.
What do you offer up?
Chicken pesto pasta, but the homemade pesto. Before you start judging me, you gave me a look then.
There was no judgment there.
I do like mashed potato, but Dino hates mashed potato, so have to take that off my menu.
She hates mashed potato?
Yeah, how can you hate mashed potato?
Does she hate all forms of potato or just mash?
Just mash, like
does she
soft
like
stuff.
Boiled potatoes?
Yeah.
No one likes boiled potatoes. How can you like boiled potatoes and not mashed potatoes? It's an outrage.
George Adams hasn't faced the ball yet, Mel.
Maksud in to Adams. Leg spinner to the Vipers captain, and she drives back to her for no run.
Yeah, so good vibes.
Sounds like a good household to be in as Maksud bowls again and Adams pushes straight, and the fielder from mid-wicket runs round to the left to field that up, and the Sunrisers spinners have the benefit, like the Vipers before them, that they get through their overs very quickly. So this one's flighted and defended by Adams, a straighter line.
Grandad Kev's listening, Mel.
Grandad Kev.
He's going to be a granddad soon, just thought we'd get that in. But he said he's loving the chat between us two. Isn't that lovely? Doing him proud.
Maksud bowls, and on the front foot is Adams. Just holds the pose there as the ball rolls to mid-on.
For the listeners who don't know, Kevin James is the big man at BBC Radio Solent Cricket, and he's trusted us to even look after his equipment today.
Oh, as Maksud runs into bowl and pulls out of the action there, has a look down at the stumps and the non-strikers, which is Charlie Dean. Charlie Dean has a bit of a laugh, and Maksud bowls her next delivery, which is in the same area, and the same result. Pushed to mid-on for no run. My whole life flashed before my eyes there. I thought we were about to go all over again. We were both there at Lords on that day as well. It was a very emotional, stressful day. I've never seen people run in the Lords commentary boxes before, but there was a lot of running. In comes Maksud, and driving on the up is Adams. Gets a thickish edge, which bounces once to the point fielder and is darted back to Carr behind the stumps for the completion of the 20th over. The score 107 for 4. That was a maiden over from Maksud, and the Vipers still need, wow, the exact figure has disappeared from the scoreboard. I think that might be...
Come on, Mel, do the maths.
I haven't done maths. Right, I have not done maths for about 7 years. Here we go, it's back. 182 more runs needed to win.
Right, Mel, I'm going to ask you a question in this over. So you've got Charlie Dean, another young England international. Who would you like to see playing in the England Ashes 11 that isn't the normal classic 11? Or you can name me the key players as well. Just interested in your perspective, if there's any one you'd particularly like to see get a go in those series. There's Eva Gray in bowls, and that's worked off the pad. Weight there called by Charlie Dean, so no run.
Well, first of all, I'll just say I'm quite glad, because when you said I'm going to ask you a question this next over, I thought you were just going to give me a random maths problem to solve and give me that over to figure it out without using my calculator. So I'm glad that you haven't asked me that. I'm just getting up a scorecard from the Northern Diamonds Western Storm game as my evidence for my answer.
Eva Gray in bowls, and that's hit her on the pad, half a pill, but going down the leg side. Again, a dot ball.
My answer is Bess Heath of the Diamonds, who is a wicket-keeper batter and who I've been following for a couple years. In fact, probably about 3 or 4 since she hit me over my head for the biggest 6 I've ever been hit for.
Sounds like you to be hit for 6 now.
I know. Only happens like once a game.
Eva Gray, little scurry in from the Hilton end as the sun is shining, and that's in defence by Charlie Dean again, just a little bit fidgety at the crease, yet to get off the mark.
So the Northern Diamonds and the Western Storm have had a rain-affected game, so their game was reduced to 36 overs. They've got 1 over remaining, and the Northern Diamonds have scored 277. So there's been a lot of big hitting there. And Bess Heath, wait for it.
Leave us in suspense. Eva Gray in bowls, driven nicely by Charlie Dean through the covers. The ball's just racing to the boundary. When I say racing, it's just got there now. And that will do Charlie Dean's nerves the wonders. She moves to 4 and 111 for 4, the Southern Vipers.
Yeah, glorious shot from Charlie Dean, opening up the face and just guiding the ball to the boundary. I'm not so sure how much kind of classy traditional shots was in Bess Heath's innings of 71 off 38 balls. Strike rate 186.
Eva Gray in bowls off the back foot, trying to hit that cover gap now as the fielder's out on the boundary. Will be no run. So Bess Heath's one you want to see instead of Amy Jones with the gloves, or?
I really like Amy Jones, and I actually think she's had a really good couple of months over the winter. So maybe I would like to have her in the setup to learn from Amy Jones. I don't think Bess Heath's quite in the stage yet where she'll be usurping her with the gloves, but I think in the future she will be the England keeper.
Gray in bowled, push back down the pitch, will be another dot ball. So just 4 runs from the over. Good passage of play this, bit of toing and throwing, but Dean's on 4. Georgia Adams is with her, yet to trouble the scorers. She's on 111 for 4, 178 required from 29 overs.
So yeah, she's one of my players who I've been following for quite a while. I think she fits into this whole new scheme of exciting young players, but as I say, Amy Jones is pretty established in that team at the moment. But if she was around that kind of setup, I think it'd be good for her to learn. And then I guess on the bowling department, I've always enjoyed watching Grace Potts, and I think she is a good tool bowler, and I think the England sectors do like height. So we certainly wouldn't ever be in their selection policies for bowling, as Maqsood continues from the pavilion end. And
they do like pace as well.
Yeah.
I don't think we tick that box
we don't
either.
tick height or pace.
I think we're out.
You might tick batting though.
I don't think so.
Maqsood bowls and having a bit of a golf slot at that was Georgia Adams, and she's hit it straight to mid-wicket. A low flat catch taken. And re-watching that, it was a fuller ball from Maqsood and a bit of a nothing shot there from Georgia Adams. In fact, it looked like she'd stood there to play almost a mini golf shot. There was hardly any foot movement. She was chipping it out of the bunker. Emily Windsor's about to drop to the floor. And it's another cheap wicket there for the Vipers. Adams gone for a duck. Dismissed by Maqsood, who's got 2 wickets now. She's bowled rather wonderfully and actually just has put that ball on a 2-pence piece on the wicket every single time. She's bowled really consistently so far from that pavilion end. And the Vipers, 111 for 5, brings in Lindsay Smith. And suddenly this run chase, which was never going to be easy, has become a whole lot harder. Emily, how are you feeling? Do you need to go have a sit down? Well, you're going to have a sit down soon. You only have to get through to over number 24, and then you can have a break.
Positive vibes. Lindsay Smith's in. Left hand, right hand partnership. Going to build.
Spinners Union.
Spinners Union. I feel like these two could accumulate the runs nicely. Both good runners between the wickets. What Sunrisers did very well, they didn't probably hit as many boundaries as the Vipers. Probably the Vipers have probably almost scored as more boundaries at this stage, if I'm honest. But they ran well between the wickets. And these two in the middle order, both quick, can cause some chaos. But the Sunrisers for me are on top here. The Vipers have a lot to do with 5 wickets in hand, a further 178. But it does look a belting pitch to bat on, and the Vipers do bat deep.
The sun's out as Lindsay Smith faces up to Maqsood and drives through the covers beautifully on her first ball. 3 fielders in pursuit. It will get held in inside the rope as that's to the bigger boundary. And actually, the fielder there has just completely dropped to the ground after throwing that one in.
Eva Gray, that is down.
Eva Gray threw the ball into the stumps, immediately dropped down to the floor.
Hope that's cramp if she's stretching it out.
Yeah, and put her hand up almost straight away, but I can't see any medical personnel sprinting, so it's not almost like in women's football where recently
here they come. This is the panic.
Oh no.
Where they've been up on the top dressing room, just chilled out, and now they're rushing down. It's going to be too late. Maddie Villiers has sorted her out with a little calf stretch. That's embarrassing, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's going to get there. Look, he's got there and she's running.
She's running away from him. She's actually gone, nah, screw you, I've done it myself. I think I'm so traumatised by women's football, I do just see people drop and go, oh, it's ACL. I'm filled with dread. And then I suddenly remember that in cricket, we somehow just get really cramped. But she has done that. She played a nice cameo at the end of the innings, Eva Gray. And then
6.
Did a bit, oh, that 6 was lovely. And then has already done a bit of bowling this morning, so she's got every reason to just cramp up a bit. But that last one went for 3 in the end, which got Smith off the mark. Maqsood into Smith again. Apologies, into Dean, who pushes off the back foot and collects a single in the covers. The score moves on to 115 for 5. I'll throw that question back on you, which you asked me previously to Georgia Adams' wicket. Who would you like to see in and around this England camp this summer?
I'll tell you after this ball.
Maqsood bowls and coming down the wicket as Smith finds the fielder at mid-wicket and no run.
The main one for me that wasn't in the World Cup squad is Izzy Wong. She has to be. All I want to see, to be honest, is watch Lauren Bell and Izzy Wong open the bowling for England.
Maqsood bowls and defending cautiously as Smith into the offside. And
I think if you just look at what the England squad's going to look like in the future, as you said, it's so exciting. Even looking at the bowling attack, you've mentioned Bess Heath as well, but you've got Emily Arlott in the wings, who's not made her debut for England, but had an impressive season last summer.
And was quite unlucky because, of course, she was called up to the Test squad and then caught COVID and had to drop out. And quite a similar bowler to Lauren Bell, I guess, for anyone who hasn't seen her. Another really tall, talented seamer who
she hits the pitch more.
She hits the pitch a bit hard. She seams it more whilst Belly swings it.
But like you look at that team that you can almost make out of these youngsters as well. And
should we try and make
well, I tell you what, when I'm off air, I'll try and make
an
you a
England
team
in 4 to 5 years' time.
Okay. 4 to 5. Give me a little. Yeah. Okay.
4 to 5.
I want 5 to 8. 5 to 8.
Okay. You can be brutal with some retirements as well.
Okay. Well, I don't want to retire any cricketers off, but look, it's exciting what the future of English cricket looks like. Maddie Villiers to continue. 115 for 5 the score. A further 174 to win. Charlie Dean, the right-handed batter to face, is on the back foot to a very full delivery. Finds mid-wicket, will be no run. The Sunrisers are squeezing here, making it hard work for the Southern Vipers.
Maddie Villiers, another one who could be in your future England 11.
Can't put words in my mouth now as Villiers in, and that's swept away by Dean. Lovely shot from the middle of the bat, but only finds mid-wicket. Joe Gardner there with a fantastic arm straight into the gloves of Amara Carr. The sun is shining, which is lovely, but not lovely when you're looking right into it. Mel Story's there, chilled with her sunglasses on. Phil Green.
See, these sunglasses have gone through a lot at this ground, because no one thinks to bring a sunglasses when the weather is slightly cloudy. But I know this ground, and I know as soon as it hits the afternoon, you are blinded.
Well, speaking of that, I this morning was looking around, lost my sunglasses. I'm like, Charlie, where are my sunglasses? Maddie Villiers in bowls, and Lindsay Smith off the back foot. Was that a drop? I think that was a drop by Amara Carr. A thick edge by Lindsay Smith, and a tough chance, low to her knee, but probably should have been taken. But Lindsay Smith has a let off of Maddie Villiers as she comes in again, bowls outside the off stump, pushed into the offside, will be no run. She's like, you're stressing me out, what are you looking for? And I said, my sunglasses. And she just laughed in my face. She's like, you're not going to need your sunglasses today. And I said, just you wait. And here I am now needing them as Maddie Villiers in. That's a full delivery, but fielded at mid-wicket half stop.
And actually, it's not so bad when we're up here, but during the 100, we're down in one of the hotel rooms on the first floor rather than up here on the camera gantry.
Villiers round the wicket in, and she gives herself room. That's gone straight through to the gloves of Amara Carr. That's a great over from Maddie Villiers, just one run. They're stalling the Vipers here, these wickets, and Dean and Smith have a lot of work to do.
But yeah, downstairs in those hotel rooms it gets warmer because we're not outside, and the sun, we don't have as much protection from the top of the hotel, and it's unbearable. So these glasses I brought last year during the 100 just for games here, and they were worn by Charlie Taylor, Henry Moran, myself, Charlotte Swift, I'm pretty sure wore them at some point. So I think they've been squeezed out to so many different people's head sizes that they're now, they've gone through the wars. Every time I move my head they start dropping, and I've got quite a big head. So don't know which out of those guys
with
it
no
was.
wood in it, we found out earlier.
And there's no wood in my head. In comes Maqsood, and Dean pushes carefully to mid-on.
Maqsood is bowling slowly. She's really tempting the batter. She's got mid-off, mid-on inside the circle, and she is bowling slowly. She's saying, come on then, hit me over.
She's in again, and that's just worked exactly square of the wicket. Umpire Sophie McClellan has to just gently tiptoe out the way of the ball and allows the Vipers to get through for a single. 117 for 5 is the score. 172 more runs required. Scottish international, of course, Maqsood, and played for the Birmingham Phoenix. I believe she's been retained for them in this year's edition of the 100, as that's a low full toss which is pulled away. Quite an ugly shot, but it does the job as it finds the sweeper and allows Smith to get through for another run. 118 for 5 the score now.
Just looking at some scores around the ground.
Oh, they're getting exciting, I'll tell you what. Looks like it's going to be a tough old challenge for the Thunder though, as that one turns nicely, a bit flatter, a bit quicker from Maqsood, and gets Dean into a bit of a puzzle there at the crease. You mentioned Paige Schofield, ex-Viper. She's had a good day of it, hasn't she?
111, not out as well.
Could have been done with here. And
first day for your new club. She'll be very happy with that.
McSood bowls slow, flat and cut in front of square to extra cover where the fielder dives and rolls on top of the ball, allowing the Vipers batters to run through for another single. Smith on 4, Dean on 8. Vipers 119 for 5 and just one ball remaining in this over.
Can you see the Vipers flag? It's just starting to go in the wind in the distance.
Is that a sign? In comes McSood to the left-handed Smith, who drives down the ground. It's partially stopped by the fielder. And that completes the over. Just the 3 runs off it. McSood so far 4 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs and 2 wickets. It's really been a fantastic display from her. Emily Windsor has left us for now to go get some sun cream on, maybe put my sunglasses on, maybe go have a little mourn about the state of the Southern Vipers innings. And Phil Green rejoins me.
Yeah, it wasn't a good spell for you two girls from the Vipers' point of view, was it? Lost a few wickets there on your little stint.
I've had a pretty bad start to the season, I must say. I did the Hampshire-Nottinghamshire game and I think I took about 7 wickets.
That's...
Oh, and speaking of another one, the next wicket falls as Charlie Dean edges one behind Tukar off the bowling of Maddie Villiers.
Bold.
Oh, it's Boulder.
Yeah, Boulder.
Oh, there we go. Took us both by surprise. And the Vipers 6
Not looking
down.
good, so I was just saying about your stint, mine hasn't started too well from Vipers' point of view, 1 off 1. Yeah, I was just going to say these two at least have got a bit of time to rebuild because the run rate's not out of hand, but it's looking increasingly as if Sunrisers might get their first ever victory in this competition, I have to say. And I have to say at this point they deserve to be in that position, I think, all round.
Absolutely, their bowlers have been dominating from the start, and it's just that the comfort, I guess, of having those runs on the board. They know they got to put a good total up, and
they fielded better as well. Wouldn't you say they fielded better than the Vipers did?
There hasn't really been many chances. They've been throwing themselves around in the field, and it's been loud. And often you feel when the Vipers are out there that they bowl first on so many occasions, and the crowd almost feels like a 12th man. And we've got a nice crowd in today. As we said, there was lots of children playing in the innings break, and a lot of people support the Vipers, but they felt a bit quiet. It's almost this reciprocal relationship of, yes, the Vipers are pumped up on the field, they're fielding well, the crowd are impressed, and therefore they'll be loud. But it just felt flat, and
it did, yeah.
Even now the sun's come out for the Sunrisers. That they've literally got the natural world working on their side for them.
Yeah, I think as I said earlier as well, if you just look at the odd thing where you need a break in the game, as in a lucky break, I mean, not a hold up, and the balls just eluded the fielders when they were batting, and it seemed to have gone to the fielders when the Vipers were batting, and it's just little things like that. But I think overall they deserve to be in the position they're in, and the DLS, of course, which is whether it's in use or not because of the weather, is always a really good guideline to the state of the game, and the DLS is saying at the moment that the Vipers need to be at 202 and they're 119 for 6, so it tells you how far behind the 8 ball they actually are. We've got Reece Southby come to the crease now on her Vipers debut. This would be some sort of debut if she could pull a win out of the fire from here.
Certainly would, and of course the Vipers are so used to having the services of Carla Rudd. For these last few years she's been a really important part of this Vipers setup, and now over the winter last summer they recruited Chloe Hill from the Sparks, who's now here. You go for it.
So first ball for Reece Southby and Maddie Villiers, and that's a nice confident looking shot. First up, she gave herself a bit of room, hit it hard, but again straight to a fielder. We've said that a lot of times in the Vipers innings. Testament to the field setting of Kelly Castle. This time, and there's another wicket. This time she's chopped on, trying to do the same, make a bit of room, and she's just chopped it on, and this is going from bad to worse for the Vipers. They really are looking down the barrel now, 120 for 7.
It's really strange because those 2 last dismissals from Dean and now from Southby have almost look like players who have forgotten what off-spin bowling is.
Yeah.
You know, it's coming in towards you, and both those balls pitched on 4th, 5th line. You know, even if that didn't spin at all, it's probably too close to cut, let alone factoring in spin.
Well, the first ball there that Rhys Appley faced, she actually made room to play the shot, which is quite a big call first ball, isn't it? And then second ball, as you say, was just too close to her, and she ended up chopping it on.
And if we think about the the kind of players who did well for the Sunrisers, you had Grace Scrivens' fantastic knock at the start, which was dominated by just a lot of amazing along the ground cover drives, which came early in her innings against Lauren Bell, and then she continued to just milk that off the spinners. Look to Grucock, who batted at a slower rate, but she really went along nicely, playing these
innings is proving its value now, isn't it?
Very much so. Yeah. And then you go to Maddie Villiers, and you may look at her strike rate and go, oh, she must have been slogging, but she wasn't. No. She played with a straight bat up the ground, and
as Bouchier did. I mean, Bouchier played the same sort of tempo and same sort of style. Yeah.
And it's not often you see, especially with such little pace on the ball, trying to cut the ball working. And actually, is it that rewarding of a shot to constitute such a risk? Are you going to get that much power on it to get it through the ring? Unlikely, no.
So we have Alice Monaghan now at the crease, I believe. It's not on the board, but it is, isn't it? Alice Monaghan?
It should be, yes.
Yeah, it is. I think still not showing on the scoreboard, but we believe it's Alice Monaghan, and she's played her first ball back to the bowler very solidly. And this one again, just forward, back to the bowlers. Major rebuilding required now from these two. Still got a few overs to consolidate before they really have to go, but looking at a tall order now for these two girls. That's down the leg side, so we'll get an extra ball and an extra run there. Monaghan trying the sweep, she misses, but wide is signalled.
Yeah, it's been some interesting shot selection from the Vipers, but taking away nothing from the Sunrisers.
It's very solidly forward, and Villiers went for a few at the start, but now they're not taking any risks against her at all. She's taken 3 wickets, made a massive contribution to this game with runs and wickets, as she often seems to do, whichever team she plays in. A very effective cricketer. I heard you talking on commentary about England players, and I said to Emily earlier, she's one that I don't think should have sort of disappeared from the England scene necessarily. I think Villiers should be one that should be well back in consideration for all-round skills.
And it's nice when you get those kind of comeback stories in cricket. Tash Farrant was one of them who was part of the England setup, got dropped, and so often you see these England players who just don't resurface again. They don't get them a chance, but she really put in those domestic performances so that she couldn't be ignored, and then unfortunately got her most recent stress fracture, which was a massive shame, as Maqsood continues on from the pavilion end. She's into her 5th over now and bowling to Smith. That one's a dot ball first up, cut off the back foot.
Another one that's come back a little bit is ADR, isn't it? And
yeah.
She sort of went off this international radar, but came back with a Test 100, of course.
Have a look at some of the other games going on around the country. Speaking of these players, Maqsood's bowling to Smith, again backing away, playing with a straight bat at least, but still leaving those stumps exposed, and just feels dangerous. But Lindsay Smith is an experienced player and a spinner herself. She'll be understanding how to play Maqsood here, who's bowling wonderfully. She drives firmly to mid-off, slightly uppish, and Alice Monaghan there leaving her crease. I'm not sure what reason why. There must have been a bit of a miscommunication misleading her down the pitch, but she gets back safely. So Maddie Villiers, one of the players who you could see getting back in that England setup, Phil, as Maqsood bowls again, shorter, flatter, guided off the back foot, out to the sweeper for a single by Smith, who moves on to 5. The score 122 for 7. Is there any other players around the circuit who you could see playing?
To be fair, you see more of them than I do. I mean, it's probably too late now, maybe. No, she's not that old, but someone who's I've always thought is probably the best player I've seen that's never been close to England, I think, is Sophie Love. He's always impressed me a lot, but maybe her time has passed. I'm not sure exactly how old Sophie is, but she's not in in the youthful bracket of some of those that we've mentioned.
Monaghan just pushes that one out into the covers for no run. I mean, yeah, Sophie Luff has just been one of those consistent performers.
Oh, yeah, very much so.
She's now 29, so as you say, it might
be too late.
A bit late, but she plays a important role with the Western Stormers. This one's just plinked in the air, goes over the head of the mid-on fielder who's running backwards, allows Alice Monaghan to get off the strike, and she picks up 2 runs. Not the contact she was looking for, but nonetheless effective. And at the end of the over, 26 gone. Vipers 124 for 7, still requiring 165 more runs to win. So it's looking increasingly unlikely. If we have a look at some of the other scores going around in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, South East Stars scored 334 for 5 off their 50 overs, with ex-Viper Paige Schofield getting 111 not out. And in response to that, Thunder are 68 for 3. So that's going to be a big ask for them.
Bouchier in the game now, bowling to Lindsay Smith on the back foot, and she's finding that through the gap nicely. And she's going to pick up a couple here. In fact, she might get more. Yes, it's gone. As so often today, with the ball, we think it's going to be retrieved down in that part of the ground, and it just runs away. And that one just got away from the field as she got there, but sort of helped it over the line. So that's 4 to Lindsay Smith.
It does explain why there's so many people sat on that bit of the ground, because they know that there will always be a boundary for them to cheer.
Yeah, there's been a lot down that way, and that's one for Lindsay. So she's on Lindsay Smith, so she's on to 9, and this time same direction but not with the same power, and it's just a single. But she's going to need a few more of those 4s. The Vipers, well, a lot more actually.
Between the innings in the game between the Northern Diamonds and the Western Storm, Northern Diamonds got 290 for 8 off their 36 overs in a rain-affected game.
That's a good effort. Player miss outside the off stump there by Alice Monaghan. It was quite wide, but she reached for it. Went through to Amara Carr.
And the final game between the Blaze and the Central Sparks.
This one's helped away by Monaghan. In fact, it's going to go again all the way. I was just going to say she's worked it round for a single, but it's just run away up to the long leg boundary.
Has the Ageas Bowl kind of got on an angle overnight? Have we now got a slope like Lords?
That was amazing, wasn't it? Because she just turned the ball, just turned a spin bowler round the leg side, and it just ran away for 4. So
maybe they've cut the grass more on that side and didn't realise.
Yeah,
although when we went out for the toss, it was quite squidgy underfoot walking from the hotel end, and maybe because the sun was over our shoulder, the shadow of the hotel hasn't quite dried this side of the ground yet.
Possibly. Anyway, this time she hit it quite well on the offside, but no run this time. But that's a good over for the Vipers. 9 off it. You need a few more overs like that. In fact, it's still going. There's only 5 balls off it, so it could be an even better over. Villiers in again. And it will be, I think, because I think that's going to be another 4. She's slapped that down the ground, Monaghan. Yeah, that's gone back over the bowler's head, and that's 4. So 13 of a productive over for the girls in orange.
It was certainly exciting, and you know, yes, the Vipers are in a position where it doesn't look too easy to chase down the remaining 152, but as a team, they're a team who's going to go out fighting, and particularly Alice Monaghan, she will get going when she's at the crease.
These situations create opportunities, don't they? And there's a real opportunity for 2 players here to make, well, to become heroes, really, or heroines. Do we say? Can we say heroine?
I reckon both works. That final game, just to quickly run through between the Blaze and the Central Sparks. The Blaze scored, well, the Blaze were 212 all out in their first innings, and Central Sparks 76 for 3. They need 137 more runs to win from 25 overs. As Maqsood into Smith, pulling in the air just past the fielder at short mid-wicket, out to the protection on the boundary, and a single taken. It was uppish, but these 2, as we said, they're being attacking. There was a bit of a drag down from Maqsood, so she launched on it. And interestingly enough, in that game between the Sparks and the Blaze, Izzy Wong opened the batting.
Okay.
So we were speaking of hers.
Successfully?
She got 22.
Okay.
So maybe used as a bit of a pinch hitter. I'm not too sure, as it's full and dug out by Monaghan to mid-off and no run.
She struck a few big blows in the Women's IPL, didn't she?
Well, it was her first ball of the Women's
one.
Premier League. She came in, hit a 6, walked off again. I mean, 600, was it? No, 300 strike rate, 600, 500? I can't do maths. That ball was outside the off stump.
Off stump.
There we go. I'm genuinely baffled. Does that mean it's a 600 strike rate?
It does, I think, yeah.
Okay, there we go. Outside the off stump again and turning nicely. Cut down to point by Monaghan. Finds the fielder. And it's another dot ball. Just the one run off this over so far. And Maqsood, this is her 6th consecutive over now, has been so economical. She's just pushing a fielder back to long on for the final 2 deliveries of this over, and actually that's really good captaincy from Kelly Castle to keep things down to just a single so far, but now make sure that no boundaries are scored off the over with all 4 fielders spread. Maqsood bowls and beats the outside edge of Monaghan's bat, looking to cut again. Plenty of Vipers players dismissed playing that same kind of shot, but a bit of a safer option against the leg spin. Slip in place. Maqsood, final ball of the over, gives that one some flight, and again looking to, I'm not sure whether that's a cut shot or a drive shot. She kind of opened up her stance.
It was on the back foot, but she played it like a drive.
And playing it, I think a lot of these players have been playing a bit too much golf over the winter, I'll tell you that. Vipers 138 for 7, 151 more runs required off just 22 overs remaining.
And the 2 batters having a mid-wicket chat now, trying to plot this strategy. There's Grace Scrivens back into the attack.
Grace Scrivens last year the leading run scorer and the leading wicket taker for the Sunrisers, and I'm pretty sure she picked up a fair few amount of wickets in the Under-19 World Cup as well. I have to have a look at that.
She won. I know she won all kinds of awards last year. I think the Sunrisers player, supporters player,
bowler and batter.
Yeah, she basically swept the board in the Sunrisers.
You have to bring one of those
awards.
reusable bags to the ceremony just to take it all home.
But always in the game. As I said earlier, always fields in the sort of key positions as well. And she's back on the bowl now. She's going round the wicket to Lindsay Smith. That's short. Lindsay Smith sort of pulled it with a vertical bat, but couldn't get it past mid-on. Probably looking to get that a bit squarer, but adjusted at the last minute, I think, and hit to mid-on. Scrivens in again. And that's played on the offside into a gap there, the easy single. And I think they're okay for a few overs if they can tick it along at 4 or 5.
Sorry about that.
That's right.
I just heard Alex say that's how you do it as well to Emily, so he's right, that is how you do it.
Yes, Mel just had a little bit of a coughing fit, but did remember to turn her mic off. Scrivens in again, and that's nicely played by Alice Monaghan, but unfortunately doesn't beat the field. Had it done, there would have been a long chase for somebody to the far end of the ground there, but it was well stopped.
I think at that point you time the boundary ball for a point where one of the ground staff's walking past.
Yeah. This time trying the same shot again, but I think that was a bit quicker from Scrivens, and Monaghan doesn't get a bat on it. It goes through to the keeper, so good over this one for the Sunrisers. Just 1 off 4 balls. She's in again, gets her overs very quickly. And that's turned nicely away by Monaghan. Looking fairly comfortable at the crease, I'll say. It's another single, taking her score up to 11.
Grace Scrivens 9 wickets in the Under-19 World Cup, as well as a batting average of 41. So not bad going.
And captaining the team as well, which is
into a
quite
final.
stressful, as you know. Round the wicket now to Lindsay Smith. That's worked away to mid-wicket for a single. So these two just consolidating, I think, would be a fair way of putting it right at the moment. That's what they need to do. But still need 148. They're not even halfway there yet.
I agree though, Alice Monaghan, she looks happy to be out there and obviously just having this opportunity to play a meaningful role for the Vipers, and always makes me laugh when I was at a Hampshire training session, it must have been about 3 years ago now, and Alice Monaghan didn't have a bat, she'd broken her bat, and I kind of, I'd already batted, and she was asking around saying, please, anyone, can I use your bat? And I'm usually a bit protective. And I was like, I have a bad history of breaking bats. I've broken about 8 or 9, purely from hitting the ball too hard, obviously.
Yeah.
As Maqsood in to her 7th over now. That's a bit short. Pulled down, dragged down and pulled out to deep mid-wicket for 1 run. So I lent my bat to Alice Monaghan, and it made such a good sound that I'd never heard before, because it was suddenly she found the middle, and she hit it probably about 10 times harder than I think I'd ever used it. And in comes Maqsood again, paddled delicately round the corner from Monaghan. The ball is just slowing up and teasing the fielders, refusing to reach that boundary rope, and it means the Vipers have to run 3. Score moves on to 145 for 7.
So are you going to finish that story by saying that she kept the bat, and that is the one she's still using now?
No, I wish she actually went and brought the same version.
Okay.
I don't think she has that one anymore, because good cricketers tend to get cricket bats quite often, every year or every 2 years at least, whilst us humble club cricketers keep ours a bit longer. Advancing down the pitch, but gets nowhere and is caught. Lindsay Smith goes, looking to play the big shot. Maqsood has her 3rd wicket. And for a while it looked like it was travelling, and actually it suddenly just dropped down into the fielder's hands inside the circle, and the Vipers lose another wicket.
Always in control of that catch, I think. One of those, when balls go a long way up like that, you sort of look at the fielder, and sometimes you just know they're going to catch it, or that you know that they're not from their positioning, and she never looked like she was going to drop that, to be honest. Looked very confident under it, even though she took it slightly an all-sorts way in the end to her side, but she always was going to hold that, and that's just another wicket, and becoming a very difficult task now for the Vipers.
I think Maqsood really the pick of the bowlers for me from the Sunrisers. She has been remarkable, and not necessarily. I think there's the conception or preconception sometimes with the introduction, the boom of T20, that you've got to change things constantly and have all these change-ups, but in this format it's so much longer, and she really has just benefited from bowling consistently.
Settled into a spell. The 7th over. I don't think anyone else today has bowled 7 overs in a row, for sure. And
it's nice as a spinner as well to be able to hold down that end. It's nice as a commentator, because I haven't had to get anyone's names wrong. I know it's going to be Maqsood from that end, and it's wonderful. But and
it's nice for the captain. You're not to be thinking about changing the bowling.
Exactly.
If you can put someone on and
she's
let them go.
Still so young, but she's experienced, and she's a level-headed player who you can really give clearly a lot of responsibility to with the ball.
So Mary Taylor, probably, I can't remember if she batted last year or not in that game at Beckenham, but possibly her first innings for the Vipers.
So they're just making a few adjustments to the fielder, or proposed adjustments, as the fielder at deep square legs having to run backwards and forwards until they find the exact position they're wanted in. Maqsood bowls to Mary Taylor, who leaves that one alone.
Suggests they've seen her bat, because they seem to set, as you say, that field very precisely, as if it was specifically for her.
Maybe, I mean, a lot of these players who are coming up through the academies, you kind of forget how much academy cricket is played.
And they play against each other,
as that's defended by Taylor. And that, they have RDC competitions running throughout the year, friendlies, and also second 11 or games were being played last season more commonly. So they probably have a lot more intel on each other than we'd think, as pushing off the back foot is Taylor into the offside for no run, and that completes Maqsood's 7th over. 7 overs, 1 made, and 20 runs, 3 wickets. And even the economy rates of the players in comparison, you had Lauren Bell and started the innings well. She went at around 5 and over, and Georgia Adams went at around 3. Lindsay Smith 5. All the other bowlers for the Vipers going at an economy rate of over 5. You have a look at the Sunrisers in comparison. Kate Kopak was a bit expensive. She started well and then got a bit of stick in her 4th over. But
from Bouchier,
Eva Gray, economy rate of just 3.57. But up to Maqsood, under 3.
Excellent. So I've got Scrivens in again, and that's a good strike by Monaghan. But finds the fielder positioned out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Another single. Takes her on to 15 and puts Mary Taylor back on strike.
Now, there was quite a funny thing which happened on Twitter this morning, Phil, which I have to tell you, in between the deliveries of this over from Grace Scrivens.
Okay. So Scrivens in again over the wicket to Taylor, who plays and misses a bit tentatively outside the off stump.
So we took a lovely selfie this morning, me, you and Emily, in the sun, got the golden hour pictures going, and Emily posted it to Twitter.
As you do. That one's played defensively to short extra cover. No run.
We got a comment underneath it from Mohit saying, all the best girls. So you're one of the best girls, Phil. You're one of us.
Always been thought like that, sadly. That one's hit her on the pad. It's half an appeal. Yeah, it's well, it must be the trendy hair. Is it?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
You know, as what? And for all our listeners, when Phil walked in this morning, there was a bit of a swagger on him, and I was like, "Oh, who's this? Who's this young gentleman coming through the door?"
Has been said before. Yeah, that one's played down to mid-on. Again, no run.
And I asked if you'd done something new with your hair. You had a little kind of flick curl at the front. I thought it was intentional, but of course it's not, because you're just that, naturally cool.
It's the style for radio. That one's played to mid-on.
So yeah,
you're no run off that ball.
One of the best girls. Congratulations.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Rohit. Appreciate that, but and thanks for listening and responding to us.
Yeah, exactly.
It's nice to have people using various forms of social media. Vipers on 146 for 8.
And of course, even though it is just trickling along to the conclusion of this game here, of course, things could still go the Vipers' way, but it's looking most likely to be the Sunrisers' first ever Rachael Heyhoe Flint victory. But you can get in touch at Solent Sport on Twitter, at Melissa G Story, at Ems Windsor. Just seen Phil, and now, all this glamour, and you've been recognised by your fans, giving waves out to the crowd along the concourse.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mixu continues.
I think they were probably waving at you two, actually, but I waved back.
Mixu into her 8th over now, and that's outside the off stump.
It's all the Hursley girls, isn't it?
And that one was a dot ball. So now we're all getting in on the waves now. Mixu bowls cut late by Monaghan, and there's a misfield, probably one of the only misfields we've seen so far from the Sunrisers inside the ring. But when you're in a position like this, a strong position, those kind of mistakes,
they can afford the odd midfield, can't they?
They definitely can. I think if they continue to drop these two for the next 18 overs, then they may say those are costly mistakes, but a slight misfield is allowed as that's flicked square of the wicket by Taylor out to deep square, and the fielder, who was almost exactly on the rope, was running quite quickly and delivered a bullet arm, skidded into Amara Carr's
not the easiest
gloves.
one to take for the keeper.
No, I mean, she almost threw that low to the ground like someone bowling, not bowling, but bowling at the bowling alley.
Yeah, I know what you meant.
I just thought saying someone was bowling, I just thought that's going to do absolutely nothing explanatory-wise. Still got this ring field, 2 deep on the leg side, 1 deep at cover, and finding the field again is Monaghan to backward point, who's got plenty of action off the leg spinner. Just lots of late cuts, but the Vipers batters don't seem to have many other solutions for her bowling. Tight lines. She's in again, low full toss, advancing down the pitch, miscues it, runs to mid-on, shy at the stumps, and hits an appeal, nothing from the umpire, so single safely picked up, and the score moves on to 149 for 8. Do we know anything about I mean, I know we should do, but anything about points? About reaching certain scores? Is there anything like that in this format?
I think we should do. From memory,
as Mixu bowls, and that's driven to mid-off for no run.
Sunrisers will get a bonus point if the Vipers don't reach 80% of the score. 1.25.
Oh, see, I've got this written down somewhere.
Yeah, Alex has just that does ring a bell now. Alex just confirmed 1.25 they've got to win by, which roughly equates to having to score about 80% of the runs.
Okay.
I think.
And teams receive 4 points for a general win.
And bonus points.
So yeah, got that written down from last year's regulations, but you never know, because if things change behind closed doors, and we did hear that strange new rule at the toss as well, that about fielders being moved and penalty runs.
I don't know if that's a rule or law or regulation, or whether it's just the umpires being a bit more or pointing it out more. But yeah, I don't know if we've mentioned that so far today, but at the toss the umpires pointed out that if a fielder started, sorry I've missed the ball there, it's Scrivens in again, and that's pulled out to mid-wicket by Monaghan. That's 150 up for Vipers, something to applaud, but crowd haven't responded too much to that. But yeah, if the fielder is walking in with the ball and isn't in the circle at the time, that's played and missed outside the off stump. Or sorry, starts outside the circle when the bowler starts their run up. Even if they subsequently walk into the circle, they'll be deemed as being outside the circle and therefore could call a no ball.
So it wouldn't be a dead ball anymore, it'd be penalty runs as well.
It would. That's one misfield on the offside. They might even come back for two. Yeah, the fielder at point there deflected it a long way past the backward point, and they've got back for a second there for Mary Taylor. Yeah, it's an interesting one because the umpires have got enough to watch anyway without looking at where every fielder is starting their walk in. I mean, that's quite the sort of thing TV could pick up. But anyway, this one's driven to mid-off, no run.
It's some serious peripheral vision if you can spot the fielder behind you creeping in at the last minute.
Where they started. I mean, yeah, it's an interesting one. That when they were saying that, I thought that's they're taking a lot on by suggesting that. But here we go. That's Billy Taylor, I mentioned earlier, one of the umpires. He actually lives in the States now. He emigrated about Christmas time, but I think has played back to the mid-on for no run. But he's had to complete his ECB contractual obligation, I think, and he's back here for just for 8 weeks, he told me. And then he's back full-time in the States. That's the end of the over. Vipers 152 for 8. I
might be signing out for the rest of the day in this case, so I'll be handing over to Emily Windsor after a few more thoughts from you, Phil.
Yeah, so obviously a very difficult position, and Emily's looking increasingly depressed here at the situation. But maybe coming back on commentary, you can inspire these two to put on a good show for the next eight overs of commentary, so that we get Mel back.
Look, I've been very impressed by the Sunrisers. I think they've been clinical. Maxud particularly, she's bowled beautifully. And they've been aggressive with their field placements. I was probably a bit critical at the start because I thought they were too aggressive when Maya Bouchier and Danny Wyatt were going hard. But in this position, look at this now, they're squeezing that offside field. 2 backward points, almost holding hands with each other. Cover, extra cover, mid-off on the offside as Maxud in bowls. And that's cut to one of those backward points. Will be no run.
Yeah, it's quite... They've given some thought to this field, haven't they? They've got... You know, those, as you say, very unusual there. Those two are virtually next to each other, but they obviously have identified that as a key place to be.
Maxud in again, flighted, that's turned, that's a great delivery. Amara Carr can't do anything about it. Alex Monaghan was trying to sweep it onto the onside, but they'll come back for a couple. I think that'll be signalled by, so just wait and see from the umpire.
No.
Nope, so off the bat, must have been all glove, must have been a top edge, but good delivery by Maxud. She's into her 9th over. She bowls to Monaghan and she's tried to sweep that and she's got hold of it. But it will only go to Maddie Villiers at deep square, so it'll just be a single. Score will move to 155 for 8. Monaghan on 21. Mary Taylor alongside her on 3.
I suppose there's an element here. I mean, obviously they're still trying to win the game, but it's important.
Maxud in, driven by Mary Taylor, up to mid-off, will be no run.
It's important that both of these, that maybe they get some runs under their belt, you know, even if they don't end up winning the game. If they can get 30 or 40 each, that would be a real boost for them, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a chance to bat and get the team as close as they can. As Maxud in, she advances. That's a fantastic shot from Mary Taylor. Over extra cover, a couple of bounces for 4. positive cricket that from Mary Taylor. Sheer move to 7. The score 159 for 8.
That's probably the best shot that's been played against Maxu today, I would suggest.
And Mary Taylor is no mug with the bat. She's in academy cricket. She opens the batting, so she's certainly an all-rounder for the future. So she can do some damage here. As Maxud in, she's pulled out of her action.
Not for the first time.
She'll walk back to her mark. Alice Monaghan was worried for a minute about the Mancad, but she's back at the top of her mark. This little spring in her step advances to Mary Taylor. That's hit up into the air on the onside. Mid-wicket's under it. Takes the catch. Leading edge from Mary Taylor. She's now back in the pavilion. She's gone for 7 off 17 balls. The Southern Vipers 159 for 9, requiring another 130 to win.
I think there's one lesson to be learned from today, Emily. It's that commentary on Vipers games, we shouldn't actually praise any of the batters, because every time we've done that today, it seems it's the commentator's curse has happened and they've been out pretty soon afterwards. But yeah, that was a leading edge and went straight up in the air basically.
Lauren Bell comes to the crease. Remember her in the Lord's final, boshing a few through the covers, but not one who's usually gets a lot of time in the middle. She's got a lot of overs to bat. 16. And that 1.25 target, Phil, I can't work that out. To see how many Vipers would need to get to not allow the Sunrisers to get a bonus point.
No, it's going to be about quite a lot more, I would suggest. I think it's got to be like 240, that sort of area, 230. Mel pointed out earlier, I can't really multitask, so I'll have to do it when I'm off.
That's okay.
They're quite a way short, I would suggest.
So Sunrisers need 1 wicket to win, and that would be their first win ever in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. They've had a very impressive start to the season, 5 from 5 in their warm-up games. A new head coach this year, former Scotland head coach.
And the sun's come out to greet them. It's the best part of the day now.
Eva Gray back into the attack from the hotel end.
So Eva Gray into Alice Monaghan, and that's a nice shot. She's got that through square on the offside. It's not going to go all the way, but they'll get back for 2, maybe 3. No, just settling for 2. Eva Gray's had a good day as well. Another one who's impressive on her debut. 25, cameo of 25 at the end of the innings, and now into her 8th over. Figures for 1 for 27. So doing a really good job for a new team. Again to Monaghan, who's got that away to backward point, but not past backward point. It's a dot ball. But hey, Alice Monaghan's looked quite impressive here. I shouldn't say that, should I? After what I just said. This is probably just put the mockers on her, but she has looked okay. And there's a fielding change, or?
Yeah, I think
yes,
they're
it
going
is.
to put a third man down.
A deep, fine third man, which is a bit, I suppose, a reflection on the shots that have been played in the last couple of balls.
She's been cutting well.
Gray in again, and this time I think she was trying to ramp it over fine leg or something. Got into a strange position and ended up missing it. But yeah, I think she was just trying to find the gap that's now been created at fine leg. So
yeah, this is where Monaghan though has got an opportunity to bat, and that's exactly what the Sunrisers want her to do.
As long as Lauren Bell can help her with that. So Gray in again. And play a miss again, trying to play that back foot force on the offside and no contact. Mara Carr just takes the bails off, as wicket keepers are wont to do.
What a beautiful evening though.
It is, I say, best part of the day now.
Sun is out.
And lucky for all those people that brought sunglasses, I would say. In again, and this time same sort of shot, but she gets contact on this. It does run down to that third man, so a good bit of field placing by Kelly Castle to block off that scoring area, and it's just a single to Monaghan.
Lauren Bell to take strike then.
It's her first ball. As you say, not got a lot of batting pedigree, has she, Lauren? No.
Well, she just doesn't
get a chance.
Doesn't get a chance, really. So.
Yeah. Well, she's got a chance now. She's got potential to bat for 15 overs or so. As Eva Gray comes into bowl to her. And she's solid enough in defence. Plays it back. Eva Gray on the dive. Stops it off her own bowling. But end of another over. Another good over for Sunrisers. Just 3 runs to the Vipers off that over. And we've moved on to 162 up and 9.
Yeah, Lauren Belt and Alice Monaghan having a conversation in the middle. Maxud's going to continue to bowl out here. She's got 4 wickets, so she's got a chance for 5 foot. She's bowled 9 overs, 1 made and 30 runs so far, and just looked impressive. Hard to score against. Bowled good pace. Kelly Castle and Maxud just having a conversation. They're going to put a long out to Alice Monaghan. A deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg and a cover. So happy for her to get off strike. There's Maxud in bowls, and that's a shorter ball. That's pulled, but only to mid-wicket, so will be no run. Vipers require another 127 to win. They're 9 wickets down. Sunrisers on the brink. Their first ever Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy win. As Maxud in, Monaghan advances and she's bowled. Sunrisers have beaten the Vipers here quite comprehensively by 127 runs. And look at the celebration, what that means to them. A phenomenal pre-season they've had. And to come out and win their first Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game. Special moment for them. And Maxud, absolutely phenomenal. 5 wickets, 9.2 overs, 35 runs.
30, I think.
30 runs, sorry.
30, yeah.
And Monaghan was bowled for 24, but the Vipers camp will be very disappointed after their performance today.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a surprise when we look back at the start of the day. I don't think we saw that coming. We knew that Sunrisers had good pre-season, but I don't think we were quite expecting a match that was, well, we might have been expecting a match that was a little bit one-sided, but not in that direction. In the end, a very comprehensive and well-deserved win. 126, a big margin in one-day cricket, and yeah, they got most aspects of the game right, you'd have to say, today, Sunrisers.
Yeah, just to quickly run through what happened. The Sunrisers won the toss, opted to bat first here at the Ageas Bowl, posted 288. Grace Scrivens in the runs again with 67. Jodie Grewcock, a young left-hand batter, impressive with 69. Maddie Villiers, 70 off 53 balls, was dropped twice. And a good cameo from Eva Gray at the end, 25 off 14. They got 288. The standout bowler for the Southern Vipers was Lindsay Smith, the left-arm spinner, 3 for 50. And then in the Vipers innings, Maya Bouchier, 57. And Danny Wyatt, 24. And finally, Alice Monaghan with 24, the last wicket to fall. But an impressive performance from the Sunrisers, their first Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy win. They win by a massive margin of 127 runs, and that will be one I'm sure many of oppositions in this competition will be looking at with great interest.
Yeah, and the good news, of course, for the Vipers or any team that's lost today is they've got a chance of a double header next weekend. So a chance to come back with games on Saturday and Monday, but they'll need to bounce back from that because there was a few areas of improvement, I'd say, over the day.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, the only way's up from here. But thank you very much to all our listeners on the live stream on the Hampshire Cricket website and app and at BBC Radio Solent. Just to confirm, Sunrisers won their first Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game by 126 runs. Maxud with 5 wickets. And the Vipers are going to be a very disappointed camp, and the Sunrisers are ecstatic. Thank you very much.